And hello, everybody. Oh, Warrior, you want to skip the obvious? What's the obvious?
Here comes a pizza. See it?
Why? What happened?
Oh, jeez.
What happened? Shout out to Hulk for the 56 months. Outrageous and delightful. Whew. Goodness. Hello, everybody. Hello. What a day. Really, Taker? Is that true? I hadn't heard about that at all. I don't see anything online about it being reported, so I don't know where you heard that, but that's not being reported anywhere. So took me a while to pick an NHL team. I finally decided on the Flyers. Flyers aren't a bad team. They got some good young players, and they might be adding another one for $18 million. So the game was rigged. I saw Trump say. Oh man. So, man. Cody, I just searched. I didn't see it at all. So, I don't know. If you did, obviously it's sad, but yeah, I don't see it anywhere. For Americans, absolutely nothing happened today. Absolutely nothing. I really thought it was going to be Argentina-US. So, okay. Let's talk about this for a minute, right? Let's talk about this. Why not? So, when it comes to what's going on with U.S. men's soccer, like, the fact of the matter is, this is their most common result, right? Like, if you take away, like, I'm removing my political feelings away. I'm even removing, and well-timed scream. I'm even removing away any controversy about the red card and whether or not the U.S. should have been fucking disqualified because of political interference. It's against the fucking rules. This is what the U.S. does, right? And it's like, I just responded to somebody on Twitter, right, who's like, oh, but this can be a big building block for the sport in the U.S. Sure, of course. Like, 94 was a big building block for the sport in the U.S., right? The MLS gets created through the 90s, yada, yada. The problem is, you can continue to build up the foundation of the sport at a grassroots level. Cool, sure. But at the end of the day, it is true that for the U.S. men's soccer team, the top athletes are choosing to play other sports. And because of that, there is a ceiling that the U.S. has not been able to break through outside of 2002, where they did advance to the quarterfinal. Aside from that, since 1990, they have been bounced either in the group stage or the round of 16 every time. Every time. That's just what happens. That is what they do. And that is why I mentioned, like, in my tournament preview video, like, even if I was, like, super fucking political and like, fuck yeah, America, like, I still would have been very hesitant with this team because I've seen it my entire life. And that is, okay, yeah, they made progress, but this can be a launching point for something better. Think about the new talent they have. They have Brian McBride, Alexi Lawless, fucking, was it Claudio Reyna? Yeah. They're gonna lead the way. Okay, they didn't lead the way, but Landon Donovan's gonna lead the way. Tim Howard's gonna lead the Josie Altidore. Clint Dempsey. Nope. Okay. Christian Pulisic is going to lead the... Nope. Okay, he's not either. Like, every time, man. Every time with that team, it's, oh, but don't worry. 4 years from now, they're going to be that much better. No. Just the way it is right now, you're just not likely to see them break through the level that they're at. And it's been that way since 1990, with the exception of 2002. You know? It just is what it is. So it's like, I don't inherently disagree with the idea that, you know, it can be a launching pad for further development, right? It can be. But at the end of the day, it's just, I've seen the story way too many times. And then, if you do factor in the red card nonsense, sweet justice prevailed tonight. Sweet justice prevailed tonight. So, you know, I'm happy about that at least. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Good for Belgium and good for integrity. That's all I can say. Give me a second here. Oh, goodness. Glad Tigger's able to have his bit of joy as Collins. Niles, all right, clock it. 9 minutes, 58 seconds. I was waiting. I was waiting to see how long it would take for someone to bring that up. Less than 10 minutes. And shout out to Berkey for the follow. I actually didn't hear about that at all, and that's very unfortunate. Very typical WWE nonsense. Who do you lose it to? I saw that he had just won it recently. Who do you lose it to? So, you know. Let's see. Let's see. CM Punk. Really? He lost? Okay. Cool. You know what? As someone who doesn't watch WWE or follow WWE really at all anymore, I'm at least happy that, you know, the history of the title will say that El Generico held it, Sami Zayn. So, you know, I can at least be happy about that. Oh, Danzig, get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, man. Wait a second here. Twitter arguing. Yay. Yay. Oh, goodness. Goodness. Holland being funny on social media. He's delightful. You have to ask yourself when the U.S. team would start for Belgium. It's an interesting question. I mean, look, no one's going to sit there and deny that Belgium is this much larger powerhouse, you know? But at the same time, like I said, for the U.S. men's team, if you talk about their success and the growth of the sport in this country over my lifetime since they hosted the World Cup in '94, where where else is like the growth coming from? Right? Like that idea of, okay, well, this can be they hosted it in 94, there was a ton of growth. What's gonna happen? Like, so what's gonna be different this time? Is it supposed to be like this whole new generation is now inspired? Hasn't that been happening every other time? So it's like, that's what I don't get, is just for the conversation of like, well, don't worry, this can still be a positive for the US in terms of the growth of soccer in the country. Like, how? Where's that growth coming from at this point? That, so the only big difference is like, okay, well, they hosted it this time. Cool. But like, where's that growth going to be if it's not just about the US men's team getting results, I don't know. But seriously, now I need to hear a Maynard perspective. Do you? Do you? Oh, man. All I hear is coping. I mean, Hulk, that's kind of what I'm saying, too, right? As someone who was rooting for Belgium tonight. Now, so, Big Boy, right? And final, what's going on? So Big Boy mentioned this, or Cody mentioned this earlier, Big Boy. The idea of there's already tweets of like, it's fine. We didn't get, like, a bunch of Americans being like, we didn't actually care anyway. And it's like, no, you did, or you wouldn't be mentioning it at all. Like, that is the coping. There's definitely a lot of that. At the same time, you did have the Fox broadcast in the final 2 minutes of the game begging and pleading people to keep watching the World Cup and to still like the sport. Like, I envision the commentator on his hands and knees begging, please like our sport and keep watching right here on Fox. No kids growing up want to be Christian Pulisic. That's fair. That is fair. But yeah, I don't know. I cared and I'll pay attention. Right, I'm still gonna watch too, but full well viewership's gonna drop. Oh yeah, this was Fox's worst nightmare as the carrier for this World Cup, is that, okay, they're cooked. So, I don't know. Like, the problem is, and we'll get to this momentarily, I think the problem is, like, it would have been a hell of a lot easier for the US if they didn't get embarrassed tonight and play like garbage. But when you have someone like Carly Lloyd on the Fox broadcast, who, again, is a, fucking legend for US women's soccer, when you have her being like, yeah, they kind of just didn't show up tonight. Like, like, you can sit there and be like, well, Belgium's the better team. Like, yeah, but man, when you have someone being able to be like, man, they really didn't show up tonight, like, that's brutal. That's brutal. So, like I said, I'm just intrigued by the conversation of how this could be a positive. I don't see the positive. Like, okay, they hosted the World Cup, and after the last time they hosted the World Cup, a bunch changed. Cool. But what is left to change? And aside from the team actually getting results, what's left to change? It's like, oh, well, they're going to continue to build up the, grassroots infrastructure. Okay, cool. They've been doing that for the past 30 years anyway. So the only positive this has caused new gain in fans. That's the hope, right? But I don't know. Anyway, I think this World Cup did more for the Canadian soccer complex than the US. I agree wholeheartedly. I think they did really well compared to what they, God, like, again, the comparison was like, it wasn't all that long ago that Canada was ranked around where the Faroe Islands are right now, which is like 123. So honestly, like, I don't view this as a positive for the US. I view this as a positive for Canada. I think this could be, for Canada, what the 1994 World Cup was for the US in terms of hosting, because I just don't see, like, what other growth is this hosting, spot for the US going to generate in terms of US soccer? Like, what is left to continue to develop that hasn't been developed over the last 30 years, aside from fucking win in the round of 16, you know? Which, again, they have not done since 2002. So I don't know. Splash, the mods for this game certainly look interesting, especially when it comes to schedule NIL contributions. I have seen quite a bit in regards to this game being discussed and the problems. I mean, I'm still enjoying it. I'm having to ignore certain things, but I certainly understand people being frustrated about this game, especially if you paid the MVP membership price. It continues to be a problem where pre-ordering and getting early access still feels like you are playing a beta version of the game. So again, if I was not in this position of being a streamer, would I ever pay for a sports game full price, let alone pay more to play it early? Never. Never, 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 never. Do not do that, ever. It doesn't matter what game it is. Don't do it. But especially these yearly release sports games. It's not a good idea. But also, you can spend your money however you want. Canada jumped to 30 in the rankings for 7 points. Again, this was big for Canada. Does this sound similar? You love the game on day 1, you start hating the day on game 3. For a lot of people, yeah. I mean, that is very much the case. Like I said, I am not disappointed in this so far. But it does suck knowing that there's issues. Warrior, go ahead. Go ahead. Also, what did I miss a minute ago? I feel like I missed anything a minute ago. Hold on, I'm scrolling back through. I'm confused. Waiting a month or two for CFP, letting them work out the kinks. Yeah, exactly. Or, I mean, look, the fact of the matter is, it's July. If you can wait until November, you're going to get this game massively discounted, just like every other sports game. That's how it works. So, all right, before I get into what this team is and breaking it down, I feel like I missed people being like, what about this? What about this? So speak now or forever hold your peas. Speak now or forever hold your peas. I gotta double check something here anyway, really quickly. Can you name all the NFL teams that have won a Super Bowl? Fuck. God damn it. Cody, 100% he will. 100%. Can you recap the last 4 seasons? NIU offensive coordinator. Head coach Purdue, head coach Purdue, head coach Purdue. 3 wins, 2 wins, 3 wins. There you go. Sock full of nickels, 26 months on the primer. Thank you very much for that. Niles, was there a specific question in regards to it, or just like, hey, your thoughts? Can I name all the remaining NFL teams that have not won a Super Bowl? Houston, Cleveland, Detroit, and Jacksonville, and oh my god, that's way more than I thought. God, what did I say? Cleveland, Houston, Jacksonville, Detroit, Chargers, Titans, Cardinals, Falcons, Bills, Vikings, Bengals. There's a lot. I think I got all of them, but Jesus Christ. Diamond, I had just heard about it. That's very sad and disappointing. So. Niles, that's fair. It's okay. Independent modders will fix all the issues. I do appreciate the fact that modders have already, made the changes to, like, give you NIL if you schedule a more difficult opponent, I appreciate the fact they've already done that. Niles, I mean, in general, like, he's cooked. Is the thought. I will say, I do have some hesitancy regarding I do have some hesitancy regarding Politico to begin with. But at the same time, like, he's cooked. He's cooked. It is what it is. Like, it's kind of the rule of three. The timing, I would say, is interesting, but at the same time, is it really fair to put a timing on when somebody comes forward with allegations, like... So, like, the bottom line is, anyway, regardless of what I think, he's cooked. You can't have all of that controversy and just multiple times. So, like, you just, I do feel like it's probably the death knell for him, which means 6 more years of Susan Collins. So that's going to be fun. Bubba, I'm sorry about your basement flooding. And final, I did hear. I'll be intrigued to see where he lands. But... all right, as always, we can talk about shenaniganery. We can talk about whatever else, but we need to talk about Purdue. And what will probably be our final season here, one way or another, because it's either this team finally improves, or I probably get fired. We'll see which one happens. We haven't gotten our new goals yet for the upcoming season, which is a bit disappointing. Again, I wish that showed up in the preseason, but it is what it is. Especially, like, the goals should show up here in the preseason, because if it's attached to facility improvement, you won't know until it's, like, almost too late, basically. So, I digress. This team is as strong as it's ever been for us. 82 overall with an 86 rated offense. The defense certainly lagging behind. But talking about this team, and you know what? Instead of the red shirts, we'll look at it from the other screen, because that way we can at least see the dev patterns. Looking at this team, quarterback, Manu Young, star dev, he's up to an 85. He was pretty disappointing. He was pretty disappointing in his freshman season. Very disappointing in his freshman season. Our offense was atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. Again, we finished with just 3 wins after starting off 2-0. But then we have guys like Honeycutt, Holman, Quan Hicks, and Stevens are redshirt. But, we got some decent pieces at quarterback, but there's a chance, like, Honeycutt's going to be gone at the end of the year anyway. There's a chance Manu Young will go because of just how much money he's looking for. We'll have to wait and see. Running backs, at least we have Gregory Ty, because aside from him, it really dips. It really dips in terms of quality and speed. So we will be giving the ball to Gregory Ty a bunch. A bunch. Fullback, we don't have anybody there. Wideouts, here's probably our biggest problem. We don't have any speed at the wideout position. At all. At all. Yeah. This is very ungood. This is probably our weakest core in terms of any, like, positional depth is here at wideout. These guys are technically sound, but in terms of them getting open, it's not there. So, in terms of, like, hey, let's get the ball deep downfield. No. No, we will not do that. We are going to have to beat the opposition in the air through, short passes or one-on-one physical plays. The positive is that the tight end core is where that speed happens to be. So you could argue running like a Melvin Martin or a Tremaine Lutz at wideout instead. But at the same time, with that speed, we should be able to get these guys open if they're being matched up against linebackers a lot. So, running the ball a lot, utilizing the tight ends in the passing game, That's
I'm just
got to
trying to
be the
walk
key
through
to our
this fucking
success
grass.
here. Chazrick, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. On the O-line, I know it looks a bit crazy to have these two red shirt, but we have the depth elsewhere.
I'm just trying to
It's
walk through
nut
this
as
fucking
well.
grass.
Tremendous name. Tremendous. Absolutely tremendous name. Thank you both for the follows. I appreciate it. There'll be linebackers out running the wideouts. Yep, that is going to happen. But that's okay. We can game plan.
This fucking grass.
Okay, now I'm wondering if we got hit by a follow bot at this point. Sheesh. 3 in a row. So in terms of the O-line, like I said, we do have some good pieces that can play while redshirting. Like, even we can afford the redshirt Middlebrooks because we have Kiki G there. The problem is, in this game, it's a little bit risky to redshirt because you don't know what some of these guys are going to ask for financially moving forward. So we're playing it a little bit riskily, but that's okay. No follow out here, just trying to find new people. Well, Nut, we're happy to have you here. I'm going to call you Nut. How are the other teams in overalls? Leroy, I can check that in a minute. Defensively, bit of the same thing, right? Jamichael Ricks, we're going to sit out this year. We do have Jimmy Fink, but we have strength on the other side with Torrance, Lincoln, and Lane. So, again, I think we're okay to be aggressive on the red shirts. I'm just worried if some of these guys ask for way too much money. Same at defensive tackle, right? Morgan Fogg, he was a center. But we'll be playing him at defensive tackle. So, again, like, not too bad there either, if we're being honest. I think we can certainly afford to run 4 on the defensive line should we choose. The linebackers, not the strongest. Not the worst, not the strongest. So definitely a 4-3, if not a 4-2. And then corners, another issue here is there's some inconsistency with the speed at corners. These guys just aren't the fastest, unfortunately, and it was kind of a choice of, do we put somebody at corner or do you put them at safety, and then they probably, if they try to tackle a running back or a wideout, they're just going to get out-muscled. You know, if they're at safety and being relied upon as the last line of defense. So there are definitely some question marks with this roster, but I do feel okay. Like, it's tough not to feel okay about this roster because it is the best we ever had. We were a, like a 66 overall team not all that long ago. So this is actually a very, very big improvement. So before we go to the depth chart, just to answer the question about conference ratings and everything like that, within the Big Ten, you have Maryland at a 74, Northwestern at a 72. Rutgers is one of those teams that is just falling off a cliff. UCLA is also at a 74. But for the most part in the Big Ten, people are holding strong. ACC, you got quite a few teams in the 70s. UNC has dipped below a 70 overall, as has Virginia. Now, we know why that's happening, and it's because of the new system. But at the same time, I don't feel like... It's not so consistent amongst teams in these bigger conferences that I view it as unrealistic. Like, the idea that Virginia's football program could just really start to decline. Like, I'm not going to say it's the most unrealistic thing in the world with respect to Virginia. Within the American Conference, though, Charlotte, like, sub 60 overall. Florida Atlantic, same thing. But there's quite a few teams in the 60s, some in the 70s. Like, again, we're heading into Season 5. I'm not, like, okay, Cincy hitting a 62. Like, there are definitely some examples of certain teams that are, like, falling way down. But at the same time, I can ignore it. I can ignore it for now, at least, right? Because there is that separation between the good teams and the very mid to mediocre teams in the lower levels. So, apparently the modders tested it and put NIL to 0 for all recruits and still found there to be an issue. Yeah, and look, again, like, NIL has exacerbated an already existing issue. CFB 25 and 26, AI on these lower level teams absolutely sucked. And yeah, like you look at Rice and they have a shitload of punters and kickers. You know? Shitload of punters and kickers. I'm trying to see like what their roster looks like as a whole. You know, they're a bit short on defensive positions, but and they have one strong safety. 4 kickers, 4 punters each, Jesus. But again, like, this was an already existing problem where the AI was never great at recruiting players to begin with. You can go back in CFB 25 and 26, get 5 to 10 years into a dynasty run, and double check how many, you know, players certain teams were recruiting. Those numbers were always low. At least in my experience. But again, hopefully now, because they added a new system and still didn't fix the old problem, hopefully we do see the issue fixed overall. So, Cajun, that's delightful. So, Seahawks, I am enjoying the game so far, but there is no denying that there's issues, right? There are issues. No doubt. In terms of our auto subs, we'll go normal for quarterback. Let's go normal for running back as well to try to keep our starter in. Wideouts, everyone's so slow, so just keep fresh. Tight end, we have so many half-decent options, so keep fresh. O-line, I think we have the depth to do that. DT, defensive end. Linebacker, probably keep normal. Corner, probably go keep fresh as well for safety. That works. That works. But yeah, there's no denying, like, they definitely need to fix the AI recruiting. But they've needed to fix it. It's not necessarily this brand new issue for this year, you know? But has it been made worse? You could certainly argue that. All right, so in terms of our depth chart this year, let's be honest, we need to win. So desperately. Eric Villarreal, he's 2 points weaker, but he is faster, so it's only a 2-point difference. Let's put him as the second choice there. It actually has the former center, now defensive tackle, Morgan Fogg as our starting fullback, which is pretty nuts. If it's not him, I agree it should be Riggs or Lutz. I'm good with that. Wideouts. The only real choice here is whether or not we want George Weeks to be our number 1. He's fast, but his catching is a 63. So we're just going to go off of rating. We're just going to say, like, we are what we are, and that's not really going to change. The same time, though, backup quarterback Shane Honeycutt would actually be a better choice at wide receiver than some of these other guys, but he also has 59 catching. So it's literally just because he's fast that he ranks higher than some of these guys, but he can't catch a ball. So I have to prioritize just people who can at least catch the football as opposed to anybody else, really. And Vraldor coming in on the 1 month. Let's go. Welcome. Enjoy the finest collection of the most random emotes you've ever seen. Yeah, this receiver core, not good. Not good. At least, again, though, tight end, we're looking pretty good there. We got that going for us. So Honeycutt knows how to throw, not how to catch. I mean, some might argue he doesn't know how to throw a ball either. What they have to figure out, if they haven't already, is it the schools or the recruits that are saying no? I have a feeling it's always been the recruits. Yeah, like the idea that recruits, like if they're not going to the top schools, they essentially don't lessen their standard, and they just sit out instead. So, you know. That's my take on it, but you never know, right? You never know. Blake, what's up, man? You never know, right, with an issue like this. There have been issues found in these sports games before where it's like, oh, wait a minute. It was something entirely different that you wouldn't think was related to this at all that is causing issues. So you just never know. But let's see, really quickly. So we have... I need to just mark down because we are being a little bit risky here. So we got Holcomb, Darling, and G. We have Torre at an 81. And then the 79s, and Isaacs. No, Flo, I did hear. You are not the first frustrated wrestling fan we've heard from tonight. So, okay. So, at guard, we're probably going to want Holcomb and Darling as the starting tackles. Just because kind of the biggest and best players that we have. So let's add Holcomb there. And then right tackle. Can I make that Darling, or was he a starter elsewhere? Okay, that's good. Then we have Torre. We also have G as well. So we'll definitely have Torre at right guard. And then... let's go Isaacs. Okay. So, it'll be Holcomb there. We have and then we'll go... I mean, in fairness, Gammon could do a bit of a job. So, then right tackle, we will go with Darling, Gammon, and where was... I thought we had a different right tackle, but apparently not. Cool. So Gammon can do the job there. So we got G at center. If it's not him, it'll be Okoro. And then I know we have another center down here. We'll go for Wilds. And then guards, we have Isaacs. We'll go for Iwu. And then probably, yeah, McMorris. And the other side will be Iwu and Okoro. Cool. So that's the O-line setup. It's not bad. It's better than what we've had. The edge rushers. Okay. It'll be Torrance and Lincoln. So then we have Fink and Lane. Now, again, someone like Lane, I'm tempted to start over Fink, but I just think we got to go with the highest rated dudes possible. I don't think we can really risk it to be like, oh, but Lane can develop better than Fink. We just need the best players possible in this lineup. We don't really have a choice. So Fogg, Torre, Baisley, that looks good there. Although it's doing that weird thing where it resorts. Torrance, Lincoln. Was Baker at a 72 better than anybody in there? Not really. Linebackers. Shannon, Keglar, Bush. We got Bush. Ooh, God. Not good. Bush, Shannon, and Walker. So that needs to be Walker on that side. Good. So who are the best linebackers aside from that? Unless we wanted to go edge rusher. It looks like Keglar. And, well, Walker was a starter. Oh, shit. Yeah, this linebacker depth leaves a bit to be desired. So backups will have to be Keglar and Riggs. Not good. We definitely want to minimize the amount of linebackers used on defense this year. Definitely. Corner situation. Thank God we have Dexter McCann, because if it wasn't for him, what would we do? What would we do? We do have another 70 rated corner. Raekwon Ball with Platinum Robber. We'll get him in there over Michaud. Free safety is Holt, Beckham, and Kempfert. That's fine. Strong safety, Whitehart, Nicholson, and then Kempfert. That's also fine. Cool. Kicker's good. Punter's good. Kick return. Do we have anybody else? We do have a good track record. We don't have anybody else. I was going to say, we have a good track record with special teams, but... yeah, we'll see. We will see. Gonna have to rely on Villarreal quite a bit. Third down back, again, we'll just go highest rated dudes, regardless of position. Just best players in the best spots and hope for the best. Hope that the AI in real time makes sure that we have those best players in those best spots. And do what we can. And do what we can. It's my rebuild for Madden 27. We had a channel point cash-in, so we'll be starting off Madden 27 with the Cleveland football team. It was a very tactical use of a channel point cash-in, so... Poor, poor soul. Yeah, a Myles Garrett-less Cleveland football team, but we do have Jared Verse, who is very, very good, so I'm good with that. Okay, depth chart is set. Red shirts are good. From there, schemes. So offensively, previously, we were using the LSU playbook. Which did not work for us. There were other tight end playbooks. Also, as we discovered, once you load up this info, then it will go fast. But because I guess it's online, it just takes forever. The other good playbooks, aside from LSU, for tight ends are Oregon State, Iowa, Wisconsin. Those are kind of the best ones to go for. Let me take a look at Iowa again. Because, again, we need to utilize our fast quarterback and running back, and we need to utilize our tight ends. So do we go with Iowa? I don't know if we do, honestly. I don't know if we do. I don't think we go with LSU. I want to check out Oregon State. It'll let me get there quickly, which it won't. You know what? Eventually, we are just going to go back to the generic playbooks because this is ridiculous how long it takes to scroll through this. This is so dumb. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Oregon State runs the multiple, which is also okay. Let's see if we can make it all the way back to Wisconsin here. And we'll take it from there. Oh my god. So, is there anything anybody wants to talk about? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. We're almost there. Almost. Bubba, I'm actually not sure. Almost there. Wisconsin with the power spread. Honestly, that's not bad. You think Poch will leave? I think that's the only way Poch does leave is if he gets a good job with a European team, but otherwise he is the right choice, I think, for that U.S. men's team. Warrior, why? Why? Teams who have never won the Stanley Cup. Jesus Christ. Obviously Utah, Seattle, Columbus, Winnipeg, Minnesota, Nashville, 90s teams expansions, Ottawa, San Jose, Buffalo, Vancouver, Hartford Whalers never won. I'm not getting into it, teams that have died. I think I got them all. I think. Focus on quick passes, quarterback recoach, wide receivers. Definitely not doing air raid. Could have fooled me into thinking Toronto. That's fair. The options not bad. Honestly, maybe we do just go back to the pistol. Bubba, not off the top of my head, I don't. I'm thinking the power spread might be the right way to go here. I'm thinking. All right. And then defensively, we talked about some version of probably the 4-2 because of the defensive lineman that we have. There's just an outright 4-2. There's the 4-2 shell, but again, I don't think we have the speed to cover the field after the fact. 4-2 man, we don't have the speed. 4-2 man pressure. 4-2-5 zone. Honestly, 4-2-5 zone's probably the best we can do. Is there a trick to get early access on PC? Not that I know of, but that doesn't mean somebody else might not have the answer that you're looking for. mean, just that idea of being aggressive. Crashy, what's up? Yeah, Crawfordson. I think 4-2-5 zone and just send extra pressure. Okay. Well, we solved that crisis. I think we're going to go with the power spread playbook and 4-2-5 zone. You could argue, or zone pressure. You could argue normal zone would be fine, but I think with just the lack of X factors that we have on defense, I feel like we pretty much don't have a choice but to just be as aggressive as we can be. And then in terms of our settings here, right? Defensive aggression, we are going to say, hey, let's be aggressive and have that match. But the adaptive AI is another one, because we switched from something over to matchup-oriented. Matchup-oriented makes the most sense, honestly. It still makes the most sense. In some ways, right, of trying to adapt to what the AI are doing. But also, ground control would make a lot of sense, too. Clock and cushion would probably make sense, too. But yeah, since we're not going to be... Oh, ground control will be shutting down. You know what? I do think we're going to stick with matchup-oriented. And try... Again, just that idea of, like, we're not going to dominate at one specific thing. So try to minimize what the other opposition... You know, what the opposition is doing and what the other team is doing. I feel like is probably our best bet. Or we go with clock and cushion and just be like, hey, don't give up big plays. Try to hold teams to field goals. It's basically clock and cushion is the Matt Patricia bend, don't break. Matchup-oriented as we try to react and shut down what they're doing. Let's go matchup-oriented still. It makes sense. We did get some 4-stars last year, yes, but not the best of 4 stars, unfortunately. I wish we had, but I don't think any of the 4 stars we brought in were even star dev. I think they were all impact dev at best. All right, custom schedule. Let's see what it gave us this year. Ooh, FCS East, Hawaii, TCU. And then conference games, Wisconsin, Ohio State, Oregon, Penn State, Michigan State, Northwestern, Illinois, Nebraska, Indiana. Fuck me. So we're definitely taking TCU out of there. And I might take FCS East out of there as well for a non-generic team. But yeah, the conference games are horrific. But yeah, there's no way we're playing TCU. No shot. Honestly, yeah, give me some weak competition because we need a win. We need a win. And, somebody name a team. That's not North Dakota. Because we've already visited North Dakota. You know what? We haven't visited Sacramento State yet. Let's do that. And, we're going to take a visit to Hawaii. And then we'll see what's up here. What else do we have? We do have other, FCS teams, but I'm not as worried. Take a vacation, go for Hawaii. Yeah. Frank, that's fair. Oh, that's fair. Let's see. Alright, unfortunately, chat's not really on what... Yeah, it is true. We have visited Wyoming, but that is Western Michigan. Very similar, though. Same color scheme. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to throw these teams on a wheel that we haven't visited yet in this game. So, we have Charlotte. We have Coastal Kakalaki, Delaware, Kennesaw, Missouri State, ODU, Sam Houston, Texas State, Troy, Monroe, UMass, or Western Kentucky. Who are we going to be playing? You know me. We love a good wheel spin. Who are we playing in our first game of the season? Texas State is confirmed. There you go. We're playing the Babcats. And we'll have some road games. Yeah, I forgot to put Western Michigan on there because someone mentioned Wyoming, but it's fine. There we go. Texas State. We got the Bobcats. Save changes. Beautiful. All right. Staff and Blueprint. We only have 590 points here. We are very heavily invested into our roster NIL. So what can we do this year in terms of staff? What is affordable? Support staff discounts, 3 away games to start. Indeed, I like to see different venues instead of our home stadium all the time. Reduce NIL expectations, recruiting hour increase, off-season progression increase. I mean, fundraising, right? We invest 350 points to get 500 back. I mean, we might as well, you know? We might as well. And, let's see, what else can we do from a bronze? Reduce NIL expectations by 10%. Off-season progression increase goes up by 5. Support staff discounts, not really worth it. I mean, is reducing NIL expectations by 10% even worth it? Maybe it is, but I don't know. Or an extra 5% for off-season XP. You know what? Let's go for that one. Cool. Cool. A little bit of investment. Why not? Why not? So last thing is the recruitment board before we get into this season. And will anybody of any sort of value actually be interested in us? Most of the 5 stars, of course, are not. 4 stars, nobody's interested. 1 3-star is interested in us by default. Greg Spruce. Hell yeah, Sprucey. Let's go. So we'll definitely add him to the board, and honestly, I think, again, we'll still be looking at the discounted 3 stars, trying to find some gems, and doing what we can. So we don't need any quarterbacks, but running backs, wideouts, that's such a big need for us. So, let's see who we're dealing with here. I mean, I suppose we could just look for athletes, given they can play both sides of the ball, but it's a fair amount of running backs who aren't really looking for that much. We might as well just look at them. Non-JUCOs only, though. All right, so out of these running backs, is there anybody who happens to be a gem or at least a good athlete? 89 speed gem Lorenzo Tiffin. We'll definitely be going after him. No doubt there. What about Jeff Ingold? I mean, he is an athlete at least. He's just not the fastest. He'd be a corner or a running back for us. No. That's a no. What about Trent Lemon? 91 speed. Not a gem, but running back or wideout, doesn't matter. We're definitely going after that guy. What about John Smiley? Another 91 speed. We're definitely going after that guy. Jeff Rock. Another guy, fast as hell. Good. Sharif, Incoom. He is a bust. So Incoom will not be Incooming. And then this guy cares about playing time, so we'll get him out of there. So 2 athletes, 2 running backs. That's not a bad start. What about wideouts? What about those 3-star wideouts? God, did the Jays suck this year. Yeah, I apologize to those where I'm like, hey, it's early, don't worry. I don't think we really care about any proper fullbacks, do we? I don't think we do. We do need some skillful wideouts, though, if we can find them. And that's a lot of wideouts who do not care about NIL money. Which is very, very good news for me. Very good news indeed. Deshaun Archibald. 89 speed, not a bust. Malik Ozuma, 84 speed. Not fast enough. Keenan Mangum is the gem at 84 speed. Okay. Kofi Beaver. 6'5", but he's not making the cut. Josh Toviesi. 93 speed. Beautiful. What about Austin Kuhn? 85 speed. Is a bust. Get him out of there. Reggie Figueroa. Another bust. Get him out of there. And Greg Bartow is a gem. Okay, so we already found a couple of 3-star gems who don't want any NIL money. That's great news for us. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I hate to say that there's hope and optimism this year, but there is. There is. I will put up a prediction of do we win more than 4 games because of our increased rating. So, here are the goals for the season. End the season ranked in the top 25. Now, there's no negative to that, but there is a big positive if we do. Win 2 road games this year, which, okay, and again, good thing we scheduled those extra road games. And also win more conference games than last year, i.e., win a single conference game. There's no positive to that, but there is a negative if we don't. Okay, so 2 road wins and win at least 1 conference game. That's all we really have to do this year to avoid a negative response. That's really not that bad. Not at all. But yeah, so far, 3-9, 2-10, 3-9. Let's see if we can finally break through. Let's see. Alright, the old weekly practice plan. Full practice plan. And there you go. 3-win season incoming. Honestly, you're probably not wrong. Alright, so running backs. Lorenzo Tiffin. We're immediately going to be all in for this guy. Immediately. As a gem of a running back. We will keep the other guys on our board. Keenan Mangum, we will also be all in for him. Out of the gates. And Greg Bartow. And Gregory Bartow. Alright, let's keep seeing if we can find some other gems here. Duke Melvin. Too slow, not a gem. Get out. David Darkwa. I'm going to say too slow. What about Gerald Fox? Way too slow. Dion Liner. Decent speed. Okay. Darren Ekegwanu. 93 speed. We like that. Rashard Hayer. Too slow, not a gem. Get out. And we'll keep looking. We can afford to go for quality over quantity at this stage of the recruitment process, and that is what we are doing. Obviously, no changes there. 42% approval. Texas State. The first opponent of the season, because the wheel hath spoken. Let's see if the wheel was mean to me at all. Could be. Alright, in terms of recruiting again. Oh, you know, we should go after Spruce as well because he was interested in us by default. It should be very easy to get this guy. Although, let me see if he's even any good. (6'1", 226. Way too slow to be a wideout or a running back. He'd be a linebacker for us, and even then, he's still slow. Yeah, Spruce is out. Spruce is out. That guy is just not it. A tight end. I mean, maybe at 6'1", but I think we have better options. Lionel LeGlue. Ah, not that good, unfortunately. What about Jamie Proctor? Still no. Devin Papo. 85 speed gem at 6'3". We'll go for him. He does want a little bit more NIL than I thought. It's like the one guy that I added. Honestly, for that amount, I could get 2 other players instead. I'm gonna actually take him out for that reason, just to be a little bit more safe, because we don't have that much in terms of remaining NIL, and we're still finding some other decent players. So I think we'll be okay. He could have been the glue for this team. He could have been, but he wasn't going to be. 82 rated Purdue against 60 overall Texas State. Man, we need to win. My goodness, don't we need to win. Like, I mean, we started off last year at 2-0, you know? This needs to be a dub for us. I do not like this uniform matchup at all. Let's make a change there. Trap game, I mean, it could be, unfortunately. It really could be. I hope it isn't. Slow as fuck wideouts, move them to tight end. And then who plays wideout? Unfortunately, the slow as fuck wideouts are our best bet at tight end. That is just what we're dealing with right now. Oh, if you mean in terms of recruiting overall, we already have some decent tight ends is the problem.
It's the Purdue Boilermakers and the Texas State Bobcats. Along with David Pollack and Jesse Palmer, I'm Reese Davis. Let's go down to Holly Rowe with the latest on the weather.
Well, guys, Coach told me this atmosphere is going to be crucial today. He knows
Texas State.
game, but most importantly, the weather is clear. We were wondering how the
Every college game's a trap game unless opening week.
beautiful should be an impactful game here.
I think we'll be okay.
Great opportunities.
Famous last words.
Back to you.
I think we'll be okay. I hope we'll be okay. This is a great opportunity for this team to prove that they're not going to need me against lesser competition. That they can just get the job done, get the wins necessary, and then conference games, I'll probably have to be more hands-on. But as always, if we can win games without me having to snap the ball myself, I'm good with that. And we are indeed going to handle Texas State in convincing fashion. Good way to start.
No touching!
37-10 over the Bobcats. Gregory Ty off to a very good start this season. We beat Texas State. One road win down, one to go. There you are. There it is. There it is. Is it bad if 53% of my NIL budget's going to my roster in year 3? Not necessarily. Depends on what the status is of the other elements of your team, but man, same amount of first downs in that game, huh? 37-10. Mana Young, 20 of 29, 223 yards and a touchdown. Not bad. Rushing wise, Villarreal got quite a few carries. He was okay, but Ty was insane when he got the ball. Young also had a rushing touchdown. And then receiving wise, Yusuf, 6 receptions and a touchdown. Way to go, Major Yusuf. And blocking wise, sack allowed JP Isaacs. He's the only one. Defensively, got to the quarterback a couple times. Good job by the D-line, and a pick for Dexter McCann. Our kicker was 3 of 6. Hello? He attempted 3 field goals from 50 yards and missed all 3. All right. All right, can I tell my AI coach to not go for field goals from 50 plus? Sheesh. Don't let that guy kick from beyond 49 yards. Holy. But still, good way to start with that win over Texas State. We'll take that. This is why Rice picked up those backups. See? And we think the game's broken. They're actually just smart. Missed out on a couple of dudes we hadn't scouted yet. So we need one more road win and one conference win. And then we're pretty much good to go and we won't get fired. As we'll be taking the trip out to take on Bordeaux at Hawaii. Let's see. Weekly practice. Again, we need a template. I just always want it to be on full practice unless I say otherwise. No at-risk players, so run it. What do we have for recruiting this week? All right, so Tiffin, we've already pushed him into a top 5 role, but we don't know what to sell him on. Mangum. We don't know what to sell him on either. Toviesi's locked us out. Bartow, we're battling with Boston College. And now we can talk to Lamb and Ragas, who previously locked us out due to playing time. So George Lamb, he's okay. 5'6", though. And then what about Ragas? 82 speed at 5'8", get out. Britain locked us out. We'll finish looking at Sean Biggums, who's okay. And then David Wren. Okay. So at running back, you know, if we talk about the prospect list right now, I mean, technically, you don't have any needs at those positions. But we do. I promise you that we do. I mean, running back's a little bit more set up right now than wideout. But at running back, if Gregory Ty leaves, the only guy is Villarreal. So I think we need at least 2 running backs. And wideouts, 2 to 3 as well. I'm going to say 2 to 3 at wideout. So at least 2 in each spot to start off. And then we might still be able to go out and get a 4-star in one of those positions. But financially, it's looking unlikely. So there's Trent Lemon. 91 speed, but 49 awareness. 60 carrying. There's John Smiley as an athlete who would either probably be a corner or a safety on defense. And then there's Jeff Rock, who would also probably be a corner on defense. All 3 of them have 91 speed. Best awareness of the bunch is John Smiley. 47 awareness, 53 carrying. Rock is gonna go. Not a fan, even though he has safety valve. Not a fan. So Lemon can kind of hang around, but I'm thinking John Smiley is that other running back that we're gonna want. So let's get points on him. And then, good thing awareness is cheap, yeah. And then wideouts, we already have Mangum and Bartow. So Archibald, 89 speed. I think we can just do 90 speed is the bare minimum. So yeah, like 87 speed, 89 for liner. Let's get these guys out of there. We need those freak athletes. So honestly, Duran or Darren. He's the other guy that we want to target right now. He's fast as hell. We can teach him how to catch. But damn it, he's fast. He's also 6'2", 207. That's not bad. So we'll give him that NIL offer. And we'll get him on 40 points. I don't know why these running backs have low carrying. 3 stars. All right, so that is the running back and wideout situation handled for now. And that's pretty much just wait it out until we get those guys and then move on to the next. Which means we get to focus on our games. Hawaii's next. 64 rated. For the old Rainbow Warriors, who I wish had more interesting and unique uniforms. But they don't. So to the away option we go. And yeah, we can rock the gold helmet. Why not? No vacation. We'll see if the team treats it like a vacation or not. I hope they don't. I'd love to get that road win out of the way before we even get to the conference games. I'd love to. I'd love to. Better not catch anyone on the beach. Well,
It's the Purdue Boilermakers.
I mean, after the game, you know, we can stay an extra day, soak up the sun a little bit.
Along with David
It'll be a good time.
Pollock and Jesse Palmer, I'm Reese Davis. Let's go down to Holly Road with the
Kickoff would actually be about this time in Hawaii. It's fair.
Head coach told me before the game, one thing he's got his eyes on, the weather. We weren't sure what to
All right.
expect today, but this weather has turned out to be beautiful. He said that will have a great impact.
Wait a minute. You mean the weather's beautiful in Hawaii?
Back to you.
Hello?
Holly.
91 degrees in Hawaii in frickin' August. I can't believe it. Or September. All right. If the boys can get the win without me having to do anything, it's a good thing. And I mean, so far, we're looking okay. Obviously, it's against lesser competition. No snow. Yeah, I can't believe it's not snowing here. It's crazy. That's crazy. This is what we needed. This is what we needed. We got to beat down on some lessers before we get beaten down by the Big Ten. 44-13, a 5-touchdown game for quarterback Manu Young. And we are 2-0 for the second season in a row. It was after this, though, that we fell apart last year. Let's hope it's not the same. 44-13. Filio, what did I miss? Only 250 yards of offense for Hawaii in this game. Their quarterback had a touchdown, but for us, 23 for 36, 273 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks from Manu. I am Filio. I don't know if he's getting fired, but, you know. Running back wise, Villarreal, solid game. Ty, solid game. Young, not as bad either. Pretty good. Receiving wise, touchdowns for Gregory Ty. Oh, Filio for him. Okay, yeah, no, you're right then. Yeah. Gregory Ty, 2 receiving touchdowns. Noah Durbin and DeAndre Applewhite. Not bad. How we do blocking-wise. Couple sacks allowed, both by right guards, but they don't both play right guard. 10 tackles for Whiteheart. 2 sacks for Tyler Lincoln. And no picks that game. Our kicker went 3 of 3. Did he not take a kick from 50? He did not attempt a field goal from 50. That is the key for Mr. Suarez. Keep him within range, and we'll be okay. Filio, not for this one. We will do that for a future run, though. Only because I wasn't sure how long, like, we're going to be at one particular team. So. All right, 2-0. Can we get that elusive third win? Let's see. Nothing really went up. Contender status went up to a C-. And we have 100% job security, baby. I'm here for life until a better program offers me a head coaching role. Woo, we got job security, baby. We got job security, and now we play Sac State for the first time. For the first time. All right. Unfortunately, left guard / left tackle Julian Holcomb has completely torn his ACL. That's going to be the entire year. That is going to be the entire year. 45 months. Weeks. Might as well be months. He's a senior. He's already been redshirt, too. He's gone. God damn. I don't know why I thought months. I feel dumb. I misspoke. I misspoke. Yeah, he's done. His college career is over. Fuck. It might as well be months, honestly. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we still have enough linemen. Get that man a legal exemption. Yeah. We still have, I mean, maybe a medical red shirt will happen. I'm not holding my breath. But So left tackle, is it now? It's now going to be Gideon. Well, actually, in fairness, it'll be Isaacs. So, we'll put Gideon at left guard. Move up McMorris. And then new left tackle will have to be Isaacs. It'll have to be Isaacs. Is Gammon the starter at right tackle? No, he's the backup. Okay. Well, the O-line took a little bit of a hit, but the good thing is we have some depth there compared to what we've had before. But obviously that still really, really, really sucks. Alright, Tiffin. We still don't know exactly. I could probably take an educated guess, but we're fine. So then Smiley, Mangum, Bartow, and Dannon. Okay, we have room to look for at least one other guy here. So if we go for the prospect list, it's saying that we need some offensive linemen. I don't know if I believe that. Let me double check our team. I mean, honestly, defensive game changers is probably the biggest thing that we need right now. Yeah, we don't have a senior tight end, so in theory, we're okay there. We have one senior on the O-line. Yeah, we're fine. We need some defensive... Honestly, we just need the best players we can possibly get. Regardless of where they play, we need game changers. If we can get them. And I think we'll prioritize the defense and then come back to the O-line, because the O-line numbers are better than what they appear to be. So still, because the NIL is a little bit low this year, we will focus on these guys here. Unfortunately, Tyrese Dicker has an offer from Maryland, so we'll avoid him. Defensive tackle, as long as these guys are not JUCOs and do not have any pre-existing offers, I have no problem adding them to the board and at least seeing if they're gems. Otherwise, we'll have to start looking at 4 stars, and I don't really think we're going to be able to afford that, right? So this is what we're dealing with. And then if we have a shortage of players, we can just look for like 2 stars that'll guarantee to sign with us, you know? And how many corners do we have here? A lot of these corners are already being targeted. Free safeties. Looks like we just have the 1. And then strong safety. Those 2. Okay. Well, we got the remaining players we're going to scout out. So what about Alex Berryman? Mr. Berryman. I mean, does have 80 speed at least. I mean, at 216, I'm more likely to play that guy as a linebacker than an edge rusher. We'll consider it. What about Kevin Coffey?
I'm just trying to walk through this fucking
Not a
grass.
gem either. The Syrup Sheriff. Unbelievable name. Thank you so much for the follow. That's delightful. Kevin Coffey at defensive tackle. He's a DT. That's fine. What about Roy Culliver? We don't have enough points. Okay. We'll keep looking. At least if we miss on a corner, you'll have plenty of running backs to take their place. It's true. Cody, fair enough. I mean, obviously the original was a lot longer than that, but still. This will be my first look at the Sac State Hornets in this game. And, you know what? Let's just go back to our all-white road unis. Let's do it. So recruiting system is jacked up, as people are saying. Yes. Maybe not as some people are saying, but it's not in an amazing spot right now. That said, I've been able to play through 4 seasons so far without seeing anything that, like, ruins the experience for me. A lot of people's complaints are down to, like, oh, lower level schools, they're only recruiting, like, 5 to 10 people. That was happening in the prior games as well. I think it's just more notable because of NIL. Oh, these 4 stars aren't signing. That used to happen before, too. So, would I say the recruiting is in a worse state than it was in the previous year's game? Yeah, but at the same time, it's not like the recruiting was in a great state for the first 2 games since the CFB games have come back. So, they don't get walk-ons, though. Moki, you didn't get walk-ons in the prior year games either. Walk-ons haven't been a thing in this game since they brought it back. It used to be back in the 360 days, but so can you play through this and still have fun? Yes. Are the bad teams getting worse as you go through? Yes. Are there some lower to mid-level teams that are getting worse? Yes, but it's not all of them. And a lot of the top teams are still staying really good. So, hardly a perfect system, not necessarily immersion breaking. Can you play Dynasty and have fun right now? Yes. But does it need to be a lot better, and should it be a lot better? Yes. So, it's kind of up to you as an individual whether or not those certain elements are just game-breaking for you. So far, it hasn't been for me, but that's also because after last year's game, I went into this game with the expectations for me for this game, it was on the floor. Like, the bar was literally on the floor because I thought 26 was a big step back in quite a few ways, unfortunately. We're going to pull away from Sac State here. We're going to be 3-0, baby. Let's go. I haven't had to do a thing.
No touching! No touching! That's 2 in a row.
41-9 over Sac State. We are 3-0, all out of conference. But still, we're 3-0. And we need just one more win for our new high at Purdue. This is what we needed, right? If we're like lower middle of the pack, beat down on some bottom feeders before we have to play those conference games, right? Not bad. 550 yards of offense, 21 points in the fourth. And for Manu Young, 19 of 31, 413 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks, which is beautiful. You could get walk-ons in 26 if you turn on auto-recruit for the week of encouraged transfers and then turned it off. Is that really even necessarily a walk-on, or is that just the AI auto-recruiting people, though, you know? Villarreal, tie, decent games on the ground, 2 rushing touchdowns for Manu Young. We have definitely freed him up to utilize his legs more, which is really nice. 2 touchdowns for Applewhite, 1 for Gregory Ty. Not bad. You can't recruit that week. Right, you can't as a user, but technically the AI through the automated system can't. So, Mikey, I get what you're saying. Like, technically, it's semantics. It is what it is. I'll just say you're right. There we go. We move on. Defensively, 3.5 sacks that game for Kawhi Torrance. And another for Tyler Lincoln. Oh, he's hurt. Oh, he's hurt. No. No. And our kicker went 2 of 4. Were they from 50? Stop letting him kick from 50. He can't make them. Stop it. He's missed 5 field goals this year. All 5 of them have been from 50 or longer. God damn it. Stop letting him kick from 50. Oh, my God. The only way I can think is to tell us to be more aggressive offensively. But if I do that, we might start going for it in other scenarios. I don't want us to go for it. The important thing is we are 3-0. But now here come the conference games. And that's going to be scary. All right. Recruiting-wise, we're looking okay so far. 100% job security. The only way that's taking a hit is if we lose games, but specifically if we fail to win at least one conference game. But Purdue is very happy with us right now. And so far this year, I'm happy with Purdue. Partial MCL tear for Tyler Lincoln. Oh, my God. That is a second pretty key player for us. Injured. I don't know how long he's going to be out for. But that sucks. How long is he out for? 8 weeks. Shit. Okay, well, we do have some depth on the edge, but that definitely sucks. So now it's going to be Torrance and Fink with Lane and Baker as the backups. Fair enough. Well, let's hope Jimmy Fink can put in a shift here. Otherwise, James Lane might take that spot. Can we see the stats at this point? You sure can. So, yeah, so far for Manu, 62 of 96, 900 yards, 8 touchdowns, no picks. That's exactly what we want to see a quarterback of this caliber do against lesser competition. He's also added 4 touchdowns on the ground. And obviously Gregory Ty with another 2. And then receiving-wise, Applewhite really leading the way. Again, he's not the fastest, but you don't necessarily have to be fast if you can be crafty. And since we don't have fast wideouts, they are set up to be good route runners and with decent hands. So, we're finding our way. All right, Tiffin's in his top 3. We can now set him up for the hard sell. And we will schedule him for a visit. The sooner we get this guy, the better. Ah, shit. Oregon, bye week, Penn State, Northwestern, and Nebraska. Let's just try to fill out that bye week first, to be honest. We might get him even before then. John Smiley. Just keep him on 50. Keenan Mangum, we know your trifecta. So let's set him up on the hard sell. Again, in case somebody is seeing this from the dev team, watching the stream right now. Whenever we know somebody's 3, priorities, let that indicator blink. Turn it to gold. Do something. I still can't remember these goddamn combinations. Help me. Save me time. I beg of you. We'll get Mangum on conference prestige here. And then Greg Bartow, who we're still battling Boston College for. And we probably will be the whole way. It's always the last one you check, I swear. I swear. Get him for a visit on that bye week as well for playing time. Alright, that'll get you on to 50. And then keep scouting out some other people. See what we got in terms of quality. Alright, so Roy Culliver at defensive tackle. He's fine. Workhorse and Hammer, he's fine. And the fact that he has Hammer, winning time, and adrenaline, honestly, we might just want to outright go for that guy. That's a fair amount of mentals compared to the, I'm gonna go with my gut on that one. Let's go for Roy Culliver. At least give him that scholarship, and then we'll spend a couple of points on Akeem Ogbonna, and we'll leave it at that. So that's the bye week taken care of. Now is the time where the challenge of this season really begins. For better or worse. as we get our first verbal commit from 3-star gem running back Lorenzo Tiffin. Welcome in. Free safety Luis Trejo has taken us off his board. It's to be expected. We couldn't get to him in time. Wisconsin. Wisconsin. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Okay. First real challenge. 80. You know, in fairness, they are only 82 rated. And we're showing up as an 80 right now. So, you know, maybe. Maybe we'll be okay. Or maybe they will just smack us around. We'll keep those 10 points on Tiffin for now. Smiley, we still don't really know what your trifecta will be. We can get you on a visit, though. Yeah, we might as well just schedule that. That's fine. It's not going to be a great visit regardless, but... Is that really a -2 for... Okay, no visit for you. Mangum. You're good to go. Bartow. You're good to go. And Darren's fine where he is. So Mr. Culliver, we're going to get you on to 50 points. Prioritize you. What about Akeem Ogbonna? Is a bust, unfortunately. Some of the attributes are decent, but you know he's going to be a normal dev, so let's just move on. I wonder if they figured putting check marks at the bottom was good enough. I presume so. Unfortunately, again, I think there was a better way to go about it, you know? I think there was a better way to go about it. But, it is what it is. Abdul Leon, linebacker. We need some speed or just a difference maker in general at this position. He is not necessarily either. I mean, he does have instinct and roller coaster, but yeah, I think we'll be okay. And then we got 10 more hours. What about... Yeah, I'd prefer a big neon sign that says, "Hey, moron," right here. Right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Spell it out for me. Oh, Wisconsin. By the numbers. Obviously, our numbers are heavily, heavily inflated right now. They're only allowing 17 points per game. Or they're only allowing 17 points per game. I mean, their defense has been very good. We don't know who they've played yet. But again, you look at our schedule, right? Like 3 games that we should definitely win. Oh my God. So after Wisconsin, road against Ohio State, home against Oregon, the #1 team in the country. Hosting Penn State, road game Michigan State, hosting Northwestern, road game Illinois, hosting Nebraska, road game Indiana. Oh. So realistically, if we're winning one of these games, we're looking at like Michigan State and Northwestern. Maybe Indiana since Kurt Signetti left for Mississippi. But let's do it. Wisconsin it is. Wisconsin. Can I say I just hate that jersey setup? I really am. I am a bit of a whore for a bit of a color rush style. Dude, Illinois beat us by like 35 points last season. I don't think we're beating Illinois. That's why I didn't mention them. They dog-walked us last year. Absolutely dog-walked us last year, so I don't view them as one of the beatable teams. I wish I could, but not anymore. Not anymore.
The opener in conference play for both of these teams. It's the Purdue Boilermakers and the Wisconsin Badgers. Reese Davis, David Pollock, Jesse Palmer here in the booth. Holly Rowe is down on the sidelines.
All right.
Right now.
When you get to Madison, Wisconsin, you know you're someplace special when you walk into Camp Randall Stadium. This is one of the largest and oldest stadiums in the country, opening in 1917. The students make it special every time there's a cool moment in the Big Ten. Back to you.
All right.
Appreciate that, Holly.
Some rain expected on the day. Let's see what happens. I have not had to play a single snap this season, but we are now facing much tougher competition. Close game so far. We're going to carry a 20-17 lead into half. So the rain has arrived. And we are tied at 27 apiece. We have taken a 30-27 lead. 49-yard field goal for Ben Suarez. See, as long as he doesn't kick from beyond 50, we're good. It's once the number starts with a 5. Wisconsin have tied it. Okay, so we do have a bit of a scenario here. If I don't jump in, we fail to score, they score, I'm going to have no time left. But the team has also done really well. I think we got to jump in, though. I think we do. 6:43 to go. No touching? No, John says no touching. Do we risk it? What do we do? Do we jump in or do we trust? Oh, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? I feel like we should jump in because they've had their chance, but also they've kept it close. No jump. Trust is for winners. Okay, let's see what happens. Offensively, we fumble. Wisconsin recovers. Wisconsin scores. 3:23 to go. We're down by 7. Okay.
The Purdue offense
Well,
back out to the field.
let's go to work.
And now this offense needs a late fourth quarter drive to answer that. And he's
What?
on the ball.
What?
Now it's worse. The ball's loose.
EA!
The ball and try to-
EA! What did you just do to me? What? Dude, I don't even know if I can restart because it's online. If I back out, it might just be a quit. He sent it to the fucking moon. And that's a legit center. Oh. Oh my God, no. I mean, thankfully we recovered. We really had nowhere to go. I tried to get to the sideline. Oh my God. We didn't even get to the sideline. 2nd and 32.
Lost the fire on second down. Quickly
Nice
complete.
grab, but now it's 3rd and 25.
Good game. Listen to this place. Oh man, do they love their Badgers. Third down coming. Looking to throw, and he needs a bunch.
We're going down.
And he was
Nobody was open.
he released it, and it falls to the turf.
We have no choice but to punt here and hope the defense can get the ball back.
Obviously trailing, we're in the second half, but we saw them try to go for it on fourth
We
down.
can't go for it on 4th and 25.
We've got to dial up a better play here.
Punt is in the air on fourth down. Let's see what he can do with it. Everybody stays.
I can't believe that just happened.
enough, and they stop him at the 31.
I can't believe that just happened.
Badgers start this drive as the offense looks ready to roll.
And obviously now we just got to get aggressive as hell to try to win this ball back.
The defense will have to
And the
keep
question will be,
try to get this ball back.
I know from some, is do we accept that?
Keeping it on the ground inside. It's ball.
That'll be our first time out.
Not a lot of daylight. He gets one to the 32.
It's not over yet, but that certainly didn't help.
So they'll have a couple remaining in addition to the 2-minute stoppage to try to maximize time and get the football back. Trying to impose their will with the run. Just working and poking and prodding and finding his way up to the 36. so they'll use a timeout here. One more remaining, and of course, the 2-minute stoppage coming up as well. They're staring down the defense and this crowd on this huge 3rd and 4. Keeps it himself.
Yes! Okay, we're not done. As fucked as that was, we're not done.
That's their final one. The clock stops just once more at the 2-minute mark.
We're not done.
That's gotta hurt if you're
Connor,
the
how is
offense.
this so
You're thinking
consistent?
with this quarterback and his size and his athleticism,
I wanna
that's
win
gonna
this
be
so
an
badly now.
easy first down pickup on the option play, but
That's
how
got to be a
about
touchback.
physicality up front by this defense, stuffing
2:05 to
him
go. The only timeout we have is the 2-minute warning.
Out to get this drive started. The offense has a chance. Now 1 possession in the 4th. Wasting no time throwing on this drive.
It should have gone to RB.
Just
But that was my hope, honestly, is the ball would get knocked out. That just wasn't a good play.
they're dealing with a 2nd and long. Looking to fire. There's the pressure. He'll pull it down and run. He goes out of bounds after a solid gain on the play. Clock stops. We have reached the 2-minute timeout, and the offense is looking
Come on.
for a play to close this deal out. He's looking to throw on 3rd and short. Fires to the tight end. He steps
Okay,
out
we're not
right
done.
at the 40-yard
We're not done.
line.
As
Now
weird as that play was, whatever the hell you want to call it, we're not done yet.
Boilermakers will have it 1st and 10. Wants to go right back downfield. Now adjusting.
Just got rid of that.
Couldn't
I wanted to hang around in the pocket because that guy was open down the left field side, but
couldn't make the connection last
they just
time.
got the
Let's see if they
pressure
throw
in.
it again. 2nd down, they'll go to the air.
We're going down again.
And they got it.
As per usual, the O-line is just collapsing at a crucial time.
On 3rd and long, he'll need to loosen up that arm.
Let's go.
Taking the middle.
Let's go.
They got him free for a big
Not done.
to the 43.
Not done.
It's on 3rd downs like this. If you want to attack the middle of the field, you got to look for the tight end. Really nice route. Great job looking that.
Not
football.
done.
You can tell this quarterback really has a lot of confidence when he's in the pocket looking for the big fella, and they're able to hook up there.
Most important part of a clutch drive. Piece together some 1st downs. Get in position. And here they are on 1st and 10.
Had to get rid of it fast.
Takes the catch and knocked down. Clock's running and they'll try to get to the line. Warp speed for 2nd down.
And that is perfect job by this defense. Like you can give up.
I tried to lead him with the throw, and I threw it too early.
The clock is your
That would have been a really unfortunate pick, just the way that guy reached for it.
those 1st downs and just make that clock run.
Throws for the tight end. Another.
I thought he was turning around sooner than what he was.
Well, I know it hasn't been a tremendous day statistically for this quarterback, but his decision-making has been good enough to win this game. Hasn't thrown a lot of TDs so far, but when things aren't open, he throws.
Big man has it. It's a 1st down and more. He's got enough, and they roll the dice on 4th down, and they keep the drive alive.
This coordinator or this quarterback must be the reason why we're not getting rattled right now.
Throw on 1st down. Hauls it in. And he'll be smacked to the ground. These fans raising the volume on 2nd and goal. Back to throw, and he's running out of time. Big fella moving. He's down at the 1, and they almost had the touchdown pass on that one.
I hit the wrong button, but we're going to have to go for it.
Wants to fire it in the end zone on 3rd and goal.
And the rack catch threw him backwards. I don't know why the game does that, but the rack catch threw him backwards. We got one more chance. Y needs to hurry up.
Last chance coming up. Looking to the end zone.
Yes!
Last chance. And
Come on!
he's got it for the touchdown. And they
Fuck yes, let's go!
kick, or do they dare try to win it here?
Holy shit!
This kind of hostile environment, being able to execute like that, score the touchdown with no time left on
Oh my god. One-handed grab.
is already stunned.
We barely got that snap off. It wants me to go for 2, and you know we gotta look. We gotta look. I don't know if we'll snap it, but we definitely gotta take a peek. Oh, oh man. That's too risky. They have the middle. I think I broke my headphones. That's too risky. We got to just take the penalty and kick the point after. I mean, unless we can audible out to something else, but even then. Yeah, it's too risky. Man coverage, and they have the middle just completely compact and shut down. That's a no-go. Overtime it is, unless this gets blocked. Crazier things have happened.
What a brain cramp. He just lost track of the play clock and gets hit with delay of game on a 2-point conversion attempt.
Overtime it is. Holy hell. To even be able to overcome that snap to force overtime is insane. Genuinely insane. Not to mention 6 minutes left. We fumbled. We fumbled when chat said trust. Woo, Nighthawk, we're doing well. I'll be doing even better if I win this game. Big boy, I was about to punch that the Y target in the face, and I think he's the guy that caught the touchdown too. Oh my God. All right. Can we still win this? We are on offense first. It's a brand new drive. I don't like that.
Might be changing the route.
Let's move Marvin over.
The give from the gun.
Unfortunately, the right guard screwed me there. Be easy, how are ya? Damn, unfortunately, the right guard really screwed me there. Like, he just... We didn't have a gap to the left, but if he got that guy from the right, we would have been all right. How was trust not the right option? I didn't say it wasn't.
Wrapping him up, getting him on the ground, take away that run game, make him one-dimensional, put him in passing situations. Really good job by the defense.
Marvin shorten up that route.
Trying play action.
Let's go, big man.
Right on the money with that throw. The defense
Let's go.
was there, but they are in the red zone with a first down at the 12. This crowd knows when to bring it. Going to the ground.
Good run for Villarreal.
All the way down to the 5-yard line. Operating in the red zone here on second down. Now on the option. Touchdown, Boilermakers! And they grab the lead here in overtime.
I don't know how I'm playing so well when I have not played a second of this prior to jumping into this game. Oh my God. Well, tonight at least. Obviously, we played. We were good either way there, too. You know what it's got to be. We got to at least look. We have to at least take a look. And see how they line up. Kind of no, it's just you joined at a really rough time. The run might work because of how far back the linebackers are, but I'm not risking that. I'm not risking that. We are going to take the point after.
The all-important extra point would push this lead to 7. And the extra point is true, and they're on top by 7.
Again, it's always worth just taking a peek, even if you end up having to take the penalty for the point after. It's always worth taking a peek just to see if they're not lined up well against what you're trying to do.
They know what's in front of them. They have to answer that score with a touchdown. Davis will throw. Got out of trouble, got rid of it. Makes the catch. He hauled that one in.
They gave him the first.
15-yard line.
That's on me, too. I had just started to say, okay, let's maybe try to get that quarterback and stop him from running. Wide open. Good set of hits to deny the first down. But it's 2nd and inches. And they have dudes just getting open easily. First and goal.
Awesome job. Run the football, right? It's really basic. Go to those plays you know can get you first downs, get you some extra set of downs, then you can go make big plays.
First and goal, down a touchdown. They have to get it in the end zone. They'll run play action.
He got it. Wow. I bit for half a second to defend the run, and that gave him the space over the middle they needed.
Obviously very hard to complete passes this area of the field. Nice execution. Now you're down by
Fortunately,
one.
nobody could make a play.
Are we going to go for it and try to end the game right here and put this game in our offense?
Insane catch.
What do you think? And that's why I love having the ball second, because I get the opportunity to do this. I knew they scored a touchdown. We scored a touchdown. Now,
We march on.
do I go for the win, or do I want to continue this game on? It's so nice to have the ball second.
And the extra point
Woo.
was good.
Got a classic in Wisco here. Holy shit. Apparition, what's up, by the way, man? Good to see you as always. All right, defensively, let's change these aggressive stances back, but still risk some defensive stamina
First down here in
on the
second
D-line.
overtime. Davis looking to pass. Rushes on him. Got his man to the left. He found his man and zipped it in there, and they've got a first down in the red zone at the 11. The Badgers have
Can't make a
pushed it
stop.
inside the 20. To the air on first down. Pressure coming. He wants it all. Touchdown, Wisconsin. They get a score to take the lead here in the second overtime. Well, that was
I was the closest guy to the quarterback. I froze up for a second in case he ran. Running back just adjusted and ran right into space, and damn. And they are indeed going for 2.
second overtime, and they'll have to go for 2. He's looking to throw.
Let's go.
Do not get the 2, and
Okay,
now
it's a
the
big
lead
stop at
is
least.
6 in double OT.
We needed that. We needed that badly. Okay. I still want to set up run first, even though it wants me to pass early. I still want to be able to have a run threat that I can opt out of.
Now on first down, they need to answer with a
6v6 on the line, more people back in coverage. Let's go for it.
Trying to make that rush think on the draw play here.
And a good run for Villarreal.
Gets it into the red zone, and they've knocked him down at the 17. The noise level is relentless here on second down. They give it to him again.
Man, that guy had me covered no matter if it was running back or quarterback. He was just so damn fast.
The offensive coordinator's best friend in the red zone is the running game.
They're going to stack the line here, but again, we trust these tight ends.
This defense is good, but I'm going to
Looking for Lutz underneath.
try to be the more physical team. I love the play call. I think you keep running the football.
Bang! Fucking A, let's go! Who says we can't win off the line?
Touchdown of their own.
I think the quarterback showed his head coach a lot on that last touchdown pass. The
Let's
poise,
go.
confidence, and because of that,
DeAndre Applewhite. Who needs 90-plus speed wideouts?
let him go win it for him.
That's a man right there.
Like these rules, I gotta
Woo.
go for 2. This is a clutch moment.
Problem is we have to go for 2, of course.
Again, you worked on these 2
Wait, do I?
plays all year long.
Hello? Why does it want me to go for 2? It's...
Week long. That's what you do. You know the rules. Now you got to go execute.
Lining up for the point after and the lead. And the extra point puts them on top by 1.
Bullshit, I have to. I just won.
Sum up this game succinctly.
The Boilermakers win in Wisconsin.
Remember,
Fun for them, fun for us.
Let's go, baby.
And you know every play matters so much. These are the games that we love to
Best game.
Matters, David. Now you
GG's.
practice overtime scenarios and situations throughout the week. It's important to drill these types of scenarios.
Let's fucking go. It's not my fault if the video game doesn't know the rules. That's a fucking win in Wisconsin. We're 4-0, baby. Let's go.
I'm Reese Davis. This has been a presentation of EA.
Gonna try to screw me on a crazy snap? Not today. We still won that game. 51-50. Wisconsin's barely breathing. Woo. Let's go. Oh my God. What's the move for next season's roster NIL? How do you do it best? It depends on your goals and what you want to try to balance. Like if one of your goals is facility improvements, it depends on a variety of factors. How big your school is, how much money you have to work with, but we are 4-0. What a ridiculous game. That was insane. We tied it with 1 second left. BBG, what's up, dude? I knew someone would jump on it. I'm glad it was you. We can't look back at the fumble off the snap. But unfortunately, they ended up scoring off of it. We drive down the field over the last 3.5 minutes. Multiple third or fourth down conversions, 2 fourth down conversions, and then one more with 1 second left. We jet and a running clock. We get the snap off. And it's the tight end, Melvin Marvin. 6'5", matched up against a smaller corner. One-handed grab. Put that on a poster and frame it. Melvin Marvin sends us to OT. Insanity. We get the touchdown. They get back-to-back touchdowns, but fail a 2-point conversion. And then an 8-yard rush, and then right here, 3rd and 1. We opt out from a run, switch to a tight end option, the drag underneath, but we had the press. Look at the height difference. And Applewhite, look at that! Just fucking sidestepped his ass. And I saw it immediately. That was my first read. The other read was the tight end underneath. And right off the snap, right past him, you can see how fast I throw that ball to the inside end zone, touchdown. And then we were allowed to kick the point after to win it. The funny thing is, tight end underneath was going to work too. Look at this guy underneath. He was wide open. I think we had a touchdown either way. The perfect audible, and we escape Wisconsin with one of the most ridiculous wins I think I've ever had in any game. That was absurd. Absolutely absurd. Whew. Oh my God, even fictional Badger fandom is misery. We have won 4 games at Purdue for the first time. Holy, what a game. What a game. 100% job security. We have already won more conference games than last year because we went 0 for 9. My goodness. Manu Young, the conference offensive player of the week. I didn't even look at the stats at the end of the game. I apologize. We could still look if people want to see it, but... Whew, and our reward is heading to Columbus. Well, that O is pretty nice. but it's gonna disappear after this one. It is gonna disappear after that. Honeymoon's over. Yeah, honeymoon's over. But we ride the highs while we can. Now it's time for a cold, hard dose of reality. I mean, in fairness, we would have beaten Ohio State last year had we not gotten RNG'd on a throw. So, you never know. But my expectation, that was at home. On the road, my expectation is they handle us pretty easily. Unfortunately. John Smiley is still good where he's at. Mr. Mangum, good where he's at. Bartow is good. And Ike Guanu. We still don't know his full sell. Let's get him on a visit on the bye week on Pro Potential. We're also down an offensive lineman and arguably our best edge rusher. Roy Culliver, that defensive tackle that I wanted to take a bit of a risk on. We're good there too. So let's see. Robert Okoye. Linebacker. How good are you? 88 speed linebacker? Hello. Honestly, his size, I'd put him at safety. That's an interesting player. What about Seth Sampson? And we don't have enough points to finish looking at him this week. That's okay. That is okay. So through our first 4 games of this season, Manu Young, 87 for 134, over 1,100 yards, 11 touchdowns, 1 interception. Hell yeah. And then the duo of Ty and Villarreal, really the trio with Manu Young. Manu Young has 7 rushing touchdowns in 4 games already. Guy's crushing it. And then DeAndre Applewhite. We got 4 touchdowns already. Let's fucking go, DeAndre. 2-star normal dev with 80 speed and 84 acceleration, but it's the elusiveness and the pretty solid route running. He doesn't even have the best catching at an 82, but he's good enough. He's good enough. Young had 10 points to spend. I'll take a look to see if he's the only one that has a fair amount. Young's a Heisman candidate. Well, not according to the game, at least at the moment, but maybe he'll get there. Maybe he will. Yeah, let's double check. I went to the wrong one. Let's double check if we have any significant amount of upgrade points on anybody. There will be some people that have a significant amount of points, but it's just nothing they can upgrade. But yeah, Young is already on 10 more. Can we do anything else for Manu? Not there, ratings-wise. We can put a little bit more on IQ to get his play action to be better. Let's do it. 86 overall now for Manu Young. I'll take that. Even a 1-point overall improvement, I'll take that. Anybody else in terms of, like, starters in double digits? Yeah, like, Nico Hasty's on 18, but there was nothing else he could upgrade. All right, I think we're good from there. Well, from the highest of highs, surviving an unbelievable game against Wisconsin, we head to Columbus to take on the 95 overall Buckeyes. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay. Honestly, the uniform set's fine for this one. Let's do it. Let's do it. But hey, we're 4-0. We are 4-0. Whew.
The old horseshoe, Ohio Stadium
All right.
in Columbus, Ohio. Sometimes it just seems the
Can we wave the white flag before the game?
Saturday night college football on EA Sports.
You know, even if we do get smacked, it might be good for this younger team to
State Buckeyes.
be taught a lesson.
Alongside David Pollock and Jesse Palmer, I am Reese Davis. Holly Rose down on the sidelines. We say hello to Holly.
I caught up with Purdue's head coach before the game. He is concerned going to an
Sir, you got a trombone going through you.
best crowds in all of college football. They make it loud and frenetic. He has talked to his quarterback and his center about having a high
Boilermakers incoming. One can only hope. One can only hope. But hey, we did manage to beat Wisconsin on the road. So, you know what? As long as we don't get embarrassed here, I think I'm okay. But let's see what happens as we do. They missed a 55-yard field goal. They make it 7, now 14-0. Yeah, our offense is getting a nice dose of reality here. 20. Oh, boy. Yep. Yep, there are levels to this game, as the Boilermakers have discovered. And we are not at Ohio State's level.
Well, some might think this head coach has a tough locker room speech after this one. I would suggest that he starts with, "That's just bad."
Bad. Or as Reese
Damn.
would say, ungood. Just very ungood performance. Flush this one down the toilet. Move on.
We're not in
It's not your
Wisconsin
best game.
anymore.
You lost in ugly fashion, to be honest, but better days ahead.
And I think a lot of this has to come
Whew.
off the shoulders
And
of
win
the
number
players.
5 will have to wait.
They just didn't do enough, so they've got to turn the page. They've got to go back to work, have a great week of
Kept
practice.
him scoreless in the fourth.
That's gonna do
A
it for us.
44-0 ass whooping
This has been
handed down to us by the Buckeyes. Whew. We had just 8 first downs and 189 yards of offense. Good Lord. Christ, they had 2 quarterbacks get involved on the day. They put their backups in eventually. Unfortunately for Young, 50% completion, 145 yards, 1 pick. Rushing-wise, the lowest averages of the season. Oh, my God. Oh, man. And then just 4 receptions leading the way. That was Melvin Marvin. How many sacks allowed? Only 1. It was by a running back, so the O-line actually held up decently well. But that was where we probably were struggling to just find open space. And Ben Suarez did miss a field goal from 50+. Oh my God, stop. Stop letting him kick. He's missed like all 9 attempts from 50 this year. Jesus. Jesus. The only thing I can think to do is to just make us more aggressive. But again, then we might start going for it in certain 3rd down, 4th down scenarios. Mainly 4th down, where we shouldn't. So. Alright, that is one where you just kind of, you know, crumple up the score sheet and the game plan for that week, and we just move on. That was a rough week. We didn't lose any job security at all. So, unfortunately, we follow that up by hosting the #1 team in the nation, the Oregon Ducks. Oh my God. The Big Ten is a nightmare if you are not one of the powerhouses. Holy. Thank God we've already won as Fink suffers a hip pointer. Thank God we've already won that one conference game. We got that out of the way early. Alright, so Tiffin is good. Again, just to double check. Smiley. The hard sell's not going to do much. None of our letter grades match up with what he wants, so we'll just leave him on 50. Mangum, Bartow. Honestly, I think we'll leave Darren on 50 as well. Culliver stays. Aside from that, we keep looking for skill. Seth Sampson is a bust of a linebacker. We'll get him out of there. Luis Mix. What about you? 80 speed linebacker. He's okay. He's okay. What about Austin Ramesh? We're out of points for the week. That's okay. All right, let's do it again. The 92 overall Oregon Ducks. Oh boy. Oh, boy. My hunch is 4-0 is about to turn to 4-2. Brett, what's going on? I like how many people could relate to the, yeah, I washed dishes as a job in high school. Very relatable, as we found out the other night.
What a game and what potential drama we have in store. You've seen this script before. Top 10 team goes
I hate how the new bust animation, it's the ultimate blue ball. Ah, that's fair. Herd recruiting's utterly busted. In a lot of ways, yes, but also the thing to remember is it wasn't in a great spot the prior 2 years either. Most teams massively dropping in ratings within 5 years. We're in year 5. That hasn't happened. The good teams are still good. A lot of the middle teams are still good. But yeah, the bad teams stay bad. You know? So, do I think it's in a great spot? Absolutely not. Is it so broken that I'm refusing to play Dynasty? No. Maybe lowering aggressiveness would make it less likely to go. You know, Cryptosaurus, that is fair as well. Maybe I'm thinking about it the wrong way. Because we are at 50% aggression. Maybe if we drop down to like 40, would be okay. You have this on PC or console. We're playing it on console right now, but I probably will play it on PC at some point, especially because of the mods that are already being worked on, which are crazy. You know, especially doing something that EA should just be doing on their own. The idea of, hey, if you're a lower level school, you should get paid NIL for getting your asses kicked. Like, that's insane that modders have already figured out how to make that work. Hello? I know they just scored, but hello?
What will they dial up on second and a long way to go?
Hello?
The give on the option. Not much he could do there. Does pick up two.
Are they going to be able to do this?
Following that run, we have a player who is shaken up.
Stop the
Trainers are out
steal.
there having a look at this freshman defensive tackle to see if he is
Third
going
and
to
8.
continue. It'll be third and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Fires to the big fella.
We're going to be shy of the first down. I mean, we'll see if our defense can hold on. If they can't, we'll jump in. But we have given the #1 team in the country more than a fight after getting blown out by Ohio State the prior week. Roll out. Quarterback goes down. Second sack of the game for James Lane. What is going on?
They've got to do a better job communicating pre-snap. Try and figure out which people on defense are going to be rushing the passer. Right now, this offense just looks confused up front.
There is no way this is even close to happening.
Forward after the big loss on the last play. From the gun, they'll give it on the inside.
What a run.
And they're able to get him down.
What a run, though.
Big play on this third and long.
Stadium pulse is through the roof.
Gun wants to pass. Looking to the big tight end.
Holy shit, he caught that. Okay, first down. Dude, their quarterback has just 125 yards. It makes me wonder if that's their backup.
Out of the gun, the inside handoff, looking for a crease. And he gets it to the
Oh, boy.
45-yard line, and that'll be
Oh,
a
boy.
first down. The Ducks have
Oh,
this
boy.
offense
Okay.
rolling.
Okay.
They'll send the back in motion.
We're all right.
Looking to throw on first down.
We're okay.
Finds the tight end.
That's fine. Ben, don't break.
There to get things going in
Ben, don't break. Just let him, you know, clock's our friend here. No, 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 no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
The defense has got to be more physical up front. Don't let them have those running lanes, those holes to break off a nice run, get a first.
Get him,
down. Here's
get
the-
him, get him.
Reload quick because they're right back on the line to call another play.
And tight coverage right there, but he makes the grab, and they've got it on the 11 and a red zone chance.
Still gonna have a chance to win worst case scenario. I mean, worst case scenario is they go for 2 when they take the lead. That's the worst case scenario.
Stay away from the defense, especially those guys that sit back there trying to look at the quarterback's eyes and read them. Nice timing on that end.
Good stop.
He steps and powers and works.
It's okay, and they use the timeout. That's fine. The rating's probably working out. Yeah, maybe. But also, we were struggling before anyway, so.
For the rest of this game. From the gun, he leaves it with the back.
Touchdown, Oregon.
And they add 6 more to
They will tie the game with 1:51 to go.
third touchdown of the game. That's almost half of his total as he now has 7 on the year.
Okay.
That is how it's done. In the
1:51 to go. All 3 timeouts.
puts points on the board. Now you tell your kicker, go knock this PAT through. Take
They
the
have
lead.
given us a chance.
Execution by this offense.
He'll start the return inside his 5.
Did stopping simming ruin the moment? I mean, they made it a 7-point game before I stopped simming, so I don't think so.
The Boilermakers have it back, and here comes the offense. Another opportunity here. They had to punt it on their last possession, but this time tight game, hoping to get something on the board. Pulled and fired complete.
I really trusted Marvin there.
Containment and the tackling, they stop him for no
He couldn't
gain.
get the space.
Try to make up for some of that lost ground on 2nd down. Back to pass. Makes the grab.
Major Yusuf, first down.
Set of downs, he gets it to the 32. They'll snap this one from the 32. It's 1st down.
We're looking at Caleb Moma out on the right.
Wants to throw it again, and why not? Under fire.
Just got rid of it in time, and it's Marcus.
Territory knocked out.
Mike Marcus.
Mark it at the 47.
And when you run these drag routes, it's super important that your quarterback can really use his eyes. Don't
Quarterback nearly got hit.
looking at you and seeing what's coming. Does a good
It
job.
did get hit at the end, but we got rid of it just in time.
Important part. Puts the ball out in front so he can catch it, get upfield, and make some extra yards after the catch.
The Boilermakers have it with a 1st and 10.
This is risky.
Wants to throw it again. A little screen to the running back.
But we do get some yardage out of it.
Run and not a whole lot of help. Short gain there and still plenty of ground to cover for the 1st down. Picked up 5 on that last pass play. Now it's 2nd and 5. With the draw, it's Riggs. They'll wrestle him down just short of the 1st down. I don't even think they're going to bring out the chains to measure this one.
I'm going to call a timeout myself
By the offense,
because I don't know. It's risky, but I don't know how likely we are to get the 1st down here. They're stacking.
Why would I get complicated? Why would I get complex? Like up front,
We're
right
definitely
now,
not close enough to hit this kick. We still need yards.
Get that good game, stay ahead of the sticks, don't have to get in bad situations.
Fuck.
This defense better respond, or else I'll do
We're
the
not hitting a 54-yard. He does have 96 power. I wanted to run, but they stacked the box. And my number 1 target wasn't open. He was right at the end, but I had to get rid of it. That guy over the middle was who I wanted, but I had to get rid of it. And I saw that tight end, but I wasn't sure what route he was running. So I just tried to hit him before that guy could close the distance. But yeah, I should have led the dude over the middle. But we were running out of time.
Field goal range. What do you do here?
And now on 4th down, they will put it on the shoulders of the kicker to save them with his foot.
I can opt out with a timeout if I need to.
20 seconds left on the clock. So this field goal unit has been getting the job done. They've already made a couple here today. We are getting deep in the game, and this is for the lead.
20 seconds.
He had just enough to win.
20. Now 16 seconds.
Guys, but this thing is not over yet.
Hey. His first 50-yarder of the year. We have 16 seconds to hold on.
Take a knee, it's a touchback.
Oh my God.
They can as they try to put together this final drive.
Nobody. The D-line is aggressive. Nobody try to make a big play. Just make a play, but don't make the big play.
They'll put this one in play. First snap of the drive from the 25. He wastes no time and comes out throwing. Working that left side now. He'll step out of bounds right at the 35-yard line, and maybe they've got something cooking. They've got to move quickly here. Still a chance, but they've got to force the ball down the field. Looking downfield on first down. Unloads to the wideout. Got him downfield. Breaks a tackle, and he might have room. Timeout is called.
They're not in range.
Seconds left to go.
One play left. They're not in field goal range. It was close.
Left in this game. If they get a touchdown, they can find a way to win it. Wants to throw on first down. Unleashes one deep.
Intercepted! And this game is over. The Purdue Boilermakers, 1 week after losing to Ohio State 44-0, we just beat the #1 team in the country. Tear down those goalposts and throw it in the river. Oh my God. We are 5-1 and have beaten the #1 team in the country.
That's true. They've got to be more consistent moving forward. As the #1
It is in fact duck season.
why they were the #1 ranked team. We know they've got talent.
Holy shit. And it's not like I had to play the whole game to do it. They kept it close. We jumped in at 21-14 because they were closing the gap.
Saying goodbye, everybody.
We didn't have any visits scheduled this week because we were scared of this week. An explosive third quarter propels us to victory. We have taken down the #1 team in the country. After beating Wisconsin, Ohio State just decked us. And this was the follow-up. Manu Young, 67% completion, 290 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. And for Oregon, it was their starter, Kona Hogue, who threw the pick at the end. What the hell just happened? We couldn't do anything last year. And now we beat the #1 team in the country. Major Yusuf, hell of a game. Lutz and Applewhite with touchdowns. Allowed 2 sacks. But defensively, we got to the quarterback 4 times. And we got the interception, the user perfect timed with David Small at the end of the game. Ben Suarez, 3 for 3, including one from 54. What the hell just happened? And why is my zoom in so fucking far? What is happening? Hello? Can you give me a different camera? Jesus Christ. 5-on-3. Got right to where I needed to be and got the green timing to come up with it. We just beat the #1 team in the country. I think in our first home game of the year, too. Like, not only do we have a job at Purdue for life, I'm pretty sure the AD now, like, legally has to blow me. I'm pretty sure those are the rules. Oh my god.
I'm
What
just trying to
the
walk through
hell?
this fucking grass.
Irish fan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. One of the most ridiculous upsets I've ever had in a college football game, honestly. And we've played so much in this channel's history, the older games and the more recent. Can you check Oregon's kicker? I'm baffled they didn't try the field goal. I mean, it would have been a long kick. But to that point, 78 rated freshman, Josh Moe, only 85 kick power. It's understandable that they went for it. I don't think he would have hit it. He wouldn't have hit it. At 85 power for a 58-yarder, he wouldn't have hit it. They were so close to getting into field goal range, though. So close. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. We have beaten the #1 team in the country. And we secure 3-star gem back, Lorenzo Tiffin. In the process. We'll have some visits this week, too. It is a bye week. We are not ranked off of that. I would have hoped that we would have been. The big question, how far did Oregon fall? And we knocked them down to number 11. Michigan is the new number 1. Syracuse, number 2. At 5-0. Damn. What a ridiculous win. Absolutely ridiculous. BC and Wyoming probably have, what, over 100 episodes each? Something like that, yeah. They don't rank you after that, but they rank Army. I mean, in fairness, we are on, like, ultra fraud watch right now because of our struggles in prior seasons, you know? So, I kind of get it. Like, the fact that we're doing this right now is crazy. I don't know if I want to save up for the recruiter perk or if I want to spend elsewhere. Yeah, but you're in the Big Ten. People should not be at least 25. That's fair. Quarterback starts the fourth quarter hot in close games. I mean, we could definitely start to spec towards one of these, but we'll figure that out. Up to C Prestige. Turns out firing on our offensive coordinator for last season and keeping the defensive coordinator proved to be a good decision. Insane. Absolutely insane. Is that our first ever win against a ranked opponent, and it was the #1 Oregon Ducks? What the hell, man? That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right. Unfortunately, we are first for Culliver, but he's not happy with our play style, so we'll leave him there. We might still be able to get him, but unknown for now. Does give us more points to try to find more gems out of these 3 stars that didn't require NIL. That dude, 85 speed, not bad. Jason Booty. Let me find another gem here. He's okay. One more win to go to the Tidy Cats Cat Litter Bowl. Alright, we're not finding much in the way of gems right now, but all these guys will at least still be decent. As long as they're not busting, like guaranteed normal dev, we'll be fine. Man, I thought riding the high from that Wisconsin game was crazy. Especially with the botched snap. My goodness. My goodness. We got a verbal commit from Keenan Mangum of Webb City, Missouri. Web City. Is there anything interesting about you? Population 13,000. The City of Flags. Web City. Anything interesting in the history of Web City? Anything at all? There was mining in World War II. Notable people. Grant Wistrom. Or Wistrom, not even Wistrom. Okay. Oh, good. The president of Sitco. So there you go. You can move to Web City and maybe be the most famous person from Web City. You don't have that much competition. We also get Greg Bartow of, or at least a verbal commit, for Hightstown, New Jersey. Not bad. That's where Peter Parker goes to retire. Insane. Insane. 100% job security. Yeah, you don't say. Now we host number 22 in the country, Penn State. Have I mentioned that the Big Ten is ridiculous? Where the hell is Hightstown? Good question. Let's find out. Population 6,000 for Hightstown. Mercer County. Along with being a diverse outer ring of commuter suburb of New York City. Neat. So it sounds like it's for rich people. Which is probably why you haven't heard of it. Anything interesting in their history? Not really. What about notable people? Yeah, I mean, the notable people list will be ridiculous because it's just, hey, rich people live there. So, former Heisman winner Larry Kelly. Way to go, Larry. Way to go. Got a splash. What's up, dude? What's happening? The job offers after this year are going to slap. Needless to say, we better get a raise from Purdue if we're going to stay. We better. But yeah, at this rate, there's a great chance this is our last season here. Like, there's no way we don't get a better job offer after a season like this. I mean, we're one win away from a bowl game. Alright, Culliver's still good. Berryman locked us out, unfortunately. So did Luis Mix. That's okay. What about Cam Freeman? Mercer County. That explains why I haven't heard of it. Yeah, see, there you go. Alright. Brendan Proctor. You any decent? Yeah, we're not really finding much in the way of gems, but there's so many linebackers. Like, I don't care if people commit early. We can still go for these guys. It's just a matter of who to prioritize. Maurice Egbule. We'll double check for you later. Okay. Penn State. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen from here? This has been the first half of our season. Who the hell knows? Genuinely, I don't know. We beat Oregon when they were the #1 team in the country, but Ohio State just front kicked us into the Sparta pit. Oregon did lose again, you're right. Let's see if we can look at their schedule here. They too lost to Ohio State, and now they play Michigan this week. Okay. Man, and they only lost by 6 points. Sheesh. That math is, that's some bizarre matchup math, that's for sure. Penn State. Let's do this. Let's do this. Who knew Oregon's murderers row included us? Who knew?
Glad to have you with us
Oh,
at
man.
State Stadium in West Lafayette, Indiana. Your college football Saturday continues with a great showdown here on EA Sports.
This is
It's the
another...
Penn State Nittany Lions and the Purdue Boilermakers. Reese Davis
Another
with
tall
you.
task, certainly.
With you. Let's check in with our sideline reporter, Holly Rowe.
Guys, I caught up with Coach Whittingham pregame. This wide
Chew,
receiver has been
chew.
unstoppable all season. He will be a huge part of their game plan today. The quarterback might be young, but they have put some things into their offensive game plan to make sure they're able to get the
All
ball
right.
to their star player. He's been tearing up defenses all season long. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Holly.
What's it gonna be this week? I genuinely don't know what to expect. close games with Wisconsin and Oregon. We get decimated by the Buckeyes. What's it going to be from Penn State? Looks like it is going to eventually turn over to rain as well. What's it going to be? Not good is the answer. At least we're not going to get shut out. And we were putting up a fight up until that turnover. We're still putting up a bit of a fight. Man, we're hanging in there. We are hanging in there with Penn State. How? We have taken the lead by a field goal. What has gotten into this team? Penn State forced a punt. So are we. 4:39 to go. And Penn State have tied it with 2 minutes and 16 seconds left. Here we go.
Purdue will start this
Can we
drive
clutch
defensively
up
ready to go.
again?
They really didn't move the ball at all the last time they had it, and hoping for better fortune this time around. There's some
And a good run from Villarreal.
officials will stop playing
But we have an injury to an offensive lineman.
Picking up Boilermaker. That's the junior offensive lineman that they're counting on. We hope he can return to play soon. And the Boilermakers with a second and short to keep this drive moving.
Trying to hand off to Villarreal again.
He'll run it again.
And unfortunately, a lineman just got skipped past.
Second is short,
That's going to be the 2-minute warning.
be physical. Move a hole, get a gap, let my back
Now,
fall.
unfortunately for us, our offense kind of stalled a bit, so it made sense for us to jump in anyway.
Gotta be more physical, Jesse, on those second down and short
Did you have a
situations.
captain last year that everybody hated? Must have been something like that.
On offenses and staff, challenge your guys to get some push up front. You've recruited this position really well. You need these guys to move some bodies because you
Yeah, they are really stacking the line.
that can hurt this defense if you just
But we do have numbers.
He wants to change this route.
Let's hope we can hold. They're threatening the blitz, but we're going to go.
On third and short, they'll run
And a
it
first down for Ty.
They'll keep this drive
Kept it simple, made sure we at least got the first.
Have it at the 36. The Boilermakers come to the line with a new set of downs. Coming out on first down with the play fake. Throws to the wideout. Oh, and it's picked off. This could be huge in a tie game.
Well,
Lots of room to run. Touchdown, Nittany
that changes the scenario a bit.
Defense making a big play and putting it in the end zone.
And at this juncture of the game, one play is going to make the difference. It's going to be a momentum-changing play. Who's going to come up with it that time, Pollock? It's the pick six.
Fuck. Honestly, it's probably better that they did just intercept it and take it to the house instead of kill us on time. I just picked the wrong target. But here's what I saw, right? I saw this guy have a step. The problem is number 3 just closed the distance and then bodied him to take that away. So we tried to lead him a bit, and he just got totally outmuscled. Even if we tried to go for this guy, I think 58 would have been able to make a play. And if we tried to go for this guy, that safety was going to be there. They just had a really good defense, and we had a guy right in our face, too. It wasn't going to be a great play no matter what we did.
Break the tie.
That was probably worst case scenario, though.
Get a stop, get a stop. This is late in the fourth quarter. This
But
is
we have time.
our offense is going to go down the field. No, they get
We
the
do at least have time.
force it, and they get to the end zone to create
But yeah,
massive
unfortunately, that
game-changing
target, he just got totally outmuscled.
After is good. On the run from inside his own 5.
Well, no field goal for the win.
Really disciplined job by the coverage
Well, we
unit.
need that touchdown.
Make the stop at the 19. The Purdue offense heads back out to the field. This drive will
They're
start
pressing. We got to try to beat him over the top here. Good thing is we can call audibles quite easily. Let's get Durbin on an in route.
off the play fake on first down.
Close.
I'm so interested to see how this young man responds, man. Like, he has been really good all game long. Put up some big numbers, but now it's prime time. It's a big moment. Can he step up in this?
Wow.
And he throws his third pick of the day. His head has to be spinning.
I can't always bail us out, unfortunately. I think we got hit as we threw. Yeah, again, we're pressured. A throw on the run. It would have been better. Had we been able to plant our feet, we might have been able to hit this guy over the middle. But, again, we're just getting pressured. You know, I don't have time to sit there and plant my feet. And when you're throwing on the run, cross-body the distance, no guarantees it gets there. So, that is probably game, unfortunately. They did a much, much better job of, they did a much, much better job of getting pressure on us than the Oregon team did. Well, still not done. Mostly done, but still not done. We get a turnover. We have time. Proudly got us into this. I would say the team that couldn't hold on to a lead probably got us into it a bit more, but I'll take my share of the blame. That's it.
He's got enough for the first down, and that ought to put a bow on this one. Timeout called by Purdue. It's their second.
Well, no back-to-back miracles. We had a chance. I just couldn't do it this time. Could not do it this time.
Scoreboard operator got a workout in this
Damn.
fun game for us to watch, but they can't come up with the
Oh,
double.
there goes the dream of being ranked at least.
Their job, and now defense will have to find a way in the future to make better plays, get stops, and stop them scoring so many points, especially when your offense does their job.
And we see a lot of games like this in college football when both offenses are just trading blows back
I mean,
and
both
forth. It just
times,
comes
right?
down
Like,
to
the only
which
play there is to,
get a stop.
like I said, I explained the thought process on that one, but obviously dump it off to the running back.
Here for David Pollock, Jesse Palmer, and Holly Rome, I'm Reese Davis. This has been
And
a
this one
presentation
again,
of
like,
EA Sports College Football.
we just don't have time to plant our feet to try to hit that guy further down. And I tried to throw this one back shoulder away from the defender, and the problem is it just sailed over his head. We've had some big wins. That's our first disappointing loss of the season. Really sucks to have a chance to win it and not be able to clutch it, but unfortunately, another, at least at the moment, injury to the O-line. He did come back, I think, but I mean, we're still doing this without our best offensive lineman, too, which is crazy, so. Damn. Let's be honest. The fact we went 1-1 against Oregon and Penn State, I'll still take that. Could we have gone 2-2? Maybe. But still 100% job security, which is great. And now it's Michigan State, who heading into this season would have definitely been viewed as like one of the more beatable teams. But they are doing really well this season. Cynical, we're on the slowest Coach XP settings because I like the challenge. I like the coordinators needing to mean more. Alright, well, recruiting, we definitely lost a lot of people off the board that week, too. The AI have gone after quite a few of these guys. Egg Boule. Let's keep looking at you. Yes, got nothing special. Jean Bloomberg. Yeah, at least has Aftershock. Probably go for him as long as he doesn't disappear. What about Terrell Bass? He's a gem. Only 79 speed, though. Ugh. 218. Play him as a safety or maybe a faster linebacker. The fact he's a gem, we got to go for him, though. We just need people that might have better than normal dev. So, congratulations, Mr. Bass. There you go. Okay. Well, we got to throw that that loss away. We're still 5-2, which is great for us. Michigan State. Michigan State, very close matchup. We have them on offense. They have us on defense. Fair enough. You have any interesting alts? That's what I figured. That's everybody's alt, isn't it? Alright. Let's see. It does suck, though, because they were slipping up when we jumped in the first place. Tie game, but... Man.
On the banks of the Red Cedar in
What
East
could have been?
Lansing, Spartan Stadium. EA Sports
What
College
could have
football
been?
continues with this Week 10 clash. It's the Purdue Boilermakers and the Michigan State Spartans. Along with David Pollock and Jesse Palmer, I'm Reese Davis.
All right.
We are keeping an eye on the weather in this when Holly Rowe has the latest.
This is a bright and beautiful day, but I can tell you...
It's a shame they don't put throwbacks in the game. It's got to be a licensing thing like NHL, right? Ah, Stubby, I should have checked. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's. I imagine it's a licensing thing. It's kind of the same thing with some older NHL unis, especially older logos.
We'll see if they can handle the weather in this game.
All right. What's it going to be? We've been alternating between big wins and some disappointing losses. I mean, at least with Ohio State, like, there was no shot we were going to win, but, man, we could have clutched that Penn State game, and we didn't. So I'm kind of hoping, well, actually, I'm not hoping for a chance at redemption. I'd love for us to just get a no-touching win. Although a chance at redemption on the sticks wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I am not going to get that opportunity. We are going to hand Michigan State their third loss of the season.
No touching! No touching! No touching!
40-14 on the road over the Spartans. And we are bowl eligible at 6-2. I mean, look, that Penn State game will haunt me for a bit. This has been a better season than we ever could have expected. Ever. 477 yards of offense to just 230. 2 interceptions thrown by their senior quarterback, Dante Carr. Manu Young, 388 yards, 73% completion, 4 touchdowns and a pick. Decent game on the ground for Villarreal and Riggs. And then big game for Marvin, 118 yards, but 2 touchdowns for Applewhite, 1 for Yusuf and Lutz. O-line only allowed 1 sack. 3 sacks on the day for sophomore edge rusher Jimmy Funk. And another for Baker, Lane, and Basley. Holy hell. Did we just cause havoc for their offensive line. Suarez went 4 for 4. Also interceptions for freshman corner Clay DeLuca and junior safety Tevin Beckham. That is the most impressive no-touching victory we've had. Easily. To beat a team of that caliber, that convincingly, is bonkers. And we head to week 11 with a 6-2 record. This has to be our last year here because we must be getting an offer from a bigger program after this. Verbal commit from John Smiley. 3-star back or athlete out of Tuscaloosa. And Darren Iquanu. Dallas, Texas. We also get a hard commit for Keenan Mangum of Spiderweb City, Missouri. And we get a hard commit from 3-star wideout out of Hightstown, New Jersey, Greg Bartow. We miss out on Ben Lafotu, but that's fine. That's going to give us a lot of points to work with. And it is 3-6 Northwestern, who are 0-6 in conference. Did we get locked out from the 88 speed linebacker? I'll have to double check. Honestly, it's probably a player I should have gone for, but we'll see. Hopefully not. In fairness, I don't really remember who the hell it was. Alright, still no injury concerns, so we go for it. And this should be a big time for us recruiting-wise. So again, we get Tiffin, we get the verbal commit on Smiley, so we'll drop him down to 10 points. 6 wins, what was the over-under? 4.5. Mangum is good. Bartow is good. Darren, we can drop down to 10. Culliver is interested in us again. And we know that we can hit him on the sell. They said themselves it wasn't sustainable, and now they're mad for fixing it. Did I miss something? What happened? Who? So let's see. 88 speed linebacker. Oh, Robert Okoye. Yeah, like I said, I don't know if I'd actually play him at linebacker, but that is a very interesting defensive player. You know, just for the fact that it's a defensive player that has that much speed, we will go for him regardless of where he plays. We'll go for him. And then anybody else? 85 speed. Austin Ramesh might also be worth going after right now, just because of the mobility. Same for Proctor. And then we were going after Terrell Bass because he was a gem. Get the 50 points on him. There's a couple of guys that have some decent speed here defensively, so let's bump up Bass. Let's keep gem hunting for now. Tyree Veal at corner. 85 speed, not a gem. Yeah, right, full Raider strategy. Just go for the speed. Rashard Kashama. 87 speed, not a bust. We're going to miss out on RJ Coxey. It will not remove him from the board. There we go. Lorenzo Madison is gone. Okay. Well, we are kind of down to our final few cheap threes. One more guy left to scout. That's Kyle Carney, who is a 90 speed corner. So immediate scholarship for him. And who else do we want to throw? I want to double check if anybody has an offer on them. Bloomberg has an offer from Iowa, or Blumberg. We'll get him out of there. Aside from that, we're good. Who else do we want to send an offer to? There is this extra defensive tackle. I mean, all these guys are going to get offers eventually. Let's just send the deal out now to Kevin Coffey. And we're okay from there. Not bad. Northwestern. 0-6 in conference. Man, we're averaging 34 points per game. That is nuts. 300 passing yards. Defense is both maybe a little bit questionable, but let's do it. 74 overall for Northwestern. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right. This could easily be a trap game, I agree.
It's the Northwestern Wildcats and the Purdue Boilermakers. Reese Davis.
This could easily be a trap game.
Down on the sidelines, we check in with her now.
I caught up with Northwestern's head coach.
A win here, though, and who knows, we might actually get ranked at 7-2.
What type of team they are. They're finding ways to lose.
Boil her up.
They've got to get their
You know, it's going to wash off. It is raining. We simulate. Let's see what the fellas can do after a massive win on the road against Michigan State. We didn't have to play a second of it. We gave up a safety in this game. Not exactly high firepowered offense for us. We do have a lead in the fourth. And Northwestern are keeping it close. 9-point lead with 6.5 minutes to go. A 49-yard field goal for Ben Suarez. And a turnover on downs. Jeremy Basley makes the play. We add some insurance. 12-point lead with 4.5 to go. It's another turnover on downs for Northwestern. This game is over. Purdue win.
No touching! No touching! No touching!
27-15 against the team who beat us on a last-minute field goal last season.
Yeah, David, it's all about building
We are 7-2.
for these players to go out, work hard in practice, and see
What we have done for this team.
itself off on game day. This is a team that's really starting to believe in itself.
Holy.
A presentation of EA Sports College Football for David Pollack.
I think we've won every game where we've scored first. Interesting observation. Held them to under 300 yards of offense. Manu Young, 269 yards, 65% completion. Only one touchdown, also threw a pick. Rushing-wise, Young and Ty. Ty had a big game. Villarreal, too. And receiving-wise, big game for Melvin Marvin. Told you that the tight ends were going to have to lead the way in the passing game, and they've done just that. Only one sack allowed. It was by freshman J.P. Isaacs. Defensively, Basley got to the quarterback twice. Kona Whiteheart got involved. And kicking-wise, 2 for 2 from Ben Suarez. We are 7-2. We have won a total of 8 games in 3 years at Purdue. We have 7 wins this season alone. This is unreal. What a turnaround for this school. Mostly through 3 stars and just gem hunting. Will we be ranked for the first time? No. Still no. They still think we're pretenders. It's 6-3 Illinois, who, again, if you missed it last season, beat the hell out of us. Conference standing-wise, we're at 7-2, but you got Michigan at 9-0 and Ohio State at 8-1. But yeah, we are currently, I mean, significantly higher up than you might expect. Yeah, I mean, 4-2 to be 7th in the conference. Michigan and Ohio State both 6-0 in conference, so. And the Ducks fell off the map. That they did. They're not even ranked anymore. Yeah, it turns out that Oregon win, we ruined their season. But man, 7-3 Texas, Boise State's in. Penn State's in. 9-0 Colorado at number 6. Whew. Okay. Oregon's quarterback didn't get hurt. No, that was their starter. That was, well, yeah, based off of the season stats, that was their starter. Yeah, Hogue was their guy. He just hasn't been the guy. What a fall off for them. Okay. Practice. We are, in fact, talking about it. As always, full practice unless somebody's at risk, but nobody's at risk. We have that defensive end back from injury, so that's nice. What do we got from the recruiting standpoint here? So Smiley's on 10. Culliver we're still fighting for. He's got the hard sell on him. Okoye, we're still fighting for. Bass, Southern. We can outduel Southern Miss. You're not going to fucking Southern Miss. Screw that. Alright, and then Kearney. Somebody else who wanted to start putting points on. So, bare minimum. Scholarship offers and 10 points. And we will focus on these 20 players before going after anybody else. B-plus player Hogue getting his Kofi title run to 4-0 before getting sent back down to the mid-card. I don't want us to be the Brock Lesnar in this comparison. No, thank you. No, thank you. What's our coach pipeline? Big Sky. Because why wouldn't it be the Big Sky? Think of all the nothing that we can recruit from. Alright, Austin Ramesh. And then we got Leon on his scholarship. He's trying to add some extra firepower to this defense. That leaves us 10 points left. Barely enough NIL. Uh-huh. That is why, for the most part, if we need anybody else, we'll be filling out the roster with, like, 2 stars. But I think we're okay. We actually... Oh, I forgot to mention. We actually did have to cut a few players. Totally forgot to mention that. It was a bunch of free safeties, though, who weren't that good. But I totally forgot to mention that at the start of the year. So we were at the 85 player limit for the first time. But yeah, whoopsie. Whoopsie. Illinois. Our remaining games this season. It is Illinois, Nebraska, and Indiana. Nebraska being number 7 in the country. You can tackle a cow, you can stop the run. There you go. Again, even though we've had a great season, like I said, Illinois just obliterated us last season, so I don't exactly have my hopes up for this one, but we'll see. North Texas was number 18. I didn't even notice. All right.
Where there's sure to be droppings and honkings all over.
You somehow beat Nebraska, you might get ranked.
In Illinois, Geese Memorial Stadium. There's nothing quite like a great rivalry matchup in college football. The bitterness, the intensity, the lifetime of memories that will come as a result of what we're about to see in this one. It's the Purdue Boilermakers
Let's see.
and the Illinois Fighting Illini. Reese Davis, David Pollock, Jesse Palmer with you. Holly Rowe working the sidelines. We'll
Time to
check in
beat
on
another
those
ranked
shows.
team. Maybe next week with Nebraska, right? Look at the cannon. It's so cute. Okay. What's it going to be? On a game-to-game basis, I still don't know what to expect with this team because of the competition level of this conference, you know? Field Goal U is back in session as we add to our lead in the third. Offensively, we're looking good. Is revenge the name of the game against Illinois? The little baby cannon is ours. 38-16. As we continue our revenge tour against teams that embarrassed us last season. Oh my God. Woo, aren't you glad you stayed? There was never a legit offer that we were really debating taking. 38-16, 8-2, Purdue. This has been absurd. This has been absolutely absurd. Jet primarily this one. Whew. Quarterback Louis Araman threw a pick. Manu Young, 339 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. He is going to be so expensive to keep. It's insane. Villarreal gets a rushing touchdown. He had a bad game. Ty, really good average per carry. Maybe we can bring Young with us to Alabama. Yardage, Yusuf was great. He had touchdown. So did Applewhite and Ty. Big motherfucking Mike. Blocking-wise, no sacks allowed. Defensively, Fink has been insane. Just since he's been in due to injury. And then an interception for Dexter McCann. Ben Suarez, 3 for 3. This team goes where Ben Suarez carries us. If he's making kicks, we're crushing it. If he's missing, not so much. Oregon might have an open. We have won as many games here in our 4th season at Purdue as we have won in our first 3 seasons combined. Unbelievable turnaround. Absolutely unbelievable. We are ranked number 22 in the country. However, we need to end the season ranked, and there's no fucking way we're beating Nebraska. But the Boilermakers are a ranked program. 22! Taking on number 15, Nebraska. This has been unreal. The combination of the coordinators and the talent level taking a step up. This has been unreal, and that is a fair point. Nebraska did just lose their most recent game. This has been such an unbelievable season. Absolutely unbelievable. Colt, what's up? I've seen a lot about recruiting being abysmal. Would I say Dynasty is close to unplayable right now? No. I wouldn't call it unplayable. So, Colt, we kind of talked about this a couple times tonight. I don't mind going back over it, though. It's fine. But, you know, some people will be like, oh, okay, I've heard this before. Let me go grab a drink or something. Is it true that there are certain teams that are not recruiting well right now? Yes. We're 5 seasons into this, right? There are certain teams that are not recruiting well. For the most part, they're teams that are already bad. Good teams like Michigan, Ohio State, USC, they're staying good. Washington's still competitive. Like, the only team in the Big 12 that has really fallen off is Rutgers, which I don't see as, like, wholly unrealistic, right? But if you look at, like, the American, you know, you're going to have Temple in the 60s, San Antonio's in the, I said Big 12 instead of Big 10. I'm sorry. Jesus, God forbid I misspeak once, starting part. God damn. Cut me some slack. Anyway. Yeah, like Charlotte's sub 60, Florida Atlantic, but I'm not really seeing, like, big programs fall off. The smaller programs are definitely suffering. But if you're mid-tier, you know, you're probably holding on. But then, yeah, like a lot of MAC teams are in the 60s. Some are sub-60, like UMass, who already starts off as a terrible program anyway. So I don't see it as all around. I don't see it as, like, necessarily significantly worse than it was, because it was already pretty spotty in terms of how well lower-level teams were doing anyway. The big problem is the type of player that those teams are recruiting, right? Where Rice has, like, 4 kickers and 4 punters because that's all they can get. Or, you know, the easiest players for them to get. You know, South Alabama, best players, punters, kickers. You know, at the same time, 5 years in, they are still filling out a roster. You know, they're definitely short in some positions. But, again, for me, it's like, do I view this as unplayable? Absolutely not. Is it as good as it should be? Fuck no. course not. Especially given that the people playing this game right now are people that paid to play it early, and you are essentially playing a fucking beta. In some sense, right? So, unplayable? No. Am I having fun? Yes. Does it need to be better? Yes. I think that's everything. In terms of the recruiting, Koye is looking good on 50. We don't know the sell for him. Bass, we're not giving up on. And then it's everybody else kind of on 10 points just hanging around. Can I repeat all that 4 more times? I might. I do love the sound of my own voice, as I have been accused of many times on the internet. Cam Freeman, we're not going to battle Syracuse for you. That's fine. That does give us more points to throw around. That's why you get it on PC. If you can't... Yes, like, modders on the PC side are definitely putting in some good work right now already. But, you know, not everybody either has a PC that's good enough or has, you know, the desire to mess around with mods, which is understandable too. So, alright, let's get these guys on the max points that we can. Get interest, and then we can drop them down to like 10 points. It's not a big deal. Nebraska, and then Indiana to cap off the season. Before we get to our first bowl game, at least. Nebraska at an 82. This feels winnable. But at the same time, I'm still not at the point where I'm like, oh, 100% we're winning this game. With that being said, who's a fun team I should start with? I was going to say, 1- and 2-star teams are very, very difficult. A mid-level team might be the better way to go. If you want to have fun, you might as well just go with a really, really good team. But, you know, that's your choice. You talk for a living, you better like the sound of your own voice. I don't, actually, but I have no choice. Simon dropping a random 20 on the YouTube side of things. If you need a franchise challenge idea, how would you feel about where one player gets a maximum of 2 to 3 years on the team? The rotating door challenge. I have kind of done that, as Ghost pointed out below. I have kind of done that with the Moneyball challenge. Where essentially, it was close to that. Like, we kept people through their RFA status, and then if they asked for a certain amount of money after that, we had to let go of them. So we have done something very similar, but we haven't done something where we could specifically say, okay, this guy gets 3 years on the team. Which we could do. I could definitely mark that down as something to try in the future. But at the same time, then it would be the question of, you know, maybe certain other parameters to really kind of flesh the idea out, but it's not a horrible idea. I'm going to keep talking about something entirely different. I'm just going to keep talking. I'm going to keep talking. I love the sound of my voice. I fucking love the sound of my voice so much. It's so nice. We just no-touch won against Nebraska.
No touching! No touching!
We are the greatest team alive. 22-6 over Nebraska. Oh my God, man. What is up with this team? Holy shit. What the hell, man? 22-6 over the Cornhuskers. Held them to under 300 yards of offense. Manu Young, 228 yards and a touchdown. Their quarterback, 233, no touchdown, no pick. And then rushing-wise, a touchdown for Villarreal. He had a great game. Riggs made the most of his carries, too. The lone touchdown there, Tremaine Lutz. Oh, my God. Offensive line did struggle a little bit. Got to their quarterback 3 times. Fogg, Lincoln, and Jimmy Fink, who has been insane. And then 3 for 4 on field goals. Ben Suarez, his longest was a 49-yarder. We don't even have to ask where he missed from. We already know. We just beat another ranked team this season. Oh my God. We are 9-2. Our only losses to Ohio State and Penn State. And yes, there was a scenario where we could have beaten Penn State. There's also a scenario where we could have lost numerous other games. So we'll take it. Verbal commit from defensive tackle Roy Culliver. I think he was visiting that week, wasn't he? Or was that before? And we only move up 3 spots to number 19. But still, if we win this game, I mean, end of season, we'd have to probably win the bowl game too to still technically end of season be ranked. But this has been nuts. I cannot imagine us getting a, not getting a job offer from a more prestigious school. But the question is, like, man, what happens at Purdue if we stay? What happens if we go? You know? Like, what happens to this program? You would like to think we're going to be good to go if we leave, that this team is still on an upward trajectory, but who knows? All right, so we did get Okoye and Bass's interest up. Maybe this will just turn into a fucking Purdue run at this point. Let's get Bass on 10 points. And Proctor. I will check the conference standings momentarily. All right, Bass needed to stay on 50. I was wrong about that. What was his hard sell? And then Okoye also needed to stay on 50. So Proctor, we put on 50 to get him up there. Unfortunately, Coffee, if we're going to get this guy, we got to fight like hell because Minnesota is in for him. So let's do that. We've gotten a lot of people out of Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. Randomly. So Proctor can be on 10. Have we not been fired? Napster, not only have we not been fired, we are thriving. Somehow, some way. If you leave, can you bring your coordinators with you, right? I hope I can. Conference standings. We're not going to make the conference championship game. That's going to likely be Michigan and Ohio State. Maybe USC sneaks in there. But the fact that we are 4th in the conference is absurd. Especially given the fact we're there over Penn State, who beat us. What a ridiculous, ridiculous season this has been. We thought the middle half was going to be a nightmare. We've won 4 games in a row after that Penn State failure. Remember when Oregon was #1? Yeah, they're not even ranked now. Final game of the regular season. Bucket is on the line. Napster, we did. We win this game. Who knows where we go from there? Who knows? Who knows? That is the big question. Where do we go from here? Should we win this game? Let's find out. Need to go rewatch the Moneyball. I forgot about that. Yeah, I mean, Simon, like I said, it's an interesting idea for sure. Check out the Moneyball thing. And if that kind of satisfies the idea that you had in mind, cool. And if not, I can definitely take a look at maybe doing that idea too. But I do appreciate the dono, man. Thank you very much. Very, very much. I see you too were scared to play Rutgers. In fairness, the last time we played Rutgers, last season, we lost like 24-10.
Catching up with the Boilermakers head coach.
But we have just gotten our combinations right this year. You can definitely run Moneyball with NIL now. Oh, God. Maybe once they fix it a little bit. Especially for a lower program. Okay, final regular season game. The bucket is on the line. Looking to go 10-2 in the regular season. We have won more games this year than the entirety of our time here combined. Unfortunately, Indiana really wants to maintain control of that bucket. Hello, Zach. How are you? I'm going to keep talking to Zach because I don't want to talk about what's happening right now. Oh, my God. Indiana just tied it. 1:54 to go, but we have stormed back to have a chance to win and perhaps get some redemption. The kick is blocked.
This is absolutely nuts. They wind up with it and turn it into a 2-point return.
The kick is blocked. It bounced off their own guy. We fail to recover. We recover in the end zone, and they mark him down, and it's a safety. Because he kicked it off his own dude's back. It goes down as a safety because they mark him down in the end zone right here. Jesus Christ. So instead of being up by 1, we are now down by 1 because that is somehow not a touchback. So we needed to go for a field goal anyway. But the problem is, now if we don't get the field goal, we lose instead of going to overtime. I guess that evens us out for the weird, 1 point in overtime earlier this year.
Just gets rid of it to the running back underneath.
What a great job by the quarterback working through his progressions here.
I guess karma's arrived.
Check it down to your back. Let him go to work, and he comes up.
Jesus.
And he can't get it off. Taken down. What a huge play this late in the game. They want a little extra time to think over this 3rd and long as we've got a timeout. They'll take a moment to gather their thoughts and put together. Makes a grab and room to run.
First down. Let's go.
25, not bothered at all being backed up, and they've got a first down. First down here, and what a ride this season has been. Just thrilling action everywhere. Close game to finish off the regular season in this one here in the 4th quarter. Quickly to the tight end.
First down.
That's the kind of play that can really get you going as they get it out to the 36.
You're seeing a lot of confidence out of this quarterback now. 3 for 3 on this 2-minute drive. He understands that he needs to step up if his team's going to win this game. And he's playing his best football right now.
Crosses the 45, out of bounds at the 47-yard line, and a solid play there. No time to waste here. They've got to get set and pick up chunk yardage. Plucks it out of the air. Pickup of 5 is now 2nd and 5. They'll try to kick it into overdrive. Clock's running. 2nd down coming.
And this offense, they got another positive game, but I think they're going to have to start pushing the ball down the field a little bit. Got to make...
I couldn't get rid of it. I couldn't get rid of it.
Down he goes in the waning moments. That could be a costly play.
Fucking hell, man. This O-line is really struggling. I mean, pretty much immediately I'm getting chased out to the right. I'm trying to set up to be able to run and throw to A on the back shoulder, and then 54 just stops blocking. Look at the score on the pause menu. Am I winning or losing? There are two different scores on the scoreboard. Hello? Am I losing by one or am I winning by one? Oh, EA. Okay. Well, I've broken the game again. All right. I'm going to focus in. We'll talk about this in a minute. Because I still don't want to lose.
Catch up in more ways than one after that earlier sack. Just a short pass to the tight end. Almost got it to midfield on that one. He's out of bounds, a yard short at the
I'm guessing that wasn't a two-pointer then. Yeah, but I don't know which one to trust. Flag, that's got to be for hitting the quarterback. That's got to be for nailing the quarterback. Hell yeah, we're going to win. We're going to win. That brings us up to the 27. All we got to do is center this ball. I need to flip this play. Center the ball with Riggs if we can. Even if he loses yardage. Which he didn't. Excellent run by Riggs. I don't care what the hell the score actually is. We know a field goal wins it.
Timeout is called with just 2 seconds left to go. This kicker is going to need nerves of steel on this one. After getting one blocked, he'll try to get one over the line of scrimmage and give them...
Not today, EA. This is my day. Fuck you. It's my day. I don't care what the score says at the end. We won. I don't know if it's by 2 or 3 points, but we won. That bucket is ours. What the hell has this season been? Small indie company at it again. Hello, Greggy. The bucket is ours. For the 78th time. I'm gonna shit in that bucket. Or eat cereal out of it. One or the other, but definitely not both. We won by a multiple of 2. That's all that matters. A 10-2 season. It's not bugged. It's a surprise mechanic. Shit in the bucket and then send it to Indiana. There you go. You can do both depending on the order. That's true. An unbelievable 10-2 season for these Boilermakers, as the final score shows 31-27. Turns out I didn't need the field goal after all. We won by 4. Sure. Why not? Of course that's the score. The spread was 3.5. Manu Young, 333 yards, 2 touchdowns, no pick. Rushing-wise, a touchdown for Gregory Ty. You can't get safety if you never had possession of the ball. Tell EA that. DeAndre Applewhite, Melvin Marvin with the touchdowns. Couple sacks allowed by the O-line. First time Purdue hit double-digit wins since 1979. Hell yeah. Got to the quarterback a couple times. Jimmy Fink is injured. That's a shame. Kicker went 4 of 5. This has been One of the most ridiculous seasons I've ever played in a college football game. This has just been madness. From score lines to what even are the rules to what even is the score. We are 10-2. We have claimed the bucket. An unbelievable season. Our only losses are to Ohio State and Penn State. And we are the number 11 team in the country. As long as we don't lose our bowl game, we should be okay. In terms of still being ranked. What are the rules, damn it? There are no rules. That's the rule. What a ridiculous season. Texas State, Hawaii, Sacramento State, Wisconsin, lose to Ohio State, beat number 1 Oregon. Devastating loss to Penn State, where I very much did not clutch it. But then we won 5 in a row to end the year, including against Illinois, Nebraska, and Indiana, who normally beat the piss out of us. But not this year. Not this year. What the fuck's a kilometer, and what even is the score? So a magical season, at least the regular season, has come to a close. And now we take a look at what might be next. This is the current top 25 in the country. Hello, Frankie. How are you? Case in point, not every team ends up being shit because Memphis is the number 2 team in the country. ASU is also in the top 10, as is Toledo. So, yeah, is recruiting weird? Sure, but man, a team like Toledo can still go on a crazy 11-1 run in conference, so go figure. Go figure. I am trying so hard not to sneeze. Well, that's only the 3rd L I've taken tonight, so that's not that bad. That's not that bad. Holy. Oh, I know, Frankie. It was delightful. It was delightful. Does Bama bullshit their way into the playoffs? Maybe. Where's the SEC? Destroying one another. If they're all that competitive, then nobody's going to have a great record. I mean, they do have some good overall records, but yeah, like a lot of these other teams, they're just cannibalizing themselves. So. Unreal. Absolutely unreal. In terms of recruitment, Okoye is now in his top 5 phase, and we can get the sell going on for 88 speed linebacker Robert Okoye. Again, I might feel better with him actually being just a bigger, heavy hitting safety, but still. Bass, we're dueling. We got the sell already. Is the sell doing enough? Yes, it is. Okay. Mr. Coffee. Can switch you over to the sell now as well. With the standard bearer. Who knows where we go from here. Not getting my hopes up of anything too crazy, although Chad has pointed out that some craziness could be about to occur. Alright, so as long as we get these dudes into first, we then drop them down to 10 points. Until we get other people into first. All of them are already in first. That is outstanding. Okay. Yeah, they do mark the deal breaker on the recruitment screen now, thank God. Let's go after Brendan Proctor then. As an athlete. We'll prioritize him. And then it's a bunch of linebackers and a couple of corners. And honestly, since we're looking good for these guys, let's just go after Abdul Leon. And throw those extra 30 points onto him. Mike, what's up, dude? Good to see you. It's been a bit. Hope you've been doing well. Have been. Enjoying the game. I have been as well. I it's weird because normally, like, we've certainly had issues as we've seen in this season, and there's certainly problems with this game. But I have had so much more fun with this game than last year's game right now. It's insane. It is insane how much more fun we have had on this game than the prior. We get the hard commit from John Smiley out of Tuscaloosa. We got the hard commit from Darren Aikwanu, who we might not even need to figure out how to pronounce his name because we might be gone. Not bad. We are still number 11 in the country. We did not make the conference title game. That'll be Michigan and Ohio State. That's not surprising. But, I mean, this season has still just been an absolute dream for us to do what we have done. Hey, ref, let us kick a point after to end the game. Okay, they failed the 2-point conversion. Yeah, overtime rules and what's a safety? Yeah, maybe not, but... managed staff. There is no doubt in my mind we are keeping these coordinators. We still have Nate Fans, but if we have the money to pay for Eric Kisau, we will do so. Because this team has been excellent. So we will make him an offer. The problem is, I cannot afford him right now. So we are probably losing Eric Kisau. And I made a mistake at the beginning of the year doing the, hey, take my points, give me more later. Going for the investment might have cost us this guy, unfortunately. I'm still going to make him that offer, but I'm sure he'll leave. Which means we might be leaving too, in fairness. But I don't blame him. He was a head coach, then to come here, do this, and then look to get another head coaching gig, it makes sense. I can't be mad at it. Have we made the college football playoffs in our 4th season at Purdue? We get a verbal commit from linebacker Robert Okoye. We get a hard commit from defensive tackle Roy Culliver. And we might have time. We're going to get 100. Oh, I don't know when the 100 points will be added, but we did end the season ranked in the top 25. We get 100 points for that. We accomplished all of our goals. But when does it give us that 100 points? Heisman? It's going to be the Heisman. Yep. From NIU OC to playoffs in 5 years. Potentially. We don't know if we've made it yet. Something funny might happen after those conference title games. It did still show us as a number 11, I believe, though.
The Heisman Trophy ceremony presented by EA Sports. Inside the Tiburon Theater, I'm Chris Fowler.
Clint McClung, senior quarterback, Michigan. Hulk, I did, yes. It was delightful. Senior wideout from Boise State, Rashawn Jones. Senior quarterback, Florida State, Jalen White. And your final Heisman finalist. Senior quarterback, Oklahoma, Chris Jimerson Jr. Manu was robbed. Manu was robbed.
Ultimately, the night belongs to one man. We're about to find out who's going to be this season's Heisman Trophy winner.
I mean, I imagine Michigan is probably way up there, so.
One of these guys is about to experience a life-changing
Any relation to
moment.
Jim Jimerson? Jim Jimerson, my goat.
All of us want to know
My
who's
goat.
going to win the trophy for this season.
Max McClung's kid.
And here we go. This season, the Heisman Memorial Trophy is awarded
He's going to
to
graduate straight to the G League.
senior quarterback out of Michigan.
There it is. McClung wins the Heisman. Chair number 2. I have comments about all those face models. Why? They look good. Look at him. Bro can't even wear a tie. see. So Clint McClung, because somehow people are still naming their kids Clint, is your 2030 Heisman winner from Michigan. We are heading to the playoffs to take on the Mormons. 4 seasons in at Purdue, we haven't been cheesing the recruiting either. We have made it to the playoffs to take on BYU. The absolute dream season. The absolute dream season. But it might be our last. I don't know.
I'm just trying to
Tom
walk through this
Brady
fucking
forever.
grass.
Do I still have my Pat shirt in here? I don't. Best name. Best name. Fortunately, tonight wasn't the night I was wearing my Pat's title shirt from a couple years ago, but thank you. We have a lot to recap here. We have a lot to recap and a lot to talk about, so everybody breathe.
I'm just trying to walk
And then
through this
Tom
fucking
Brady
grass.
is innocent. Of course he is. The only thing he's not innocent of is kissing his own son right on the mouth. And is that really that wrong? If that's wrong, I don't want to be right. I also don't want to eat strawberries. God, Tom Brady's a fucking weirdo, but bless him. Bless him. So, before we talk about everything in this menu, because that and the nut juice that he sells, I will not have you sit here and besmirch Tom Brady's nut, okay? In terms of the season stats this year, I mean, this has just been ridiculous. Sophomore quarterback Manu Young, 3,600 yards, 27 touchdowns, 7 picks. I threw 2 of those. Maybe 3 in total, but at least 2 against Penn State. Unreal. Like, his improvement from season to season is bonkers. Look at that. Less than, sacked less than, almost half the amount as well. Completion percentage skyrocketed. Yards per game skyrocketed. What a player. What a player. And for that matter, too, the rushing game. 0 rushing touchdowns last year to 8 this season. Bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. The running game, the combination of Ty and Villarreal, pretty solid. 8 touchdowns between them. Young, of course, had that extra 8 himself. Receiving-wise, reception king was Major Yusuf. He was the yardage king as well, but only by 1 yard over DeAndre Applewhite, who had 10 touchdown catches this year. Crazy. Just a crazy, crazy improvement. And again, Ty, halftime running back, part-time slot receiver. So he was a very important player for us. Offensive line, not bad at all. Especially given the fact that J.P. Isaacs wasn't supposed to be a starter. It was Holcomb, whose leg exploded in the second game of the season, unfortunately. And then shout out to, John Okoro, played over 100 snaps, didn't allow a sack. Tackle leaders, Tevin Beckham, Kona Whiteheart. Our sack leader with 7 was Jimmy Fink, who only played in 11 games. And then 6 for Torrance and Lincoln. We did such a good job at getting the quarterbacks this year. Oh, my God. Whew. Yeah, big boy. Good choices regardless. And then the interception leader with 2 was Dexter McCann. We just did such a better job of getting to the quarterback. Kicker Ben Suarez, 29 of 38. He also missed 2 extra points. He missed a field goal from up to 39 yards. He missed one from up to 49 yards. And then went 4 of 11 from 50 or further. Oh, my God. And then nationwide, obviously, you're not really going to have familiar names at this point. But just to take a look at the quarterbacks, because, again, running backs, it glitches. But most passing yards, Kevin Trapasso at North Texas and Marcus Mayer both over 4,000 yards. He's at Tennessee. So, I mean, we did pretty well for ourselves there. And then touchdown king was Kevin Trapasso. Meyer went 34-2. ASU's Rasheem Cundiff was great. And Memphis led by Braden Coffey, the junior. Not bad. Not bad at all. Obviously, we'll see what happens from a award perspective. But to look at the team stats from this year, because again, last year we were a bottom 5 offense. This year, not so much, but Memphis averaged almost 500 yards a game. Jesus. Jesus. And then defensively, most yards per game, Charlotte at almost 500 yards a game. We weren't like the top offense or the top defense, but we weren't nearly as bad as we had been in prior years, obviously. So, just craziness. Absolute craziness. For the other award winners, we'll see what we have here. So, the Maxwell Award Player of the Year, Clint McClung. Actually, I'll move back over here. Ton of players. A ton out of Tennessee. Walter Camp, Player of the Year, Clint McClung, again. Head Coach of the Year, Steve Sarkisian. Fuck you. I'm not even top 10. Really? We just took Purdue to a 10-2 record and made the playoffs. I'm not even top 12. Outrageous. Simply outrageous. Quarterback of the Year, Clint McClung. Didn't even have a top 12 quarterback, apparently. Defensive Player of the Year, Mississippi State's David Verrett. Okay. Defensive Player of the Year, David Verrett. Shout to Maka Dukes. That's a great name. Defensive Back of the Year, Jay Timmons at Ohio State. Running Back of the Year, Celessi Gooden at Clemson. Gregory Ty finished 8th. Okay. At least Gregory Ty got some respect. Wideout of the Year, Rashawn Jones at Boise State. Defensive Lineman of the Year, David Verrett. The Paycom Jim Thorpe Award. Gag. No kidding, right? Golden Arm Senior Quarterback, Clint McClung. Defensive End, Kyton Davis. Kyton Davis. Interior Lineman, Garrison Hajwalahu at Penn State. Tight End of the Year, Tavon Dickens. Melvin Marvin finished number 9. Okay. Assistant Coach of the Year, Eric Glover at Memphis. How did my offensive coordinator not get Assistant Coach of the Year? What he did for this team is insane. Unbelievable, the biases. Wow, Linebacker of the Year, Kent State, George Choice. 74 overall. Sheesh. Wow. Case in point, it's about stats now, not just rating. Center of the Year, Ralph Howden at Nebraska. John Okoro finished 8th. Very nice, John Okoro, even though he didn't actually play center. He was at right guard. The Groza for top kicker, Mike Leuenberg at Boise State. And punter of the year, Jamichael Rourke at Charlotte, because they punted approximately a bajillion times, I believe was the number. And return man of the year, Theo Brink at Ohio State. Villarreal finished 4th. Freshman of the year, Terrell Rashid at Georgia Southern. Most versatile player, Clint McClung. I disagree. I disagree with some of these awards. My goodness. My goodness, don't I? First team national All-Americans. We didn't have anybody in that regard. What about conference-wise, though? Hello? Man, outside of Ben Swart, we are just getting disrespected left and right. This is nuts. This is nuts. Like, we made the college football playoff. And I gotta be
I'm
honest,
just trying to walk through this fucking grass.
shout out to DWD for the follow. We have a legitimate shot at making the Final Four. BYU and Memphis? There's a, like, we have the least path of resistance compared to anybody else. Outside of maybe USC or Oklahoma, but they have to go through one another. So on paper, from a historical standpoint, we have the easiest path. It doesn't mean we're even going to beat BYU. But, like, man, to make it to the Final Four without having to play Ohio State, Michigan, Clemson, Tennessee, USC, Oklahoma, that's nuts. That is nuts. Which means we will probably lose. But this has been an ungodly season for us. Absolutely ungodly. Damn. And yeah, that's the look at the 25. Man, Oregon ended up finishing 8-4. So, before we worry about anything else, we still have some other things to do. There's going to be some time before we get to this playoff game. Poor Julian Holcomb. If we're making a playoff run, we got to see what we can do. Like, yeah, like Manu Young has 11 upgrade points. We got to see if we can use that, right? No reason to wait and to not try to make these guys better. He could definitely use that IQ boost again. And that gets him to an 87 overall for this next game. Running back-wise, Gregory Ty has 15 points. Let's see what we can do for him. The human bobblehead. Quickness is 20 points, so we won't be able to do that. It's going to be elusiveness and route running. He already has 99 agility. Let's make him a better route runner since he is our slot receiver so often. Let's just keep speccing there. 85 overall for Gregory Ty. Awesome. Anybody else? Riggs has 9 points. Villarreal. Yeah, we got some upgrades. We got some upgrades we're going to need to go through here, so bear with me. But hey, if this gives us a better chance to win, we got to do it. Right? Like, there's no choice. Then again, maybe making our team better will actually make them worse. I don't know. Living life on DK mode. That's insane. But yeah, let's see what we can do for these players here. Just to make these guys better and give our team a better chance to win. Finau just went up by 2 points. Must have had a full week of practice on the bye week. Head coach of the year move. Damn right. Villarreal, another human bobblehead. Hands and IQ are maxed out. Let's get a bit on route running for this guy. And then we'll go with the elusiveness. So yeah, he doesn't have much of a juke move or anything. Do we have an increase? No, we don't. So like I said, I don't think this will be every single player. Like, I didn't bother working on, like, our backup quarterback. But 14 points for DeAndre Applewhite before we go to a playoff game. Like, we'd be dumb not to use these. So it does kind of... Man, Applewhite can't really get that much better either. Actually, there's nothing we can do for Applewhite. He's not even meant to be a good wideout. But he was good for us. We'll probably say anybody that has at least 10 points or at least close to it. Major Yusuf, who was shockingly one of our better receivers. We'll increase the catching ability. We'll increase the route running. And we won't be able to add double dip, but that's okay. Whatever gives us a better chance to win a playoff game here. Caleb Moma has great hair, but no improvements coming his way because those caps are terrible. 24 for Nico Hasty. I think he was another one whose caps were absolutely awful. Yeah, 20 points for quickness, 15 for power. Obviously, we'll add some quickness to him. 83 speed now. He's a 74. Not bad. Whatever we got to do. I believe they wrote a song about that. 14 points for Melvin Marvin, who's almost capped out here, honestly. For him, it's the route running. Do we have any physicals? Recoup? Yeah. We'll be able to get 2 route running improvements. 86 overall. Very nice. What about... Yeah, Tremaine Lutz has 13 points. Very good. Tremaine, what can we do for you? Improve that IQ. Any physical abilities? No. Let's make him better at catching the football then. Works for me. 83 overall for Lutz. I mean, it's been this tight end attack that we have that has really propelled us forward. Let's just go with the route running for Durbin. Make that even better. Probably a catching boost or an IQ boost. Yeah, because we can't do the 50-50. Go for the IQ. 78. Nice belly, buddy. Don't you like that? And the hand warmer / fanny pack. And then Mike Marcus. Lot of IQ point increase coming his way. He had a crucial catch for us in one of the more recent games. Yep, just straight IQ for Marcus. Still a 68, but he'll be a lot better. On the O-line, Zach Morris. He is a depth player, but let's just check him. You never know. Somebody goes down to injury. This guy might get thrown into an in-game scenario. So pass blocking and run blocking. A 72 for Mr. Morris. Go! Coco, you beautiful, handsome devil. It is so good to see you streaming again. How was the wrestling? Tony Darling, let's go Pocket Shield. Pocket Sand. Andy as well, good to see you. Middlebrooks was sitting out. Kiki G, 16 points for this guy. Let's go. Let's go. Any physical. Started a USMC Dynasty, afraid of the NIL stuff, but 2 weeks in. It definitely takes a bit to get used to, especially because it's not all around working as they intended for it to work, but you'll get used to it for sure. Wrestling's fun, get hungry at the end. I'm old. You know what? Fair enough, though. God damn, we have so many upgrade points here. I'm sorry for anyone who's like, please, get to the game. We will, I promise. Yeah, we've had some glitches tonight. We've had some experiences, but I've still had fun overall, honestly. Probably because at least through some of the nonsense, we've still been winning. So we got that going for us. Let's see, John Okoro. Let's max out that IQ. Get a bit more on pass blocking. Do we have any abilities? Play action shield. There we go. Not bad for Okoro. Right guard. We got a couple of players here worth upgrading again. Ankra, not so much. But JP Isaacs. What can we do for you, JP? Better option blocking. Outside shield. We can't do another option block, unfortunately. So that's it for JP, but that is a very solid 78 overall player. What about Tyrone Torre?
I'm just trying to walk through this fucking
Torre.
grass.
RJ dropping the follow. Thank you very much. Welcome in, welcome in. Just look at quickness for this guy. You could argue save up for power, but whatever boost we can get right now, just do it. I want an increased chance at winning here. Even if it means taking the 10 minutes or however long it'll be to get through these upgrades. We gotta do it. Of course, it'll be very depressing if we just immediately lose to BYU in the playoffs, but, you know. We'll cross that bridge of depression when we get to it. And right tackle, Robert Backgammon. Any abilities for Backgammon? No. Alright, we got a couple of things that'll take 4 points for upgrades. So we can just use those. It's a 77 for Backgammon. Very nice. So defensively, yeah, 12 points for Jimmy Fink. Thankfully, he's healthy, too. He got hurt in the last game of the season, but he's fine. So Mr. Fink, who has been outstanding this year. Get those finesse moves up. Get that run stopping up. Any abilities? No. So a little bit more on run stopping. 79 overall. It's a +2 for Jimmy Fink. Fantastic. And right edge, 12 points for Torrance. Wonder what job is going to come calling this time around. We are going to look. I can't guarantee we're going to take a job to leave, but if the right job is there, we are going to consider it. 82 for Kawhi Torrance. Very nice. Tyler Lincoln. He's got 8 points. That's enough. Recoup, I'm not as worried about. We'll go finesse moves. 78 for Tyler Lincoln. Very nice. Should we do a prediction for it? Probably, yeah. We probably will. Let's see. James Lane has also been pretty good this year. Let's go a little bit on run stopping, and we'll cap out the IQ. 77 for James Lane. We're definitely getting the improvements that we need here. We got 9 points on Dalton Baker. I don't even know how much this guy played. Oh, Biff should definitely be a hot commodity. That's not even a question. We should be very in demand. But the way that we were disrespected through, like, award voting, it makes me wonder, actually, if our prestige has even gone up all that much. Let's see. Ramon Dalton, what can we do for you? Quickness, IQ, or health. We'll go IQ. I just 20 hair. I honestly, Swagner, I have been enjoying this quite a bit. Like, other people have definitely pointed out some issues and some problems, and we've run into some issues and problems. But I've actually really enjoyed this game so far, despite some of those concerns. So, I mean, is it a perfect game? Hardly. Is it a game you can still have fun with right now? 100%. Now, whether or not it's worth the price, that's up to the individual, right? That said, like, do I think if you're someone where it's like, oh, I'll wait until, like, Black Friday sales, like, yeah, no, I think if you paid, you know, certainly less money than what, like, the freaking pre-order of the MVP bundle will cost you. Granted, it's already too late to get the MVP bundle, but if somebody got the MVP bundle, you know, I think someone would enjoy it that much more. But I certainly understand people who are like, well, I did pay the premium to play it early, and here's this problem, this problem, this problem. Totally agree with those people being upset, rightfully so. That said, I'm still having a good time. Which is shocking, because I did not like last year's game. I did not like last year's game at all. Alright, we got 2 upgradable linebackers here. Again, so for anybody that missed it, we have somehow made the playoffs with Purdue in Season 5. Season 1, we were at NIU as the offensive coordinator to start. For Season 2, Purdue offered us their head coaching job. We said yes. We won 3 games in our first year at Purdue, 2 games the next year, 3 games last season, and this year, out of nowhere, 10-2. We haven't switched out of our conference. This team just, we had the right combination. Coaching, coordinators, players improving. Just everything has gone right for us right now. So Swagner, I will say, like, once they improve things that should have never been, you know, needing improvement in the first place, which I imagine they will have to for this year's game, or the backlash is going to be nuts. I do feel like the game is just in a very, very solid spot, which is kind of nice. But, like I said, for certain people being like, man, what the hell is up with this, this, and this? Like, I don't disagree. It just hasn't ruined my personal experience, at least at the moment. We'll see if that changes. You never know. We've definitely had moments where it felt like this game was absolutely trying to hand me an L tonight. Alright, ooh, Hatafe. There's no way you're gonna have any abilities here, so anything that just costs 3 points, let's just do it. Get that IQ up there. That run stopping up there. I mean, God forbid this guy actually has to play in a game, but in case he does, he is at least a little bit more usable. Oh, good old Jolski. What do we got for you? Let's teach you how to pass rush a little bit. Hopefully CFB holds up with how ungood the Madden beta was. So that's another element as to why I think I've enjoyed this game so far. Again, in terms of what they were adding, I didn't see anything outside of the initial trailer. I didn't look in to what they were adding. I didn't get my hopes up about this game at all. I just said, look, I know I'm going to play it anyway. So my expectation level is going to be through the floor. And I'm just going to hope that it's fun. And for that reason, I think we've been okay. But, like, for example, like, oh, the Madden beta was terrible. News to me, right? At least I don't remember anything vividly about when people might have been mentioning, you know, details about their experience during the Madden beta. So, but again, like with Madden, I have no desire to look up, like, hey, what's Madden going to look like this year? Man, it's going to be Madden. Madden's gonna be Madden. We know this. We've lived this. I hope it'll be good. I'll play it. If it's not good, I won't play it for long. But, you know, admittedly, like, I'm part of the problem, right? Like, a yearly release sports game, like, yeah, I'm gonna play it for stream's sake. As I've talked about, certain games, like, man, there's no way, like, if I wasn't a streamer, that I would be playing or, you know, and buying and playing certain games at launch. No. Absolutely not. There is not a video... Okay. There's only a handful of video game companies that have proven that they are worth trusting when it comes to buying a game at launch in terms of what state that game is going to be in. Right? It is a very small and exclusive list. And everyone's list might be a little bit different, because sometimes that comes down to,
I'm just trying to walk through this fucking
you know,
grass.
certain things. Shout out to Average Gamer for the follow. You know, that comes down to, like, your I don't want to say predisposition, but kind of. Holy shit, that guy, oh, that's right, he's the one that sucked, that had 48 points. Like we've talked about, right? For me, certain games where I'm like, look, even if it's kind of bad, I know I'm going to like it. Like I like Malt for the 10 months on the primer. Malt, welcome back. Thank you so much, as always. I hope you've been well. So much going on in this brain right now. But like Mafia the Old Country, right? Like, I know for a fact, even if it's a bad Mafia game, I'm still going to kind of like it. And the Old Country wasn't a bad game. It was actually a pretty good game. So I liked it, and I'm like, yep, pre-ordering this, I feel okay with that. But man, anything that's like yearly release, or you start hearing rumblings about certain things, it's like, nah, man. Like, I would be very, very selective if I was not in this whole streaming deal. Very selective. Anything with an EA logo on it. Man, it's not just an EA thing, though. You know, can you really trust 2K with NBA? You know? And that's not necessarily, like, it's a video game thing in general. And the problem is, too, 90% of the time, it's not even a dev team problem. It's just not, well, it is a dev team problem in that they don't have enough time and they're being tasked to do too much and prioritize this, and it's a whole to-do. Foxy, good morning. How are you? Unless you're a streamer, I still don't understand why anyone buys NHL and Madden at launch with discounts a month away. Yeah, I mean, especially too, right? If you are, if you're not, like, the only reason to really ever do it would be Ultimate Team, and even then, like, ugh. You know, so many Ultimate Team modes nowadays, it's like, they make it super easy to catch up. Like, you don't need to be there at launch to eventually end up with a good team. You know? Not at all. Go man coverage again here. It's time for y'all to educate the ignorant Euro again. Uh-oh. What's up, Fox? What happened? All right. Kicker is 12 points, and then punter, and then we can go on to some of the big stuff. So Ben Suarez, a little bit more accuracy for you. Physical, we're just shy on mega. Like, why is there no drafting in college football? There is in college hockey. No, for college sports, there is no drafting. There is just signing. Unless you're talking about at the pro level, which, I mean, there is drafting in college football, someone going to the NFL. But, no, so it is very similar for college hockey and football in terms of recruitment, you know. You're thinking of the Canadian minor leagues. That would make sense, yeah. Okay. We have our upgrades through. The team improved a decent amount. At least certain individuals did. I don't know if our overall is any higher. It's not, but I still feel pretty good about that. You look at the, the highest rated players on this team. Man, we look so much better. So much better. However, there's other things to talk about before we get to this BYU game. There's other things to talk about. Why no trading in college sports? So players can leave programs and go to other teams, but it isn't like, hey, we'll give you this guy for this guy. And it's just, it's the way it is. It's, yeah, the academic side of things. It's far too complicated to tell somebody, hey, we're a school in Florida, but we traded you to somebody in Washington while you're still a student, you know? Bit too many complications, you know? Okay. I'm scared. I'm scared for this, honestly. Kurt Signetti has retired after, 1 year at Mississippi. Kyle Whittingham has retired from Penn State. And Pat Narduzzi has retired at OSU. Dave Aranda's been fired. Wisconsin's head coach Chris Crichton has been fired. And then, of course, we have some others, further down at some smaller programs, including Avery Waller, who was our former OC, who we fired. He went to Georgia Southern and got fired there. It would have to be a hell of a job offer for us to be willing to leave this team. That's pretty much what I've always said, is it would have to be a big upward move. We're a 2-star program, but I genuinely think we could end up being 2.5 star. What are the job offers? Well, we're staying. We are certainly staying, aren't we? What about coordinator? Penn State coordinator job. UCLA, that's not a big enough improvement. I mean, it kind of is, but it isn't, because I think we're going to be a 2.5 star program. Defensive coordinator. Arkansas, Wisconsin. That's not enough. The only coordinator job I think I'd apply for is Penn State, and it's unlikely that we'd get it. Head coach-wise, it's Mississippi and Penn State that I think we'd apply to, and that's it. Because, again, previously we would have applied to, like, UCLA and Wisconsin, but I don't think they're going to be a full star ahead of us anymore. I think it's only going to be a half star. I think so. And moving to Northwestern, even, well, Wisconsin would be interesting. Their current offers are lower than what we currently have. Yeah, which is why it would need to be, I mean, we're paying for prestige, you know? So, I am going to apply for both the Ole Miss and Penn State jobs, but it's unlikely we get either. it looks like we're staying at Purdue for a 5th season. Unless one of these Hail Mary offers for the Penn State or Mississippi head coaching job go through. Right now it's Drinkwitz who's the top option from Mississippi to move over from Clemson as Clemson head coach. So, we'll see. But odds are we're staying here. So we will play it like we're staying here because we are going to need a different offensive coordinator. We did not have the money to re-sign said offensive coordinator, which kind of scares me a little bit. But he definitely is going to want a head coaching job again. And if we look at affordable, Terrence Archer, elite recruiter, currently the head coach, the fired head coach of the Ohio Bobcats. There's Jake McCutcheon, was the offensive coordinator at Kennesaw. If it's not one of those two, we go down for like a level 13, maybe a level 14 for free. It is true there could be someone else in the week 2 list, but it might not be somebody that we want. So I'm going to take a look at Terrence Archer. Again, he has elite recruiter. Mostly filled out. Not bad, not amazing, but not bad. And then what about McCutcheon? He's just an outright recruiter. Can we even get a max offer on Archer to convince him? I don't think we can. He is probably going to take that Western Michigan job that's at 100%. So honestly, I do think we probably have to wait the week. I don't really feel like paying 40 points for a level 16 recruiter when we could spend nothing for a level 14. Although this guy actually does. He's spec'd into a little bit of everything. He's got a bit in recruiter. He's at least got the base level for motivator. Factored in with kickers and punters. And then he's got a bit on tactician as well. But just the base level deal. Interesting. Runs an air raid offense. I don't know how well he'll fit. What do we have here if we do make him an offer? I mean, we could probably get that guy. 7 XP whenever a player levels up. 450 bonus XP for each win. Is Jake McCutcheon worth it, or do we hope that there's somebody better out there next week? I think we're going to risk it and we're going to wait. So again, I don't think we're going to get Archer. He has other I mean, mate, you know what? We'll send an offer out to Archer, but I don't think he'll take it. Right? If he takes it, cool. If he doesn't, it is what it is. And we'll roll the dice and see what happens next week. So, okay. The job offers, we've looked. Couldn't be the OC of Kennesaw. How will he be at Purdue? Yeah, better talent. We don't got to worry about hiring staff. We don't got to worry about staff moves. It's time. It's time. Our first ever playoff game. 5 seasons in, we have made it with Purdue. And it is against the BYU Cougars. What do they look like in this timeline? 82 rated. Quarterback, Kyle Cook. All right. Good player. Fast. Running game. Oh, my God. Jarrett Coleman. Okay. Wideouts. Oh, my God. Okay. This is not going to be easy. They're us, but better. Yep. The O-line. Oh, man. Okay, left guard is something. Okay, the O-line. Oh, never mind. Never mind. O-line's good. They also have Matthew Cheeseman. Defense, Ray Johnstone. Will Bartow. Okay. DT's... Top DT is injured. That's good news for us. Linebacker. That could be... Okay, never mind. I was going to say the great equalizer. Not so much. Yeah, they are us but better. They are us but better. But we have something that they don't. And that's a large-ass train to run them over with. We have made it to a playoff game. It has been an unbelievable season, right? Unbelievable. But why not us? Why not us? Carousel works same as last year. This pipeline will screw you over. How the fuck is A-Train an emote? That's insane. Went back to refresh my memory. Would it be different enough to do the challenge? And the trade away every year. I mean, Simon, yeah. I will say, though, the idea of a 1 year and then a player's got to go challenge sounds like the biggest headache in the world.
Catching up with the Boilermakers head coach before the game, he has talked about the importance of communication to start this game from the very opening drive.
The Mormons love their Cougars.
Loud, yelling, over-communicating at the line of scrimmage. They are the away team, and they know that every time they touch the ball on offense, this home crowd is going to make it challenging. You can already hear that noise and that crowd frenzy down here. They're going to have to be at the very best from a
Here we go.
at the line of scrimmage. Back to you.
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? How are we gonna do? I have not known what to expect from this team all season long. They continue to surprise us, but at the same time, it feels like a miracle run, and that miracle can end at any time. BYU have a 1-point lead with 8.5 to go. If I don't take over and then they score, we're pretty low on time. It's time. 1-point game. 8.5 minutes left.
Fields it just outside the goal line. And he stopped
We
at the
almost
20.
pulled that off.
Makes up at half, but that's good coverage there.
Okay.
Here comes Purdue's offense back out on the field. The last drive stalled. They were forced to punt it away. Let's see what they can come up with this time.
I tried to pass that off. I hit it too late. It's okay. Still got some yards.
From a defensive perspective. Number one, your secondary player has to stay home and defend the pass. Then you've got to get off blocks up front. And when you're one-on-one,
Good cut by Ty. 3rd and inches. We like that. We like inches. At least a third of them.
I know it doesn't look like much, but I really like that play. Chris,
Go from the wishbone.
getting yourself in more manageable third down situations.
We have
Entire point.
the big man defensive tackle. There's no way this is going to work, though, is there? Go, big man! Yeah!
He makes the first down.
That's right.
Little body punches in a heavyweight fight. You get a
We
first
love
down
a
with the
big-ass
running game,
fullback.
starts getting frustrated.
Refrigerator Perry style.
If they start creeping up near the line of scrimmage, now you've got them as an offensive
Good run for Young.
You can get to the play action pass and take a shot over the top. Well, this is
The better we can run the ball, the better it is overall.
stay on schedule and
They're really stacking the box here. That's a lot of linebackers.
passing situations. The run
See
game
if we
is
can
doing
roll
its
out
job.
and hit
You gotta
Applewhite
give
here.
Credit to the offensive line. Continue to churn yards on first.
He's looking to scramble. They'll get him
Did
down.
what we had to do to at least get a yard.
This secondary is doing a heck of a job. There's really nowhere to throw that
We're
ball.
stacking the line again.
Credit to this quarterback, because Chris, he just took what he could get and created a positive play out of something that really wasn't there.
third and short, they'll try to throw for it.
Bang.
Caught by the receiver.
Woo!
Not much after the catch, but it is good enough for a first down.
Okay.
And the Boilermakers look to keep this drive moving.
Stack in the box again. We'll run it though.
And here's the handoff.
It was risky.
Throw the middle, but gain nothing on that play.
I didn't want to risk the audible again.
Defenses front to back and inside out. There is nowhere to go in the middle of this field right now. They're doing a great job of not allowing that.
Attaboy, Yusuf.
Gain traction at the line of scrimmage.
Okay.
Beautiful stop right there.
Keep
Really
that momentum going.
The Boilermakers getting set on 1st and 10. Using his legs, it's Riggs. That's a nice
Decent
tackle
run
there
for
by the
Riggs. As long as we're still moving forward, we're happy. Trying to get this crowd out of it so I can actually make some adjustments.
Encourages him to just hand off the football. That's kind of his base read. And Chris, once he does so,
It hit the guy in the hand who wasn't even looking at it. That's tough.
One of the biggest plays we've had so far. 3rd down and the crowd really getting into it. Dropping back, looking to throw for the first down. This one's going to fall incomplete.
46-yard line. Let's go for it. I tried to hit that guy in the back shoulder and kind of lead him over the line. It just didn't work.
So here we go. Down 1 score. They're going to go for it on 4th down. Here's the snap. Offense looking to throw the ball. On the move now.
What a tackle.
Complete to the right side.
What a tackle by that defender.
He did not get there. What a huge play by this defense late in this tight game. Here comes the BYU offense.
Okay, we can still get it back.
Passing game is so effective in last position. Right down for a touchdown. We'll see if the defense can make adjustments. Quarterback still with the football.
And that might be GG's.
He's brought down, but not before crossing midfield of the 42.
Really good play call here offensively. They're going to go with this read option. So they're going to read the in-man on the line of scrimmage. And as he crashes down towards the back, the quarterback just keeps it. What I love about it is his athleticism on the outside. You can see that he's got some skill and some speed. And he's able to pick up a really nice game here.
They make the tackle, but this running back continues.
Wheels, there are certain effects you can end up having to not have the crowd noise be as crazy.
Looks right for a quick completion. Stop.
I'm not going to call the timeout. We'll bring it down to the 2. Because if they do get the first down here, we're in trouble.
So the clock stops
That's the
as we
2.
go to the final 2 minutes of play here. This defense needing to step up and make a play now. Playoff game on the line here. Can the offense play keep away and secure the victory? And they'll run it out of the shotgun.
Big tackle there.
Of the marker. That's going to set up a
Question is, do they go for it? The answer is yes. They're not going to go for the field goal.
First time out here. They'll still have 2 available as we approach the end of this game.
And they're going to get the first down and more on a toss.
He will not be caught. Touchdown, Brigham Young. To the explosive
What a fucking play call.
elite running back. We knew coming in, Joel, this was the guy who's going to have to carry.
It's not over yet, but what a play call.
I'm so impressed when we
Wow.
don't know who the guy is going to be. He's the focal point of the offense. Guess who knew that? The defense. And yet they still can't stop him. That's how good he is and how good
Yeah,
they
they're
are
smart. They're going to
running
take the
him on
point.
outside.
Obviously, a
Terrific
two-pointer would
job
end
on
it,
this.
but
Great game plan, and obviously getting your star going, that's a huge plus.
we got a minute and 50 and 2 timeouts.
The lead now is
Touchdown and a 2-point conversion can still tie it.
they check out the injury. Kickoff team out there. They are
Man, 4th and, what, 5? And they pulled that off. That's crazy. It was not a very good kick.
He takes this from inside the 5.
We just can't break to the outside.
Good job by the coverage team.
Okay.
And here comes the Boilermakers offense for this very important possession late in a tight game. What a challenge for this group on the road, down by a touchdown with all this crowd noise to deal with. Nowhere to go, the ball knocked loose.
There's no fucking way that's a fumble.
This was a concern for this offense the entire
GG's.
This pass rush is very
I don't know how that's considered a fumble, and I can't challenge it either. Or can I? Can I please challenge whether or not that's a fumble?
As the coach wants the officials to take another look. He thinks he might have a shot at getting this overturned.
I need this to not be a fumble. That fucking guy just did not slow down. Still a fumble. GG's. GG's. Just couldn't get anything going. I wanted to go to that guy over the middle, but I thought that defender was going to stick with him. And obviously, we just started getting pressured. Tried to roll out. If we could have hung around in the pocket, we would have had that guy open down the middle of the field, but I mean, right here, it certainly looks like they're breaking through before I even take off. So I just tried to outrun him and at least get to the sideline or throw it away, and we couldn't do it.
What the coach was hoping he here took a chance with the timeout to get the replay. We'll see if burning that timeout is costly.
Well, we need a miracle now.
They'll try to run this one in. And no, they stop him short of the goal line.
Not to mention we wasted a timeout.
The Boilermakers will take their third and
trying to get that overturned.
Chance to strategize for this second down play. Second down and goal upcoming. The quarterback keeps it on the option.
Jesus Christ. GG's. Who knew their quarterback could break ankles like that? Holy fuck. I thought my compy had him. He didn't have him. Well, unfortunately, this game was more Penn State than Oregon. That home field advantage fucking killed us, man. And my O-line, but, you know. Still a hell of a season, but it is going to end in the first round. Unless we get a quick touchdown and a fucking onside kick. They're just so fast. They're so fast. They're so fucking fast, man.
Receiver looks it in. It's complete. He stopped, but he gets out across the 25-yard line. They'll hurry to the line here with the clock running.
That's a great start to the...
Looking for a man deep on the right side. And it's caught way downfield inside.
Hell of a catch by Hasty.
They finally bring him down, but what an explosive play that time. First down, looking to throw the football. And the completion made. He goes out of bounds. They'll spot it at the 10. The tackle made, but the sophomore quarterback showing us the arm strength.
Not done yet.
Great start for this offense. 3 plays, and suddenly it's a first and goal. Quarterback drops back. Makes the catch. Can he get in?
God, why couldn't it have been that easy last time? Jesus Christ. Primarily because they just dropped their defense back and I could pick them apart. But still. Comes down to an onside kick.
They get a little bit closer. I believe they're going to line up here and go for the onside kick. The season ends in heartbreak for the offense, but the defense, Joel, makes the play, and they'll move on.
We were that close to having a chance. That close. Off his foot. Our first guy dives for it. It hits the outside of his hand. Off of his fucking shoe. But nobody secured it.
Chris, this was an instant classic. Just an incredible football game, and this defense
We lived and died by the crazy moments, and unfortunately, we die on another crazy moment.
What a special moment for this program, this campus. You get a
Our first ever playoff game, and we fall short.
something to celebrate, Joel.
Unfortunately, my first possessions didn't quite go the way I wanted them to. That play right there was the backbreaker, man. 4th and 5. They go with a super compact formation and just toss it to the outside. Like, ballsy as hell. A 20-point fourth quarter, which certainly isn't entirely my fault. They were starting to choke, and I could not clutch it to save it. If anything, I made it worse. That toss never works for the user. Never. Never. Mono Young, 344 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. Or no pick, excuse me. Put up a fight. We said they were us, but better. That's what happened. A 10-3 season overall with a first-round loss in a playoff game. God, what if we were given a chance on that onside kick? Because then we would have needed a 2-point conversion anyway. But who knows what might have happened. BYU gets the win and ends our season. A ridiculous season. We couldn't quite go all the way. Remember when I was talking about our pathway? Well, we'll probably lose to BYU anyway. And we did. And, hey, Terrence Archer did accept our offer. Cool. He was more interested in the other ones, but I guess he's more interested in us than them. So, we do have our new offensive coordinator. Makes me wonder what would have happened if we had him before. Man, there's a bunch of ways I could think to say that, but thank you for the follow. My primary way is that those probably aren't L's or I's, and that it's 2. But I might be wrong. Thank you for the follow. God damn. Just could not clutch it when it mattered the most, and it makes you wonder, right? If I didn't choke against Penn State, where would we have been? But that is what the quarterfinal is looking like. But honestly, that was our best chance. In terms of pathway, that was our best chance. But we lose by 1 possession, as we so often do. No way FSU made it and lost to Miami. Why? So, I'm intrigued to see what happens with BYU and if they're able to beat Memphis. Really quickly, in terms of job offers, nobody I'm interested in that has us as their #1 choice. Mississippi State would be a step down. There is the offer from Mizzou. They're not interested in us. John Sumrall is gone. We will throw our name into the hat for the Mizzou job. But, which sounds like an entry on Urban Dictionary. But, if it's not them, I don't even want to go to Arkansas. Because, again, I think they're only going to be a half star ahead of us. Which is kind of crazy. Because previously I would have been like, oh, shit, the Arkansas job. Memphis is looking for an offensive coordinator. We're good. Yeah. So, we will throw our name into the hat with Missouri. Which I can't imagine will go through. I am kind of tempted by Arkansas, but we're all right. We're all right. And now we have our new coordinator, so it's certainly looking like we'll be back at Purdue for another season next year. I'm still heartbroken. I just couldn't. I just wasn't at my best for that playoff game. Was not at my best. That second drive, though, we fucking carved them up. But, man, that fumble. That fumble and then that quarterback just breaking our ankles. Sucks. But still an insane season. The problem is I don't know if we can replicate it. Ohio State will play Oklahoma for the national championship. Ohio State is an unstoppable powerhouse in this timeline, this run so far. And Ohio State has once again won the national championship, beating Oklahoma by the score of 41-38. Memphis did beat BYU by 1 possession, and then Ohio State just ahead of Memphis by a field goal. So, I mean, man, if BYU had a close game against Memphis, it makes you wonder. It makes you wonder, but it wasn't meant to be. Oklahoma had a run from the first round. Had to go through USC, Arizona State, and Michigan. Ohio State, man, why don't we have difficulty? Yeah. Why is it so easy being Ohio State in this game? That's crazy. Ah, shit. Man, Ohio State, 4 out of the 5 years, twice back-to-back. Sheesh. Oklahoma's lost 2 in the last 3 years as well. Well, it was still just a phenomenal, phenomenal season, truly. It sucks that we fell short, but that's okay. That is okay. We will keep... Man, did we go up a full star? I think we went up from a 2-star to a 3-star in one shot. We did. We went from a 2-star to a 3-star program in one shot. God damn. Okay. I'm not upset about that at all. Holy shit. That can be very beneficial to us moving forward. Very beneficial indeed. Especially, too, we have that powerhouse development. We'll be able to hire somebody else in the preseason. Earn dynasty points, end of season recap. If I fire this staff member, do I get those points back, or do I gotta wait for it to process through? I guess I'm just gonna wait for it to process through. It should be fine. But now we get into the big problem of off-season, NIL, and oh boy. Alright, you know, let's just do it. Let's just do it. So, I'm not really ready to say goodbye to this team. But we are going to have to maneuver here. The good thing is, Manu Young is willing to come back for less than expected. Holman might go. Yeah, I mean, we're really going to have to adjust here. But for quarterbacks, I mean, I want to take a look. That dude's normal dev. This dude's impact dev. I was thinking 300-ish, right. Okay, you know what we got to do? First things first. Put everybody on 0. Put everybody on 0 and see how much money we actually have. Right? I do wish they had a button to just do that by default. It's just like a, you know, a wipe point total thing. Call it whatever the hell you want. A reset. I don't even care. But yeah, I need to see how much budget we actually have for this. And instead, now I gotta wear out my left bumper to do it. Yeah, see someone like Eric Brown, normal dev, shitload of NIL, there's no way we're bringing him back. No shot. Yeah, right? Fuck it. Make a voice activated. What do I care? I just want the option to exist. I mean, my guess... Almost Miyagi'd that gnat. Fuck me. My guess is that we'll have close to $2,000. Maybe even more because of someone like Osgood, who is impact dev. Okay. Yeah, we're going to have some tough choices to make here, but man, what a team this was. What a team. Yeah, David Ogbanaya is looking for a crap load of money. No shot. Wrong button again. Yeah, we're definitely going to be well over $2,000 in terms of available funding. That's good. Man, Augustine, normal dev, looking for like 200 NIL. Like, yeah, see, this is. I wish it would just start at 0 by default. There's a lot of dudes where it's like, yeah, you're not getting this money. Kona Whiteheart wants so much money. Oh my god. No shot that's happening. Okay. So to take a look. At quarterback, Manu Young, to be in green, which would be very likely to retain, is at 175. Glenn Hallman is impact dev. He would be at 65. Quan Hicks would be at 45. Iorio can go. And then Stevens is impact dev. He would be at 45. Let's go to the running backs. Gregory Ty is at 205. He's worth it, though, as a star dev. Normal dev for Riggs. And actually, here, really quickly. Let me just double check here. So, yeah, it's normal dev for Riggs, Finau, and then impact for Villarreal. And the most we can spend on him is 110, so we're probably having to risk Villarreal. Wideouts. Major Yusoff. I mean, I hate to say it, man, but if these guys go, they go. Nico Hasty is impact dev. Impact dev for Volk, who was originally a tight end. The most we can offer him is 10. And then the most we can offer that guy is 15. We are definitely going to be having some players heading out. That is confirmed. Hoping Melvin Marvin isn't one of them, because the tight ends were outstanding this season. We can only offer Noah Durbin 10. Good thing is Mike Marcus looks like he'll stay. Left tackle. Most we can do is put that guy on 10. Actually. Do I see a number next to your team logo? Man, we made the playoffs. We lost to BYU in the first round. But we made the playoffs. Like, Lethal, you missed the run of a lifetime. You missed some weird in-game glitches. You missed a hell of a season. You missed one hell of a season, I'll tell you. Alright, we do have those guys on the max. Good. Alright, so tight end again. That is what it is. Marcus was good. So left tackle, that's the most we can offer. That guy. What about Quincy Kotu? What would it take to get him? A lot. And then Zach Morris should be good. Left guard. It's the most we can offer him. This guy's normal dev. We don't want him anyway. Center, Kiki G. Yeah, we lost to Ohio State by 44 points this year, and we still made the playoffs. It was quite the journey. Star dev Damian Middlebrooks. Doesn't want that much at all. That's awesome. And an impact dev for Gideon. The most we can offer him is 10. Fuck. Right guards. Normal dev for Torre. Star dev for Isaacs. Most we can offer him is 10. Same for Ankara. That's the most we can offer McMorris. Okay. And then right tackle, backgammon. Most we can offer is 10. Okay. So that's 1,400 left with the offense done. Normal. Impact for Jamichael Ricks. Damn. And then Fink was really good for a normal dev. Right edge. What's it going to cost for Osgood? Yikes. What's it going to cost for Lane? Not as big of a yikes. And Torrance. Yeah, Torrance is a steal for that money. He's so good. The defensive tackles. Every single one of them is normal dev. Not that they're not bad. Like, it might be worth throwing a bit on the Dalton. Maybe actually won't even be able to do enough. Linebackers. Normal impact dev for Ogbanaya. Obviously, there's no shot this guy retains that much money. We'll have to reset this again, but I'm just intrigued. Dude wants 450. Well, that man's insane. That man is insane. Let's see, weak side, nobody too crazy. The corners, McCann. I just noticed how low we are on points because of the other dudes. Holy shit. But yeah, McCann's going to be very expensive. DeLuca we should be able to keep. Should be able to keep Sam Duck. He should be fine. Impact Dev, a freshman 63 wants 450. Apparently. And these guys at the bottom. Alright, so certainly Ogbanaya. Only Impact Dev, 63 overall freshman. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. That man's insane. We'll go back over to corners because I didn't have enough money to double check with everybody. Jermaine Ivory is there. How much does Townsell want? Quite a bit. Okay. What about the safeties? Safeties look okay. Last big name is going to be Kona Whiteheart. Ogbanaya. More like Sayonara. Yeah, I mean, we're not going to be able... Kona Whiteheart's not worth that, man. I get he's a junior. He'll probably be an 80 next year, but Jesus Christ. And then kicker's good. Punter's good. Okay, so just going back through and checking who we have. Kona Whiteheart is just not... He's not worth that much money. He's just not. You know, if he was an 85 plus or something, maybe I'd consider it, but he's going to go. Other guys should be safe. Free safety, we're good. Corner. 280 for Dexter McCann as a sophomore is worth it. Everybody else there is good. Augustine's normal dev. Yeah, no shot. He's out. 200 for Bradley Townsell is an interesting one if we want to save. That is quite pricey for a 67 overall freshman. But we could do it because I'm not sure how much NIL we're going to want to spend in the portal anyway. Anybody else with a decent rating that's not happy? Jacques Walker. 90. He has a 70 as a sophomore. He's not bad. We could definitely remove that. The defensive tackle, Ramon Dalton, I can't pay for anyway. I can't go any higher. Nor can I go any higher for Fogg or Torre. So all three of those DTs are probably gone. We could spend a little bit to keep Camarda. I won't worry about the other guy, though. Right end, we can keep Torrance. What would it cost? I can't afford to keep Lincoln. Then we have Max Garrison at least a 70, so give him a little bit. Left end. Please load. Thank you. Mr. Fink. We can at least pay Fink to make it more likely that he'll stay, which would be nice. The others, I mean, Dodge and Trey Fudge aren't that bad, but... I mean, just because they're close to a 70 and they sat out this year. Is there anybody else like that? Like high 60 overall. Keglar is going to be here anyway. Okay. The defense, I think, is looking okay. The O-line... Pay just a little bit to keep Toure. Pay that much to try to reduce Isaac's chance of leaving. Pay that much to try to reduce McMorris's chance of leaving, although it is likely. 145 left in terms of points. Pay a little bit to keep Okoro. Gideon's gone regardless. I can't pay him anymore. Left guard, try to get Darling's risk of leaving down. And then Eric Brown is obviously gone. He just wants to leave. His deal breaker's conference prestige, but okay, whatever. Left tackle, pay Milau what we can to keep him. Tight ends. That's the most we can pay Durbin, but we'll do it to get his risk down. Then there's the wideouts. We can pay Yusuf a little bit. We can pay MoMA a little bit. George Weeks. It's the most we can pay for DeVoe or Volk, so they're probably gone. And then Nkansa sucks. Fuck the Big Ten, I want the SEC, right? Then we have Ty. Riggs is at least half decent. Finau's half decent. It's the most we can pay via Real. And then quarterback, Iorio. we could theoretically look to keep if we wanted to. That leaves us 80 points left if we leave this as is. The thing is, we're going to have 4 quarterbacks at this rate. So we could probably just drop Lonnie Iorio and save a bit of money. Right? And he's the only normal dev. He's the cost of the impact devs. If he leaves, he leaves. Anywhere else where it makes sense to maybe save money. I do want to keep those running backs. Wide out. We got to pay these guys at the top because the dudes at the bottom are probably gone. Tight end. That money's worth it. Left tackle. Dude, Kotu. That's worth it. Definitely worth it. Darling. Middlebrooks and G. Gideon's gone. I think we're good. Can you give more to Young? I can double check that. Yeah, that's actually a fair point. We have 125 left. So obviously, like, we might not have that much in terms of what else we can spend, but we'll do what we got to do. And again, McMorris, I can only slightly reduce his chance of leaving. He's good. I got to at least take the chance. Yeah, I don't think there's much else. I mean, maybe someone like Jermichael Ricks, right? You let him go, but sophomore, he's going to be a 78 at least. And Lincoln was gone. All right, so yeah, anybody extremely high end. If we keep going for Manu Young, if we max it out at 300, we can almost entirely eliminate the risk. But then also, yeah, that's the full 125 extra points, which you could argue is worth it just to be able to make sure we keep him. Yeah, all of our highest players, top 5 at least on offense, are in green. The biggest risk outside of yellow is Gideon Iwa and then McMorris. And then defensively, there was nothing we could do about Dalton, Fogg, Lincoln, Torre. It's a good thing we recruited heavily defensively. I just don't know if I want to spend that remaining. You know what? If Young leaves, we're fucked. Spend it. Spend it. I cannot risk, because I don't know how many persuades we're going to have. That's the one guy we cannot risk being like, I don't know. Like, if he leaves or tries to leave off of that minimal of risk, then whatever, you know? But I think we've kind of done our job there. So, yeah, I mean, we're going to be super heavy in the roster NIL right now, but that's fine. That is fine. So, yeah, I mean, again, if he threatens to leave, it is what it is. But he shouldn't. I can't believe we went 3-star. That's awesome. I thought it'd be 2.5. Okay, what's it going to be? Quarterback Shane Honeycutt has graduated while Lonnie Iorio is leaving. We also doubled our persuasions. That's great news. Gregory Ty is trying to go pro. No, you fucking don't. You're staying. Thank God. That's an instant. It's a star dev. Gregory Ty is staying. Thank God. Wideouts. Nico Hasty is looking to leave. Miles Nkansa is going to leave. And then DeAndre Applewhite has graduated. I don't know if we're going to try to keep Hasty yet. Tight end. Melvin Marvin looking to go pro as a first-round tight end. He is gone. On one hand, damn it. On the other hand, first-round pick. So at least there's a positive to it, but that's a big loss. That dude's so good. Left tackle, we're good. Left guard, Julian Holcomb. Buddy, I am so sorry your leg exploded. Our best lineman this year, 2 games in, his leg explodes. Ooh, we did really well for O-line retention. Edge rusher, Jermichael Ricks. We offered him so much money, and it's still low persuasion chance. Whatever. If he leaves, he leaves. That sucks, but if he leaves, he leaves. Lester Speaks at defensive tackle has graduated. Edge rusher Femi Osgood looking to leave, but extremely high chance of retaining. And Dalton Baker's graduated. We get anything for having a first rounder. It can help us further expand our skill tree and our pro potential school grade. So, yes. Linebacker David Ogbanaya. I mean, yeah, you were fucking absurd in terms of your asking price. Goodbye. Goodbye. Middle linebacker Sinala Uhatafe is looking to leave. Goodbye. Corner Jordan Augustine's looking to leave. Goodbye. And Raekwon Ball graduates. Free safety Julian Holtz graduates. So, well, no, not so, but Kona Whitehart's looking to leave. He was asking for so much money. Okay. So, honestly, like, the biggest loss is Marvin. We already managed to convince Ty to stay. So, the other three are obvious here. Femi Osgood is staying. Nico Hasty is staying. And then extremely low chance of Jamichael Ricks. He's leaving. Okay. A lot of red state. Yeah, I mean, we're really not losing that many people. Like, the biggest losses, non-graduates, are Jamichael Ricks, Kona Whiteheart, who was too expensive, and then Melvin Marvin going pro. That hurts. But we retained a lot of this team. A lot. At least most are graduating, so you got the most out of them. Right. Honestly, I think we're still set up NIL-wise pretty decently here, which is nice. Because we were already lined up here with a pretty good recruitment class, too. So, I mean, I didn't think we'd be at Purdue this long, but we're turning this program around. First round pick, Melvin Marvin. Way to go, Mel. Way to go. We'll miss you, but way to go. Does the NIL that got spent on a guy like Rick? Yeah, so we get the NIL back, so we're now up to 230 points. So, at least if he leaves, we obviously keep the money. So, in terms of recruitment then, again, we already have a pretty expansive class. Terrell Bass, we've been battling with Southern Miss all season. Marvin going in the first round makes up for him leaving as a junior, for sure. For sure. Man, we're up to 725 points now to be able to use. We'll sell that guy on conference prestige. Who do you think's drafted him? I think it's the Bills. I don't know. Who could use a junior tight end for their team? Yeah, probably Buffalo, actually. Minnesota's really dipped ahead for Kevin Coffey. But we are going to fight for him. We're going to fight for this guy. We're not giving up that easily. Brendan Proctor. I mean, just 10 points and schedule a visit. Chiefs to take over for Kelsey. Yeah, there you go. You mean Mr. Swift. Abdul Leon should easily be ours, but 10 points and just try to seal the deal with a visit. We'll get him on contender status, which is now a B. And then Austin Ramesh. The Ragin' Cajuns are in for this guy. So, we definitely gotta go with the full court press for him. We'll schedule you for a visit next week on Conference Prestige. We have Jason Booty. Ooh, we will just have to put a bunch of points on. We have Russell Hurts. Let's see what we can do for Russell Hurts. Love how our pro potential's an F after we just had a first rounder. Hopefully it changes soon. Get this guy on a playing time. Timotei Obi. Get you on 50 points. Schedule you for a visit next week on Conference Prestige. Then we have Egbule. Pro potential based on position. Each position has a different grade. There you go. Who went in the first round? Melvin Marvin, the tight end. We'll go 50 points for Egbule. Veal. We won't put any points on, but we'll leave him. Kashard Kasama. We'll put on 50. And Kyle Carney we will put on 50. So we'll be able to do more damage starting next week. Shit, I hit the wrong one. Hopefully he cares about that. We got 80 hours left, but I mean, we're going all in for the guys that we have. So if we take a look at the board, not the portal, but just the board, there are now so many 3-stars that are immediately interested in coming here, which is great. 4-stars, not so much. We could try to fight for some of these 4-stars late, but it's going to be expensive. And then 3-stars, Jeff Spruce is left. So the portal is probably our best bet. Unless we wanted to go for a big 4-star off of the default prospect list. But 5-star in the portal. Anybody that we recognize? Not really. Bunch of dudes leaving out of Notre Dame, Oklahoma, and Tennessee. Okay. I mean, here's the thing. Man, we spend our entire budget for someone like Eli Hearns. That might not be the worst idea in the world. You know? We got 2 freshman wideouts here. Eli Hearns, who was at Michigan, and then Quincy Beavers, who was at Ohio State. What if? You know? What if we just took a shot? 4-stars in the portal. Man, there are 4-stars in the portal who have some level of interest in us. That is new. We have not seen that before. Including guys looking to leave out of Indiana that are freshmen. Fight for the 5-stars. Fight for the 4-stars. I think we're going after those 4-stars, for sure. Long shots for all of them, except for maybe Bruce Pryor. But I definitely think we go after those guys. And then if we don't get them, there's a ton of 3-stars who are interested in coming here from the portal. So we're definitely going to go for those 4s. Although, holy shit, the amount of those 3-stars that don't want a penny. That is very tempting. So out of these 4-stars, if we think about this tactically, it would be this guy from Penn State and these 2 from Indiana. But we can't get all of them. Especially with the money. Because, again, I'm not playing it in the way that you can. I want to spend the NIL. We got 230 points left. I love Lamp. Shaq Lamp. I mean, Lamp and Ogunjobi are both freshmen as well. And there's Pryor. And figures Indiana kids are freshmen. Yeah. We could also scout these guys. But I mean, there's 3 freshmen in the mix. Those should probably be the guys that we target first, right? Probably. Just because we'll have them for longer. I'm still intrigued by, just really quickly, just the amount of 3-stars that are out there that don't want any NIL through the portal is nuts. Especially the ones who are interested in coming here. So, I mean, I'll think we'll be okay to kind of recover then. So, let's add Sifo Ogunjobi, Marquez Figures, and Shaq Lamp. Edge rusher, linebacker, and an offensive lineman. All freshmen that are interested in coming here. We won't be able to get all 3, but maybe 2 out of 3. Which could be pretty nice for us. Pretty nice indeed. So we're still fighting for Terrell Bass. Do we back out on Kevin Coffey? It is just the first week, actually. You know what? Let's keep fighting for Kevin Coffey then. He's got the visit this week. So Ogunjobi, Figures, and Lamp. Scholarship, we're not going to be able to go after all three at once because of the asking price. But one for the offensive line and then one defensively. But is the offensive line guy even the guy that we need? I know he's a freshman, but is he our biggest need? And the answer there is no. It was actually a tough call. A bit of a tough call. Right? Like, we know we're good at quarterback. We're good at running back. We do still need an elite wideout, but we have been bringing other guys in. But if we get somebody else from the portal, that could be good. Obviously, we're going to lose Marvin at tight end, but we still have Lutz, Durbin, and Marcus. But the O-line, outside of losing Holcomb, is still going to be good. But also, he's a freshman. He'll be here for longer. A lot of underclassmen, though, on that O-line already. Who were the other 4 stars in the portal that were interested in being here? It is Blair, Jennings, a corner. Okay, so it is O-line or defensive help, pretty much no matter what. That guy's 6'6", 260. Bruce Pryor from Notre Dame. Holy shit. But, okay. In that instance, we will just go after the freshman anyway. So the question is, who? Between probably Figures and Lamp. Ogunjobi. Not bad at all. Says the guy who blamed the last loss on the O-line. I mean, they struggled. You can't deny they struggled. We kept getting hurried. All right. Man, Marquez, Figures. Big dude. I mean, honestly, I'd probably put him at edge even over linebacker. Like, he's a big dude. And then Lamp at 229. Honestly, I'd probably put him at linebacker and him at edge. I already know we need a linebacker more than we need an edge rusher, so maybe Shaq Lamp. Good chunk of your 3 stars are linebackers. That's true. Yeah, I mean, right? Like, if you take a look at the already secured players, linebacker, defensive tackle, athletes, couple wideouts, a running back, and then a lot of the guys we are still fighting for are linebackers. At least in name only. I don't necessarily know if they'll actually play there. The fact that Lamp has us at 10. For Ogunjobi, how much would we have to offer him for him to actually be interested? Yeah, see, this is the issue. For very interested, Ogunjobi's going to cost 200. Realistically, I think we can only get one of these guys. It's still worth going after them, but I do think realistically we're only getting one of them. What about those 5 stars out of the portal that would consider us? Yeah, I think even McIlwain and Casey would be too much. We can get 1 4-star, and then we got to target some other 3s. So is it Ogunjobi, Figures, or Lamp? All of their deal breakers are contender status. Do we go for the big O lineman or a little bit of extra help defensively? Maybe we even do a little bit of scouting just to see who the best of the bunch is, you know? Maybe we do. Yeah, honestly. So Ogunjobi. Road Dog and Adrenaline, 83. He's good. He's good. You can look at those grades. He's going to be good. He is going to be good. What about Marquez Figures? I'm probably going to have to take points away from somebody to be able to finalize this, if that's okay. Yeah, like Carney, we can easily drop down to 25 for the week, and we should still be fine. Drop him down, get a few more points back, and then Kashama, same thing. Okay. How good is Marquez Figures? 85 speed, 91 acceleration, 87 awareness. Again, I said I might play him as an edge rusher more than the linebacker, but holy fuck. His coverage ability and everything, Jesus Christ. Wow. Wow. That coverage is why he's a linebacker. No kidding. It'd be a waste, yeah, to put him in edge rusher, honestly, with that coverage ability. And then what about Shaq Lamp? I mean, clearly, if we're going for a defender, it's Figures. Clearly. I mean, Lamp isn't too bad either, but, like, dude, Marquez Figures is insane. So, Lamp is out of the conversation for now. It's got to be Marquez Figures, like, just for the abilities he already has, the mentals he already has, it's got to be him. Ogunjobi's not bad at all, but this dude could be that big-time game changer on defense. We're going with Figures. Gotta be. Got to be. And then Boulay, we got to take some points off of you here. Sorry, buddy. But I still need some points left. So scholarship out to Figures. 210 of our remaining 230 budget. And we'll put some time on him as well. Put an extra 5 points on this dude. Okay. Actually, you know what? In fairness, I'm just wondering now about some of those 3 stars, you know? I think we can spread the wealth of these points for some of these guys even a little bit better. It might be kind of greedy. But, like, Proctor should be ours. He's on 10. Leon's on 10. Ramesh, we got to fight for. Booty, we should be okay for the moment. I want to see if there's any of those other 3 stars who don't want anything. At least 4 of them, right? Because we could offer them 5 points. Take those points off of Russell Hurt. Timotei Obi. And the good thing is we get a lot of points back next week because of the visits that we spend points on this time. Like Boulay, we can drop you down to 10. What's up with Kashama? Same thing, honestly. Just put him at 10. We should be all right. And Carney was the same thing. Okay. So that way we can get Figures. Have we gotten a 5-star yet? No. And they're a little bit out of range for us right now, but we are getting much closer to perhaps getting there. And I kind of like that I'm 5 years into this and I haven't bothered trying to get a 5-star yet because it's not really worth it. It's just too much money. Alright, so out of that portal, 3 stars. The guys who are most interested that also are not requiring any money is the key. There's a junior tight end, Tyler Titus, out of Southern Miss. Sophomore wideout, Joey Cross. He is very undersized. Edge rusher, Javi Voss as a junior. Junior tight end, Josh Whitehead. Junior edge rusher, Craig Hook. Okay, we're going to have to take a bigger look here. Freshman quarterback, Zaire Florence. Freshman quarterback, Jojo Maldine. Junior quarterback, Jaden Fatinikun. Sheem Cheek. Definitely a lot of people we can look at to see if they're any good. I have a real fear that a certain quarterback of ours is going to try to leave after this upcoming season. You know? There's a lot of freshman QBs, though. All right, we got to take one more look at what we actually need, right? Or who we already have. So Tiffin, he's listed as a running back. To be honest, I might play him as a wideout. And I think I would play Smiley as a running back. Wideout, Mangum, definitely a wideout. Bartow would probably play as a running back as well. And then this guy here, 6'2", 207, is either a wideout or probably a safety. So we'll keep that in mind. Who else have we got in here? Defensive tackle, Culliver, definitely a DT that we've added to the board. And then Coffee, if we get him, would also be a defensive tackle. Linebacker, Okoye, 6'1", 203. Man, I'm saying that screams safety to me, ideally. And then there's Abdul Leon, who we're fighting for, who I would think we'd play at linebacker if we get him. And Ramesh might also be better as a safety. I'd want to check him out there at least. Middle linebackers, there's so many of them. If we got Bass, he might be more of a linebacker. Not confirmed yet. Proctor, 238. I mean, dude, that's a linebacker or an edge rusher, honestly. Linebacker's coming much lighter now. Yeah. Booty. Same thing, honestly. I think I would go... Yeah, Moki, my ideal linebacker range right now is kind of around like 215 to 230. Just based on how the roster's been set up for the most part now. So, like, again, I think Booty would be an edge, but he could also maybe be a linebacker if need be. Hurt at 228. I think we would go with him as a linebacker. Obi at 214. Safety, linebacker. Either or. Egbule, if we get him, kind of the same thing. Probably a linebacker. And then Figures, if we get him, pretty much no choice but to keep him as a linebacker because of the pre-existing abilities that he has. So we're looking at bringing in a lot of linebackers here, which we knew. And then corner, Veal would definitely be a corner if we get him. Kashama would definitely be a corner if we get him. Carney, same thing, could maybe be a safety. And then at safety, did we get anybody? No. So yeah, we have definitely worked on a lot of defense. A lot. So those are the guys that we're adding in. Let's factor in who's already on this team. Indeed, Fox, I didn't. Would that impact your status with Purdue? We have made up such goodwill that we're fine, honestly. But in theory, it can. Yeah, it can hurt your stability as a coach. So quarterbacks, we are due to have 4 quarterbacks this year. Running backs, we are also on 4 running backs at the moment, plus the 2 that we've already secured. We're good at running back. So maybe 1 quarterback. We don't need a fullback. Wideouts, we know that we've lost Applewhite, so that leaves 6 plus the 2 to maybe 3 that we've already gotten. I think we're okay, so maybe 1 wideout. Maybe. Tight end. Another tight end would be nice since we are losing Marvin to the draft. So if we could find a tight end, that would be a good priority. Jesus, we still have so many members of the offensive line. Like, the O-line is never a bad idea, but that's in the question mark category. Edge rusher, we're already bringing in 2 people on top of the crap load that we already have. We're good. We're good at edge rusher. Defensive tackle, we're good at defensive tackle as well. We are more than good at DT. Linebacker, I think we're good there too. Just with the sheer amount of people that we're bringing in. I mean, that's kind of a maybe. Corners, we're already bringing in 3 people most likely. And then safeties, Okoye and Ramesh. Safeties. Tight end and safety. That is the biggest priority. Easily. Easily. Razor called it. Easily our biggest concern right now has got to be safeties. And like I said, maybe one tight end that's not all that costly. So if we go 3-star tight ends who have a starting interest in us, there's quite a few. Quite a few. Holy shit, there's so many. And if we look at the freshmen, let's see, we got like Brad Coker, who's a blocker, Konatina Samoa, Paris Horner. There's a bunch. There are a bunch. So what about safeties then? Less so. Mostly juniors, except for Cornell Troop. On the other side, if we look for younger players, Nathan Balaj from UAB. We could definitely take a look at him. Actually, hold on really quickly. He's kind of undersized, but maybe. Because we could always move a different corner over. Martin Rambo, great name. Lamar Cleveland. Martin Ventura. I mean, these guys are fine, but to be honest, it's like, man, I kind of like a heavier hitting safety. You know, someone kind of the size of like a Brenton Soto or even bigger, and we're not really seeing that here. And that guy's 6'3", 196. Not really seeing what I want to see there. Doesn't mean that we won't, or doesn't mean that we'll stop looking, though. So, 20 spots on the roster. How many junior tight ends were there? Just to get an exact number. Or junior freshman, Jesus. Alex Milano. Okay. Who else? Jimmy Langford. Terrell Butts. Hell yeah. David Ebby. Honestly, kind of a little bit undersized for tight end. Good weight, but only 6'1". 6'3", 214 for Terrell Butts is a bit better. 6'3", 236. 6'3", 236. Okay. Honestly, there might be some freaking wideouts that I want to add. Just if they have the height. This guy 6'4", 234. Juan Candidate. That's not bad. 6'5", 252. That's what I'm talking about. Paris Horner. 6'2", 213. 6'3", 221 for Brad Coker. Okay. And just for the hell of it. Yeah, I mean, some of these wideouts just, you know, they'll have the height, but they won't have the size to properly block. So that's okay. All right, so then from here, are there any linebackers that might make for good safeties? Just off of, you know, like size. I mean, yeah, some of these guys, right? Like Max Wilbur, but what do we have for freshmen? Like, am I wrong for thinking that, like, Jeremiah Horn, 6 foot 209? I'm like, all right, he's got a bit more bulk than a corner. Should be able to, you know, hit pretty hard. But I feel like that's a guy who might do better at safety than he would at linebacker. He had 6 pass deflections last year, 54 tackles. I feel like that guy would be better. What else do we have for freshmen? You don't have to worry about weight as much. They factor in players growing in the offseason. Right, but still. Like Tyler Kroll. I actually probably would want to play him at linebacker. What else do we have? 213, Jason Gay. 227 for Rashard Burks. Again, I am trying to find like my ideal fit for a safety. Demarius Fine could be decent. He's also a lurker, so again, good in coverage. What about the middle? 238, Alani Trapuka. 210, Bryce Lane. He could be decent. Ezekiel Woollyhand. Great name. Another lurker. A freshman, Tremaine Friday. 211, Marvin Hag. Casey Veal, another thumper. 228, 228. Okay, and what about corners? Do we have, like, any heavier corners that could be a good fit that happen to be freshmen? Like I said, just in my head, like, especially too, right? If our corners right now are a bit slower, we need people at safety who can help knock a ball loose. Is the general thought for me, just of how we need to build this team. And all these corners, of course, are going to be a little bit more light, a little bit more mobile, except for maybe this guy here, Greg Spoon from BYU, who just beat us in the playoffs. You hate to see it. Any other freshmen that are interesting? Garrison, Matt Franks, 5'11", 199. Okay, I mean, I definitely think we're getting some good targets. And then what about these freshman safeties? Again, Nathan Balaj wasn't going to work for me. Doesn't work for me, brother. Lamar Cleveland, Martin Ventura. Give me the next Bob Sanders. That's what I'm after. 196, Ben Lorenzo at 6'3". Definitely interesting. Got 2 spots left. Very few strong safeties, though. Okay, I mean, I think we're good in terms of the amount of guys that we're kind of eyeing up for the board here. I do wonder about scouting these tight ends, though. Also, did any of these guys, I can't imagine they had any pre-existing offers. We should be okay. The athlete thumpers in particular make great edge rushers because you can start them at rush and then upgrade the finesse moves for cheap. Fair. So Alex Milano, because we can really only offer 4 people a contract from here, so we need to make sure that we're good. So Alex Milano at tight end. 84 speed, but no real abilities. Okay. What about Jimmy Langford, who was a blocker? Yeah, he's slow as shit. When it says pure blocker, they're not lying. Has outside shield. Terrell Butts. Vertical threat. 82 speed, 70 catching, 49 awareness. Ugh. One candidate. All right, we'll have to continue searching for these guys next week. But, yeah, there's some rough ones there. There are some rough ones for week 1. Again, we'll have a lot more points to work with for week 2, so. At least we have our targets. Hard commit from linebacker Terrell Bass. Let's go. And we only got locked out for Greg Spoon. Okay. We can make this work. Can definitely make this work. All right, so back towards the top. Bass is signed. Coffee, we have overtaken Minnesota. I thought his name was Terrible Bass for a minute. We still got that guy on 10 points. We got that guy on 10 points. Ramesh. Cajuns are no longer as interested, apparently, so we'll drop you down to 10. 10 for Booty. The tight ends are probably the hardest to get right because the archetypes suck. Yeah. So, Mr. Booty, let's schedule you for a visit next week on playing time. Anybody else who was ready for a visit that didn't get one yet? I think we're good. Mr. Hertz, 10 points. That's fine. Obi, good. Egbule, good. Veal, we still wait. Kashama looks good. Carney's fine. And Marquez figures, we are battling LSU. Fuck. They identified him as a good talent, and rightfully so. That would be a hell of a coup if we're able to get this guy. We need to switch off of Send the House. Man, we need to get this dude. He looks so good. He looks insane, man. What he could do for our defense is unreal. Alright, so then we had the scouting that we needed to finish up for the tight ends. So Paris Horner, another blocking type, give him more NIL. I don't think I can. Actually, you're right, I can't. Where the hell did that 130 points come from? We had like 20. Where the hell did those points come from? I guess we did take that one dude off the board? Right? Maybe? I'm losing my mind. It's 4 a.m. I'm sorry. Anyway, Brad Coker. Another pure blocker. Yeah, maybe those are Spoon. That wasn't all on Spoon, though. Alright, so Coker as the blocking type is the best of the bunch. That's not even a question. Coker as a blocking tight end. Yeah, maybe it was from one of the goals. Coker is clearly the best blocking tight end we can get. Not even a question. The fastest is Alex Milano, who would really have to be trained up. But yeah, Coker as a blocking type. Not bad. Maybe it was from Marvin getting drafted. Yeah, came from somewhere. I mean, Butts or Milano, yeah. So for a tight end, it would either be Milano or Coker. Neither of whom have an offer on them yet. Okay. What do we think? This would just kind of be like a bonus. I'm kind of thinking the blocking type tight end, and then we just try to train him up. But the other guy has that speed. So the other guy maybe has more long-term potential, but this guy is way more useful now. But we do already have 3 half-decent tight ends. So maybe we take up Alex Milano and try to train him up. Coker can catch better and isn't that slow. Did he have better catch? Yeah, you're right. Only by 4 points, though. Catching traffic is much better. Oh, don't worry. We're gonna up the NIL amount for figures. Don't worry. Honestly, let's go for Coker. A blocking type tight end isn't bad. Just give him the 5 NIL. Drop 50 points on him. Try to make up ground. Yeah, we'll go back to figures with more NIL. Don't worry. These other defensive players who might be safeties. Jeremiah Horn. Are you any decent? 82 speed. No abilities. That's okay. What about Demarius Fine? 84 speed. Has roller coaster and instinct. Okay. Bryce Lane. 74 speed. Probably not going to be Bryce Lane. Does have 78 zone coverage, but I don't think it'll be him. What about Marvin Hagg? Although he's a freshman, so you need to be careful. It'll cost you 1,000 by the time he's a junior. Yeah. Ooh. Grip Breaker and Aftershock. Again, though, I'd probably want to play him as a safety, but he does hit hard. 89 strength as well. His coverages need to be improved. Greg Spoon, of course, is off the board. What about Matt Franks? 95 speed. Matt Franks. Woo-hoo. All right, we're going after that guy. And then Ben Lorenzo, the 6'3" free safety. 80 speed. Okay. So we were talking about like 2 to 3 safeties, right? Matt Franks is a must with that mobility. That leaves Jeremiah Horn. I mean, honestly, maybe we just go after Hagg anyway. Right? I went to Franks' high school. What an old Opalaka. It's 82 speed, no abilities. 89 acceleration, though, 76 hit power. 84, 84, 77 in that regard. There's no way we're going after Bryce Lane. That guy's way too slow. Hagg has his abilities. For that reason, maybe we just look at adding in Marvin Hagg. Just for the fact he has Grip Breaker and Aftershock, he can just be half decent. Even if he's not a safety, we'll make it work. So then either Horn, Fine, or Lorenzo. Lorenzo's interesting just for the height at 6'3". The other guys are obviously a bit faster, but like what Lorenzo might be able to be at that height, I think makes him the most interesting. So, and now we might actually be able to go for even more players, if we're being honest. Although we're not quite going to have the same amount of time I wanted. So, scholarship, 5 points. 25 overall there. Marvin Hag, 5 points and 25. And then Lorenzo, the 5 points and 25. At least for now. And then we might honestly be able to go after even more people. But it's figures. Is it worth offering more NIL if we can't make him any more interested than what we've done, though? Right? Like, yeah, it's honestly not even letting me offer any more than 210. I can't go up. I can't go up. So that is what it is. Okay? That is what it is then. But 110 points left. 110 points left. We're not really going to be able to go after anybody too crazy right now.
I'm just trying
TikTok
to walk
Bikes
through this
fan.
fucking grass.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. So again, right, if you look at NIL for the 4 stars, there are a couple of wideouts that we could theoretically go for. The 5 stars, obviously, we're out of the market. But I do wonder, right, if like Nick Toomer, who's a junior, or James Spears. Spears has an offer? Man, Nick Toomer is 5'6", 182 pounds. Yikes. Yikes. I get, like, slot receiver, but damn, I'd want him as a running back. We did say wideout, O-line, linebacker, quarterback. I think we're just going to have to wait, but we should be able to make potentially a late offer for one of those 4 stars. I think we've done all we can do for this week. Let's go to week 3. I think we've done all that we can do. We get the hard commit from defensive tackle Kevin Coffey. Very nice. Didn't get locked out for anybody either. Good. Good, good, good. All right. So let's take a look here. So Bass, we're good. Coffey, we're good. Proctor, we're still in first. Leon, no competition for you at all. Ramesh, we're good. Booty, we're good. Hurt, Obi, Egbule, we're still in first. Reveal, Kashama, Carney. We are ahead of LSU for Marquez Figures, and he visits this week. Imagine we get this kid. He's a freshman, and he's already that good? Come on, man. Come on. All right, and then Coker. We worked to get his interest up. Franks, we're looking okay, too. Let's switch him over to 50 points. And actually, with Coker, we can optimize a little bit more. Get his gamer trifecta. Probably talked about this at the beginning of stream. Yeah, Top Hat, I wasn't upset either, as you know. All right, Ewok of Doom. Still one of the best names I've seen on this platform. 3 months on the primer. Thank you very, very much. How have you been? All right, we are looking good for the players still here. 110 is our max NIL right now, unless somebody falls off the board, but that is not looking likely. We got a couple guys who are ready for visits. Kashama, we'll schedule for this week. Get him on Prestige. And Brad Coker. Brad Coker. Why does that sound so familiar? Probably because of Scott Coker of Bellator. Maybe that's what it is. And I'm like combining the names. Okay. We got a lot of hours left. And we did say maybe there were a couple of other positions that we could target. Is there a way for us to spend that NIL? We know there's only 3 stars available from the non-portal that technically... Actually, the prospect list is throwing people from the portal as well. Lethal, there's a lot of reasons. A lot of reasons, yeah. Seen the news lately? So 4 stars. The cheapest 4 stars that have... Actually, let's just see. Yeah, so there's cheaper 4 stars. Honestly, we should just go from the base level here. So it's a sophomore linebacker, Michael Labinjo, who does not have any offers. Lethal it does, though. When you know that them winning wouldn't just have been about them winning, you know? And then there's figures. Okay, so a lot of the 4 stars have disappeared. The last guy we could possibly fight for is linebacker Michael Labinjo, a sophomore from Mizzou. Otherwise, we're looking at 3 stars. And there are a couple of 3 stars who are looking for hell, including a punter who wants 160. That's fucking insane. That is crazy. Alright, so out of the 3 stars, then, we do have a quarterback, a freshman, Mike Sheridan, who might be worth scouting. Taylor Felix, another freshman. Sophomore, Leon. Another freshman, and Nick Lyles. Hanson and Maffey are freshmen. Damn. A lot of freshmen 3 stars. DJ Yates. Deontay Callis. Okay, there's too many at this point. There's too many. I should have taken them off the list from the other side, but that's fine. So, you know, we will focus on the 4-star Labinjo, although we are going to be able to scout all these guys, too. We have so many leftover points right now. I mean, technically, we could put more points on some of the other guys, but let's see what's up with Michael Labinjo. Last 4-star left, 87 tackling. Has grip breaker. Yeah, no, that guy as a linebacker or edge rusher could be pretty nice. 90 acceleration, Jesus. So if we offer you that scholarship, you'd be the last guy that we could offer. We'll just go 100 because it won't do anything. And then what if we put you on 50 points? So we have 2 spots left with NIL through those scholarships. Who... I mean, we might as well go on who is the most interested that also costs 0. So do we have anybody that has us in, like, their top 5? There are a bunch of running backs that would have us in their top 5. What about freshmen, ideally? James Hyde, he's already got an offer from Minnesota. Okay, so we'll say no to that. Fullbacks, I mean, these guys obviously wouldn't cost anything. There are 2 freshman fullbacks in Kentrell Bourne and Carl Carney. We could take a look at those 2 just for the hell of it. And then wideouts, again, ideally freshmen with no offers. Shout out to Capo Grizzy for the follow. Welcome in. So any of these dudes that are freshmen, no pre-existing offers. I mean, I guess technically if they're looking for NIL, we're screwed, but let's see. Again, anybody that has us in their top 5, no offers. Because right now we are just trying to maximize this class. If we can. Honestly, we're going to try to scout as many of these guys as possible as well. We have the time to make sure that they're good. And we are going to run out of room for the wideouts, unfortunately. That's okay. So honestly, for the hell of it, these fullbacks, Kentrell Bourne, nothing special. What about Carl Carney? Nothing special. Again, at this point, we are looking for quality. Val Soto, 83 speed, no abilities, get out. Freddie Cashman, 84 speed, no abilities, get out. We want the best of the best. Mike Hensley, 80 speed, no abilities, get out. Chris Bosby, 89 speed, 92 acceleration, not terrible. Emmanuel Hale, 84 speed, no abilities, get out. Go to contact, see them converted for the fullback. That's what we normally do, but I figured it'd just be fun to look at a fullback for once and see if he was any good. That guy's a hell of a route runner, but the other dude's so much faster. And then we're almost out of points for the window. That's okay. I mean, at this point, we are literally just, like, down to the wire. I mean, we pretty much have our class. It was just worth seeing if there was anybody else left. Verbal commit from 3-star linebacker Abdul Leon. Hard commit. We got him. Yes. Oh, my God. LSU. Emphasis on the fucking L. You just got out-dueled by Purdue. Whoo. Oh, my God. Grizzy, I'm glad you're here, too. That's what this channel's all about, is franchise modes on a variety of different games. Holy, that's our playoff win right there. Marquez figures. That's crazy. We get a hard commit from the tight end, Brad Coker. Awesome. I cannot believe we just out-dueled LSU for somebody. Holy. Holy. That is, again, like, dude, this guy is nuts. As a freshman, look at this guy. Holy shit. What a beast. What an absolute beast. Whew, can't wait to see your class rank, right? And again, we're doing this without doing, like, the cheese of trying to get 4 stars for no NIL. Because, again, it's like, oh, yeah, you can do that. Okay, cool, but I'm not going to. Honestly, at this point, we should probably just make sure that we get certain people. But, I mean, you would think the 10 points on these guys would be enough, right? Like, we should have these guys without having to put, 50 points on them. I mean, we're looking good for pretty much everybody. Maybe Egbule, Maybe Kashama, but, like, Carney should be ours. We got Coker. We got Franks on the 50. Hag, because we started going for these guys late. Lorenzo. Okay, LSU will probably take away the other 4-star, though, Michael Labinjo. They went from targeting 1 4-star to saying, all right, well, you're not getting both of them. But maybe we can. Maybe we can. I can't sell him on anything. I can't get him for a visit either. Shit. I can't schedule him for a visit. I wish. He hasn't gone down to 5 schools yet. Can I offer him more money? We could. Okay. Hate to say it. Nah, because we only have the extra 10. We should probably back out from Michael Labinjo if there's somebody else good out there to get. I don't think there will be. Again, like, the proper 5 stars are all gone at this point. Yes, there's still a fair amount of 4 stars on the prospect list, but I don't think we'll be able to build up the interest in these guys because we will only have, like, just over 100 points if we backed out on Labinjo. So if we go back to the portal, I think all the 5 stars were gone, and I'm pretty sure the 4 stars are gone as well. They're not. But Labinjo was the cheapest. Yeah, if we back out for him, we don't have enough points for anybody else anyway. Okay. So we will just fight like hell from Michael Labinjo. And then aside from that, we have 2 scholarship offers left that we could send out on the minimum 5 points there. So still looking at these wideouts. I mean, Bosby looks like the most interesting one. What about Iverson? Yeah. Okay. You know what, though? I don't want to take the risk. I think we would be and will be okay for guys like Proctor. But, man, if I could have just put them on max points to get them, but who else might we be able to get? But, like, somehow, if that guy doesn't commit to me because I only put him on 10 points and, like, I could have put him on 50, I'm going to be pretty mad. Right? Because, like, man, we need to get that guy. 6'5", 86 years. Great. That was for the other guy, right? I mean, Bosby, those 6'2", 89. Well, there's still going to be so many 3-stars in the portal, too, that might be worth scouting, though. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Is what if we find just this crazy fucking player? If we look at interest, no safeties are still interested. Free safeties. We already have Lorenzo. Schweigert's a junior. Anybody that has us top 5 that we can look at that's a freshman with no other offers that might just be absolutely insane. Probably not as insane as that 4-star, of course, that we looked at. But maybe there's somebody that can be close. So, like Bryce Lane. I feel like we already looked at Bryce Lane, though, didn't we? That name sounds very familiar. We did not look at Ezekiel Woolyhan, though, because we were looking at safeties, and he was a bit undersized for what I wanted. That guy's got a big-time offer from Troy. Who else do we have? At this point, it's just best available, maybe. Casey Veal. Okay. Let's see. What do we have at outside linebacker? Wilbur's a sophomore. Any freshman? Jason Gay. Rashad Burks we can look at. Jeremiah Horn we probably wouldn't be able to get. Probably won't get Demarius Fine either. This guy here, Tyler Kroll. There's a lot of linebackers who had us in 5th place. What about defensive tackles? At this point, we're just looking for the embarrassment of riches. Tommy Baquette, Kyle Carney, Isaac Shanoy is a sophomore. Jason Gay, the gay community? I wonder how I wonder how AJ Styles feels knowing that when someone hears his name, that might be the first thing that they think of. Okay, so we'll leave it at edge rushers and then come back because we're full on the board. I still hate you can only list 35 people. So Chris Bosby is certainly not bad. Could be the guy that we default to. What about Ezekiel Woolyhand? Gonna be nothing special. Yeah, nothing special for him. What about Casey Veal? Has grip breaker. Don't think he'll have anything else, though. But does have grip breaker. He's not a flat earther. He just has questions. Don't we all? Jason Gay. I mean, 85 speed, 83 awareness for a safety / linebacker really isn't that bad. But I don't know if it's enough. What about Rashad Burks? Yeah, he's really nothing special. What about Tyler Kroll, whatever the hell. I'm going to run out of points sooner than I want. We're better at looking at offensive players than defensive, but that's why I wanted to get to the defensive first. Tommy Baquette. 84 strength, workhorse. 2 more DTs. Kyle Carney. Absolutely nothing special. And then the final guy on the defensive side is Marco Yelder. 87 acceleration as a DT. Interesting. Any other spots where we could conserve points? We could drop some of these guys down to even just 5. I mean, I've already kind of committed to being a bit risky here, haven't I? So we'll hope for the best, but the potential of this class is insane. We've finished in the top 35 in each of the last 2 years. This could be our first top 25. Primarily thanks to out-dueling LSU for a guy who could be an All-American linebacker if he stays here. I don't know how that guy is only a 4-star and not a 5-star. You know? Yeah, all these dudes. Oh, man, we do have some visits we could still schedule, too. Shit, I didn't notice that. Did not notice that. That might be what we have to do last, then. Alright, who is ready for a visit this week? Shit. Like Boulay, Franks, Hag. Okay. Egbule. Conference prestige. Franks. Of course, this has to be expensive. Championship contender. Hag will cost 15. Get you on proximity to home. I've pretty much stretched as far as I can in terms of points, but let's get Ben Lorenzo on that visit. Conference prestige. And then we'll go put some more points on him. Maybe. Yeah, we probably should. At least the 30. I think we've probably stretched about as far as we can. I think so. Maybe there's enough to offer like one more guy a scholarship. Marco Yelder. Certainly going to be interesting, but... So out of these three... And actually, let me go back to that other wideout we looked at. That, whose speed was pointed out. What was it, Iverson? The Allen Iverson community? Could have just gone off of, alphabetical, I suppose. That would have been smarter. Oh, boy, except it wouldn't be, because it doesn't matter. Okay. Where is Iverson? Jimmy Iverson, 6'5", 191 pounds with 86 speed. It's true, it's not bad. Good spec catch as well. If we have enough to send out one scholarship, we have 2 defenders and 2 wideouts. 89 speed at 6'2", 92 acceleration, 71 catching. Versus 86 speed, 73 catching at 6'5". And then Veal, 80 speed with grip breaker. Jason Gay, 85 speed. I think if I were to go for a defender, we'd go for the Gay community. Yeah, I mean, Iverson with that speed could be interesting, though. That's fair. I'm just thinking about how fast Chris Bosby is in comparison. And still, he's 6'2", you know? I'm leaning towards Bosby here, I gotta be honest. I think he'll be the final guy. We'll just hope that the scholarship is enough. Alright, let's see. This has the chance to be an absolutely insane recruitment class. I mean, it already is. We got that 4-star linebacker who's just crazy. We get the hard commit from Kyle Carney out of Pflugerville, Texas. Hell yeah. Man, Coco, that's already? God damn. I knew it was coming up. I didn't know it was today. We got 3-star corner out of Opelika, Florida, Matt Franks. We get 3-star linebacker out of Roswell, Georgia, Marvin Haig. We get 3-star safety, Ben Lorenzo, the 6'3" safety. We get the 3-star linebacker, Brendan Proctor. The 3-star linebacker, Austin Ramesh. 3-star linebacker, Jason Booty. 3-star linebacker, Russell Hurt. 3-star linebacker, Timotei Obi. 3-star linebacker, Maurice Egbule. 3-star corner, Tyree Veal. 3-star corner, Rashard Kashama. And that is that. We did not get Labinjo. He did go to LSU, but it does mean we'll have some money left over. Honestly, I prefer to get the guy that we got as opposed to Labinjo, so I'm kind of cool with it. Top classes. Ohio State, number 1, having spent 4,100 NIL. Jesus Christ. And Oregon also spent a shitload. God damn. Yo, dog, I heard you like 3-star linebackers. I do. I really do. Where were we this year? Number 35. Okay. 24 signings on 325 NIL. 4 stars, we had just 1, and then 23 3 stars. So, when people talk about, hey, here's some of the issues, it is the fact that the AI, you know, Missouri State only signing 5 people, right? Like, this does add up. But, you know, eventually, like, man, Louisville as well only signed 6 people, right? It's like, yeah, this needs to be fixed, but I'm telling you, man, the AI was always bad at this. They were always bad at properly filling out a roster. It's even worse now because there's more reason to pay attention to it. So, how do we do with our recruits? Lorenzo Tiffin. Star Dev. The very first guy we targeted. Let's go. Honestly, he might not be a running back. He'll probably be a wideout for us, but let's go. And normal dev for John Smiley, but we picked him up for the speed. 91 speed. Wideout. Keenan Mangum. Impact dev. Okay. Greg Bartow is star dev. 5'6", 181. Probably play him at running back. This guy is the new die. From wide back. Oh my God, wide back. It's 5 in the morning. Spare me. Jesus. Darren, unfortunately, he's fast, but normal dev. And then Chris Bosby, we couldn't get at the end. He elected to go to SMU. He was impact dev, though. He would have been good. Tight end, Brad Coker, normal dev, but we needed a number. He's a number. Let's see. Not a single offensive lineman this year. We'll see if that was worth the risk to rebuild our defense. At DT, Roy Culliver and Kevin Coffey, both normal dev. Okay. Okoye, impact dev. Very nice. 88 speed. Whew. Wide back's what I call my old line. That sounds like a derogatory term. Abdul Leon and impact dev Austin Ramesh. We did not get Michael Labinjo, which would have been nice, but can't get them all. Middle linebacker, impact dev for Terrell Bass. Very nice. Normal for Brendan Proctor. Impact for Jason Booty. More of a thumper. Normal dev for Russell Hurt. Oh boy, here we go. Timotei Obi, normal dev. Maurice Egbule, impact dev. I will skip Marquez Figures for the moment and talk about Marvin Hagg, also an impact dev. Let's go. At corner, Matt Franks, normal but 95 speed. Normal for Carney, but 90 speed. Star dev Rashard Kashama. That's what, 3-star devs already? And we did get Tyree Veal as well, normal dev. Normal dev for Ben Lorenzo. Okay. So. Look at Kashama's hometown. The Colony. Delightful. A lot of impact devs, couple star devs. There's one man left to look at. One man. We outdueled LSU for this guy. Wow, he's only impact. I thought for sure he was star dev, but man, who cares? This guy's gonna be nuts. He's already insane. Look at him. Holy, man. Holy. That was a great class. That was a wonderful, wonderful class for us. And now we got some updating to do, but also coach skills. We have 68 points. I love our 3 stars. Got us 3-star devs. There you go. I mean, hey, man, the 3 stars, it's viable. 100 bonus XP per recruit, which could be up to 3,500 XP a year. Or the players that we already have get better. Particularly on defense. And I certainly think we could go linebacker or somewhere else. I'm going to have to think about that. I'm going to see what our team looks like once we do the position changes. So let's see what that is going to look like. So who is playing quarterback this year? Oh, the latency somehow. Glenn Holman, Quan Hicks, Manu Young, Greg Stevens. Keenan Mangum could technically, but he's a gadget. I don't think we're going to bother. If he's a wideout, he's going to have caps at quarterback. We're fine. We're fine. Okay, and then as per usual, Is there anybody in a defensive position or an athlete that is not good at tackling that needs to be on the offensive side of things? Defensive position or athlete, and the answer looks to be no. Okay. On the offensive side of things, same as always, Tremaine Lutz could be switched over. And then obviously all the athletes will check on the defensive side of the ball first. Eric Villarreal could also be switched over to a defensive position if need be. Call it a hunch. I don't think it will need be. Any other offensive players then? Any other offensive players, non-athletes? No, we look good. Okay. So for the athletes that we recruited, John Smiley, corner for the moment, but we could say safety. Proctor at 238. I'm thinking edge rusher, maybe linebacker, but put him as an edge rusher. And then Darren at 207. That's a safety to me. 6'2", big old safety. We'll see if he gets moved to the offensive side of things. So, punter, kicker, all that's good. So at safety, 217 for David Small. Honestly, I kind of want to test that guy out at linebacker, especially with his height. I think he could be a decent linebacker. Channing Nicholson as well, also at 217 pounds, 6'4". Let's test him out as a linebacker. Darren's good where he is. 211 for Kempert, that's fine. 210, 196, Ben Lorenzo. At the moment, corner, but let's be honest, we're probably going to move him back to safety. But I want to see what he looks like there. And then for the corners proper, Sam Duck. See what you look like as a safety. Anybody else here? Not directly over 200. Okay. If anyone's capped out, move their position. Yeah. Problem is the upgrades aren't at the same time, so it's just kind of a pain in the ass, and if it happens, it happens. So linebacker, anywhere between like 215, 229. All right, so Robert Okoye at 203. We were definitely looking at checking him out at safety. That's the reason we brought him in the first place. Leone at 218, that's fine. Austin Ramesh, let's also check you out at safety. Again, we specifically recruited some of these linebackers thinking that they could be safeties. Okay. And then here, Figures is off limits. He's just too good. Normally, I'd put him as an edge rusher, but he's just too good at what he's already good at. He stays. He stays. But like Jeremy Gentry, we can see what he'd be like as an edge rusher. Again, like 215 to 229. Marvin Hagg, let's see what you look like as a safety. Timotei Obi, that's Figure spot until he graduates. Or until he leaves for more money, whatever happens first. Jason Booty, let's test you out at edge rusher. I can't believe how well this team's developed. Okay, and then on the strong side, Jocks Walker. I also want to test you out as an edge rusher. Okay. So that does leave at a base level a fair amount of linebackers, a fair amount of corners, good amount of safeties as well. If we were to leave it like that and even let somebody like, Lorenzo, train up. Because we had quite a few of these guys that are around like 195, stuff like that. So quite a few guys that could be considered a corner. So defensive tackle, like 275 and up. That's a lot of big fellas. It's a lot of big fellas. And then edge rusher, we're thinking like 230 to 275. Anybody that wants to move? No, we're good. Okay. So what would the offensive line look like? Let's see. Anybody like 6'4" or taller? Nope.
I'm just trying to walk
The
through this
Mad
fucking
Dog of Shimano. What a name. Thank you very much for the follow. That's insane. The name just kept going. Holy hell. All right, and then we got the offensive side of things, aside from the 4 quarterbacks, which we know are pretty much set. So, running back. I want to try Lorenzo Tiffin at wide out with that height, 6'1". We'll try him out there. I don't mind the running backs being a bit more, small, a bit more mobile. And let's just see. And then, yeah, Greg Bartow at 5'6". Like, he can still be a running back primarily, but be a slot receiver as well. Yeah, I think we're good there. And then tight end, all these dudes at least 6'3". That looks good. Yeah, honestly, I think we're good. Now, again, wide out, we still have some speed concerns, but we're working on it. Give it time. So running back, that leaves Ty and Riggs. Bartow to train up. Good amount of speed out of the backfield. I think we're looking okay. 4 quarterbacks, 5 running backs. We don't have a fullback, whatever. What's that? 8 wide receivers. 4 tight ends. 3 left tackles, 2 left guards, 5 centers. We can actually move one of the, we move just like Ankara over to left guard just to balance it out. This team's looking so good, man, compared to what it used to. Edge rushers. Plenty of them. Plenty of them. That is for sure. Okay. And then defensive tackles. Plenty of them. Linebackers. Small on the Sam side. Marquez Figures is my goat. Yeah, I mean, we have plenty of linebackers still. Plenty of corners. And then free safety and everything like that, we're fine. Marvin Hag, 89 strength. It's in the name. Put him at strong safety. Put him at strong safety. And then Timotei Obi as well. Put that man at strong safety. Jesus. May not win the Big Ten until Michigan falls off. The team's in the group. I mean, I don't know if we'll ever win it, but goddamn. This team is looking very, very promising. Like, we just played it really wisely, going after, minimizing NIL, but specifically looking for, like, 3-star gems to round out a roster. We don't need him for the offensive side. So, yeah, Haig might be the guy at strong safety. Worst case, I might want to put Sam Duck over there in case we redshirt Hag. So, aside from that, we're okay. Like, Kempford or Beckham, probably the starter there. I think we're good. I'm not really seeing any, like, obvious change to make. I think that's fine. So, now the thing was the coach points. I'm glad I remembered. So, for the defensive side of things, who needs the most XP? We only have 1 impact dev player here. That's Jason Booty. But we do have Jimmy Fink. So, we have, like, 4 impact dev players on the defensive line. Couple of seniors. I mean, in fairness, it does defensive line, linebacker, defensive back, right? We have a shitload of potential defensive tackles, but, like, all these guys are normal dev. So it might be a waste. We might not be maximizing. But there's, like, what was it? 4? About 4 impact devs there. Linebacker. We got 3 impact devs there. Okay. I mean, you could just argue linebacker because it's the weakest. And then corners, we do have the star dev with McCann. Impact, impact, impact. Okay, secondary. Secondary has the players that have the most to gain. Let's go there first. Let's go there first. Oops. So yeah, defensive backs, give us the extra off-season training. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I think we had a B- prestige. That is insane. How the hell do we have a B- prestige? I mean, I know how, but still, it's... How did we get here? How did we get here? And that's going to be someone's dev increased. Beckham, the safety, goes to impact dev. Very nice. He's the only one, though. So now we have all the fun of the training results and seeing how good this team's actually going to be. Manu Young has 41 upgrade points. Oh, my God. Will he hit a 90? He's almost capped out, so it'll be double power here instead of capping out IQ, I think. Unless there's a physical. Break tackle, break sack, break tackle, deep back. Yeah, okay. So let's go with the double power increase for Manu. He's still at an 87. But the guy's a beast. The guy's a beast. Remember when we were targeting 2 conference wins? Yeah. Man, even Glenn Hallman got 46 points. Holy shit. All right, Glenn. We're going to have a new backup quarterback this year. Off platform? Sure. Might as well just add that now. Screw it. So we can definitely get a little bit more throw power in there. And then we want to just probably commit to accuracy. Can't do that extra off-platform, but yeah, let's commit to accuracy, and then nothing will cost 1 point. But a 76 for backup quarterback Glenn Hallman. He's got some potential, actually. If Young leaves, Hallman could be decent as a single-year senior starter. But then we also have Quan Hicks, whose power is capped out at a 94. So let's spec into accuracy pretty heavily here. Here you go, Quan. That gets him up to a 72. So he's never going to be the most accurate. But obviously, like, mobile resistance and dot will help quite a bit. And then outside of that, IQ, elusiveness, quickness. Let's go IQ. That guy's awareness is tragic. Absolutely tragic. His play action rating is also horrific. It's at least a 71 now. Alright, we got 7 points. We'll put it on elusiveness. 78 for Quan Hicks. Never mind. We might have a different heir apparent. And then 56 points for Greg Stevens. God damn. Alright, Greg. Power's capped out of the 91. That's fine. Let's get your accuracy to wherever it can go. Oh, I will say, you know how, like, the first 20 minutes of a stream is the, hey, talk about whatever. That's what the last little bit of the stream is now, by the way, as well. Because it's not the most interesting to be upgrading our players. It is exciting for me to see just how good the team's going to be. But if you were like, well, I don't want to disrupt with a question. Hey, now's your chance. Greg Stevens, we're good there. Let's keep going for IQ. My God, even Greg Stevens. Okay, so yeah, we're not exactly panicking if a quarterback goes down to injury this year. We're also definitely not going to be able to keep all these guys. Not at all. Damn. Running backs. 39 points for Gregory Ty. The human bobblehead, who almost went pro, so this is most certainly his final year here. We will do the big quickness increase. And we're just shy on the next one. We could do a bit more on power, but, like, what's the point? Hands are already capped out, so let's up that elusiveness with your already 99 agility. Ooh, give us improved juke moves. Give us an improved 360. Anything else costing 3 points? No. 89 overall for Gregory Ty. Human bobblehead's crazy. That's what he looks like! He can't help it. All right, Paul Riggs. Let's get a little bit more speed going for you. And then nothing will cost 3. So there you go. 78 for one of our running backs, Paul Riggs. What about senior Finau? One of our initial recruits at Purdue. Go for a quickness upgrade. Anything costs 5 points. Route running. But do you have a physical? No, you don't. So Finau, 79 overall. Okay. And then we have Eric Villarreal with his 36 points. Another man with an absolutely gigantic noggin. We will go for quickness. And then from there, elusiveness. Anything else we can do for Eric? 80 overall. Let's get a little bit more on route running. And that is that, barring an upgrade. Recoup? Fuck it, we'll go for it. Why not? 80 overall for Villarreal. So again, the running backs aren't looking that bad, actually. Like, at least with Ty and Villarreal, we have some pace. The wideouts will always be the big concern, though. Major Yusuf. See, he's got a normal size noggin, proportional to his body. Ooh, as much as I'd love to do those, we got to prioritize quickness for him first. 84 speed. Let's go double dip. Let's go with cutter. Anything gonna cost 2 points? No. A little bit risky, but we improved the speed, helped out the abilities to maybe offset some of that lack of high-end speed. Caleb Moma, the senior. Mr. Moma, I forgot he was one with pretty terrible caps, except for quickness, so we'll do that. And we can do one for power as well. 76 for Mr. Moma. He'll have to do. Nico Hasty. What do we got for Mr. Hasty? Quickness upgrade, obviously. Power upgrade. Looks pretty familiar. Say 75 for Mr. Hasty. God, these wideouts. George Weeks. What do we got for George? Quickness. No physicals to speak of. We can improve the hands. We can improve the route running. We can improve the elusiveness. You know, George is probably going to be our number 1 option. And we could get cutter or... Yeah, we'll go for the IQ. Yeah. 80 overall, George Weeks. I mean, he looks like a 45-year-old man, but he's here. 55 points, Malik DeVoe, who was originally brought in to maybe be a tight end, but I think he's got potential as a proper wideout. All right, let's get that route running up there a little bit. Weak hands, weak. Hey, we can't have everything, you know. Anybody else on 2? There we go. All right, 69 overall, Malik DeVoe. He's getting there. And then Trayvon Volk. Also a bit of a heftier man. Go for that quickness twice over. Not bad. Obviously no physicals. Oh, hands and route running. These guys will be good eventually, but for now they are just okay. Go for the elusiveness. Twice over on the IQ. A non-meme-tastic 67 overall. So the wideout core, it's actually getting better, even if it doesn't look like it. Tight end Tremaine Lutz. I didn't think you'd be our number 1 here. We should prioritize wideout this upcoming year. You're not wrong. All right, his quickness is already capped out, which is great. So we can go route running. Max out his IQ. Leaves 9 points left for Lutz. No abilities, though. 87 overall. Maybe could have argued work on power, but still. Noah Durbin, the junior. 28 points for him. Let's go with that quickness increase. Let's go with that catching ability as well. And 80 for Noah Durbin. Not bad. Brad Coker just came over from the portal, showing off the tum. Get platinum outside shield, which is phenomenal. His quickness was already capped. Let's improve the route running a little bit. Improve the catching ability. A little bit on IQ. Let's see, we got 6 points left. We'll go route running and a bit more on IQ. 73 for Coker. Not awful. Especially with that platinum shield. And then Mike Marcus, who had a pretty big play for us previously. In one of those clutch games down the stretch. Improve that quickness a bit. We'll go elusiveness. And hands. All right, 70 for Marcus. He'll play better than that, though, in my opinion. But tight end situation looking pretty good. Left tackle, 51 points for this guy as a sophomore. Holy my lao. What's the most expensive thing to upgrade? It's power. Should probably do it then, right? It's that expensive. Or do we just go for the overall improvements? Ah, fuck it. Let's go with the power. Twice over. 78. Run blocking is 4 points. So is IQ. So run blocking from there. 80 overall from my Lau. Very nice. And inside shield. He'll work very well with a tight end at tackle. 52 points. Quincy Kotu. Oh my god. Quincy. What's it gonna be? Let's go with a little bit more power here, Quincy. 12 points left. A little bit of pass blocking. And we will go with some points on IQ. Twice over. 79, Quincy Kotu. Very good. And then 29 points for Zach Morris. Upgrade his power as well. IQ's capped out. Let's go run blocking. 74 for Zach. And another inside shield. Left tackle's looking pretty good. I like it. I like it a lot. 51 points, Tony Darling. At left guard. He was the one I forgot about who was entirely capped out. So he has a shitload of points on him. He is a junior. We are going to have to move him somewhere. And I don't believe you're allowed to move him now, right? So, left guard Darling to somewhere else is what we'll mark down. So yeah, whether or not we move him to tight end, fullback, I don't know, but we'll have to move Tony Darling next year to use those points. What about Dante Ankra? Dante Ankra. Let's go for that big power boost. Twice over. Anything going to cost 3 points? No. Except for Workhorse, which we might as well just do because we have it. 79 for Dante Ankra. And then Eric Brown, another freshman. What do we got for Eric? We'll go with that big power boost. Big motherfucking Mike! Mike, why are you just getting online right now? What the hell's the matter with you? Let's go pocket shield. That's pretty nice. 3 points there, 3 points there. Definitely the run blocking. All right, Eric Brown, 76 overall. Not bad at all. You ever use points to add traits? Yeah. No. No, I always forget I can do that. Define add traits. What are we talking about? Are we not just talking about physicals? What are we talking about? Because I've been doing that the whole time. I asked a while ago. Physical and mental. Okay. I was going to say, like, wait a minute. Yeah, I guess I just missed it earlier. Fair enough. Run blocking. Pass blocking. Run blocking. Pass blocking. Kiki G, you are unbelievable. Unfrickin' believable. Kiki G. This guy is going to want to leave for a lot of money. 54 points, Damian Middlebrooks. Jesus Christ. Well, we didn't bring in any offensive linemen this year, but at the same time, this O-line is stacked. Absolutely stacked. Middlebrooks is a beast. 82 overall. Not bad. John Okoro was very good for us last year. Go for the power. We could do a little bit on pass blocking or footwork, or we could do pocket shield, which is what we'll do. Okay, 78 for Okoro. Even like our guys in the high 70s are pretty usable. Gideon Iwa, who I thought for sure was going to leave, but he didn't. And it's weird, because he probably should have left. Give you that power boost. And everything else costs about 6 points. So let's do run blocking, pass blocking. Do we have any physicals at all? Inside shield. Beautiful. Good to go for Gideon. And Lorenzo Wilds, who is somehow still here. Probably won't be after the cuts, let's be honest. We'll boost up the power. Let's work on your footwork. Let's work on your pass blocking. He is definitely on the potential cut list, unfortunately. Right guard, 55 points for JP Isaacs. Definitely option shield. Thank you. We'll do the big power. Actually, we can cap out power for him. That's sweet. Jump to an 81. Holy shit. And we'll cap out his pass blocking. JP Isaacs, you, sir, are a beast of an 82 overall. Nice. Tyrone Torre, just 25 points to work with for Torre. So we'll do the power. And we can't afford anything else unless that unlocks something, and it didn't. So a 79 for Torre. 41 points. Cameron McMorris, who I thought for sure was going to leave. I can't believe he didn't. Let's just go double power. Get him up to a 78. All right, not bad, Mr. McMorris. And then right tackle, Robert Gammon. Mr. Backgammon. No physicals. Power's already capped. Bit of run blocking. What else can we do for backgammon here then? A little bit of pass blocking, a little bit of run blocking. Still no abilities. Let's work on the IQ a bit. Still nothing. Let's work on the footwork a little bit. Still nothing else. And we'll do a little bit more run blocking. 81 for Robert Gammon. And we'll do outside shield as well. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And then Dion Fabian. Mr. Fabian. Power's already capped. Any abilities? Workhorse? Eh. Let's go. Pass blocking. Run blocking. Get that IQ up there. Get that footwork up there. A lot of improvements for Dion. Still only workhorse. So pass blocking, run blocking, anything else? No. Okay. So the offense is still looking fantastic, honestly, compared. Aside from the wideouts, it's looking pretty damn good, though. Jimmy Fink, 21 points. This guy played much better than his overall last year. 20 points for power. 20 points for quickness. God, do we go power or quickness? Or either, because there's so much he can still get better at. Well, the IQ is actually capped. I mean, power, it is lower than the quickness. He is an edge rusher. Let's go for the power. 79 for Jimmy Fink still. Fair enough. What about Amari Dodge, who's listed as a speed rusher? Power is capped out. Quickness is not. So we'll go for the quickness first. Power moves, we get up to 3 points per. And now we'll put a bunch into IQ. Yeah, we're doing what we can to make these guys a better athlete, even though, you know, it's leaving some weak points in their games that could be good otherwise, but go more power moves for Mr. Dodge. 71 overall for him. That's okay. It's usable-ish. Trey Fudge. What do we got for Trey Fudge? Quickness is capped. Power is not. Now it costs 20. Damn. Power moves and IQ for Trey Fudge. A little bit more on power moves. And then IQ. Any physicals? Has recoup. Eh. Let's go power moves again. Finesse moves again. Another one on the IQ. And we got one more upgrade. Let's go IQ. 70 overall for Mr. Fudge. Not bad. And Wayne Cave, who is definitely going to get cut. Definitely. We'll do some points on power. Yeah, this guy is the biggest, like, most obvious cut fodder of all time. I can't even speak anymore. My brain's melting out of my ears. He sucks. That's what I'm trying to say. Kawhi Torrance, though, does not suck. This guy has been awesome for us. And we will get him up to gold takedown. We could do power or quickness. Since he's a defensive lineman, let's do power. And anything that'll cost 4 points, no. So an 82 for Mr. Torrance, very good. Kawhi, don't call me Jack Torrance. Tyler Lincoln, another senior who's been pretty good for us. We're not worried much about recoup. We'll go for power. And 7 points for finesse moves if there's no physical. 78, Tyler Lincoln. Okay. Jeremy Gentry Jr. Mr. Gentry. Let's go for power. It's the weaker of the two. And we'll go power moves. 79 for Gentry. Ooh, and we can get quick jump as well, at least bronze. Nice. He might end up being a starter this year. Although, there is also James Lane. And man, imagine if that other edge rusher didn't leave. Let's do takedown. And then it is either power or quickness. We'll go for power. And then 13 points for the rest. Let's go a little bit into run stopping. It's pretty much the last thing we can go into for this guy. He's got recoup. Go run stopping. 80 overall for James Lane. Very nice. Very nice. Jacques Walker. Jacques Walker. Power or quickness. Quickness is lower. Pass rushing is 2 points. Any abilities? No abilities. Up the pass rushing. 75 for Mr. Walker. Please do not besmirch the number 24. It's very important. Femi Osgood. Another new addition. Former 4-star. Let's go with power twice over. Actually, let's get a little bit in the power move. As recoup. Let's do a little bit more into power. 74 for Femi Osgood. He's got the athleticism. Everything else needs to be developed up. And then Max Garrison. Just a random senior that we have. 4 points, 4 points. We got 3 points for the run stopping. And 3 points for IQ. Any abilities for Max? No. Let's do finesse moves. 73 for Garrison. Probably going to get cut, honestly. Ramon Dalton, 27 points at defensive tackle. We can only do quickness or health, so we'll do quickness. No abilities, so we'll do a little bit of health. Is he a senior? Yes, he is. I was gonna say, it might be worth moving him otherwise, but... Morgan Fogg, the former center turned defensive tackle. It's just weird. It's like we got him as a center, and it's like, oh, he can actually tackle people. 79 overall. There you go. Good job, Morgan. Jonathan Torre. Son of Colo. Let's do a little bit on quickness. And then 8 points left. No physicals. So 4 points and 4 points. Let's do run stopping. Then a bit more on pass rushing. 79 for Torre. Very good. Very good. Jeremy Basley, who was also really good for us last year. So many players overperformed. Nothing for physicals. Power or quickness. Let's go power. And then 3 points left. Is he a senior? No, he is not. He is a junior. So honestly, probably worth moving Basley somewhere else. Even if it's edge rusher, maybe it'll give him a little bit more to do, but he's pretty much hit his caps. Lester Speaks, also cut fodder this year, most likely. Let's go with some quickness. And then we don't even have enough for run stopping. He was a senior, right? Yeah. Okay, not our problem after this year. 33 points, Stephen Camarda. Let's see, power is at 20 points, finesse is at 20. Let's go for power as a DT. Anything else we can do for you, Mr. Camarda? Bunch of 4-point improvements. Let's go power moves. Alright, and then either run stopping or IQ. Let's go run stopping. 75 for Camarda. Not bad. Last guy is Charles Person. Oh boy. We'll put base amount on power moves, base amount on IQ, and we'll add to his power. This guy is going to get cut. If we have to cut anybody, this guy is gonna get cut. He is very, very no good. Sorry to tell you, Charlie. Let's do one more on power moves. 68 for Charles Person, okay. Linebackers, David Small, who actually had a clutch interception at safety last year. He is definitely not much of a pass rusher and way more of a coverage option. Quickness is 20, power is 20. Let's put a bit more into quickness. And then just try to give you any semblance of pass rush that we can. That costs 3 points, so does IQ. Yeah, pass rush still. 72 for David Small, number 0 at linebacker. 28 points for Nate Riggs. What can we do for you? Quickness is 20, power is 20. Let's go quickness. And then 4 points, 4 points, 4 points. No physicals. Just go pass rush. And run stopping, I guess. 65 for Nate Riggs. Depth. And Lamar Lutman. Lamar Lutman. Give you a base on that. We'll go quickness. And then we got some pass coverage for you. What else do we have? A bunch of IQ points. Please, God, let me be able to preload these in a future game. I'll say it every time. Alright. 66 for Lutman. Fair enough. In the middle, Marquez figures only gets 27 points, but man, he's so good. He's so good already. Alright, so quickness is 20. We'll give him some power. IQ's 3 points. Dude, his caps are insane. How is he only impact dev? I don't understand. Look at how high his caps are. How are you only impact dev? That doesn't make sense to me. 82 overall. Thank God we got him away from LSU. That is our defensive leader. All right, Trevor Bush. We'll go. We can't even go for the power. Any physicals? No physicals. Okay. Well, then it's these three. So pass rush for Mr. Bush, and then 4 points. We'll go pass coverage. Any physicals? No physicals. I wish it would tell you when it, like, unlocked the ability to upgrade a physical, because I don't like scrolling back and forth. I'm doing a lot of complaining. It's 6 a.m. Give me a break. Steven Dwyer. 33 points for Steven. Let's go for the power. And 4 points, 5 points, 3 points, 3 points. I'll max out the IQ. A little bit more on pass rush. Still no abilities. Let's go pass coverage as your final one. Joel Chenoine. Joel. Let's max out your power. And that is probably it for you. Yep, that's it for Joel. Sorry, Joel. Channing Nicholson. What do we got for Channing? Let's go power. Alright, and then... yeah, let's spec into pass rush a bit because it's not very good. 71 for Channing. And David Keglar, who I feel like has been all over the place for this team. Power's at an 80. Quickness is only at 15. And 6 points. We can do run stopping or pass rush or blow up, which we will do that instead. 67 for Keglar. Corners, 48 points for David McCann, now a junior. Davey. I mean, the quickness is pretty good. The power to increase the jumping and everything might be decent. I mean, jumping, hit power, strength. He is pretty fast. Do I want to waste points on power? I mean, the extra jumping to help him compete with a taller receiver could be really nice. Let's go for it. He's an 83. And then it'll be run stopping. 84 for Dexter McCann. One of our actual defensive leaders. Clay DeLuca. What do we got for the DeLuca? Quickness is capped out. So we'll put some points on power. And then we got 4 points per upgrade. No abilities. Let's get that run stopping up there. He can't really tackle all that well. Still no abilities. Max out that zone coverage. Still no abilities. Increase your ability to catch a football. Still no abilities. Damn it. Ezekiel Yazzie. 45 points for Yaz. Quickness is capped, so we'll put some on power. Actually, twice over. Guy's a physical beast. Anything there? Robber. Yes, please. And then the hands. 70 for Yazzie. I mean, he's fairly useful, though, despite that lower rating. Randy BG. 53 points for Randy. Let's add to that physical trait list And from here, zone coverage. And coverage. More zone. Any abilities? No abilities. So we'll focus on the catching. Randy, 72. That's okay. Ramon Michaud. What do we got for Ramon? Power's capped out, so we go with some quickness. Any abilities to speak of? No. So 3 points is the goal. Catching ability. Still nothing. Some man coverage. Zone coverage. A little shortage of abilities here. 74, I mean, at least he's got some good zone coverage. Matt Franks. What do we got for Matt Franks? Quickness is capped, so we'll put a bit on power. There's no way this guy is going to have any abilities, so work on that. Work on the man coverage, zone coverage, man coverage. And it's a 72. All right. A lot of lower to mid-70s. That corner, but we're not done. Ben Lorenzo, the big 6'3" guy. Probably going to be a safety in the future. But trading him up at corner is not the worst thing in the world. Let's add to his quickness. And then 10 points left. Spec a bunch into man coverage. Any abilities? Of course not. I'm honestly going to just stop looking for guys who are below a 75. 71 for Lorenzo. Decent starting spot. Bradley Townsend. Do they train people off position off in the NCAA? Depends, you know. But, you know, I mean, you never quite know, right? If someone's going to kind of permanently be in one spot or the other. Plus, it can change, too. I mean, yeah, there's a bunch that can go into it. All right, 3 points. Let's go zone coverage, run stopping. I mean, this guy should be... He's already got Platinum House Call. This guy should be a freak in the future, I would hope. He's pretty low rated now, though. And then Jermaine Ivory, who stuck around. Mr. Ivory. Let's go with a little bit of power. A little bit more power. I would do one more, but man, he needs a basic level of run stopping since he's at the bottom. Honestly, he's not going to play. Let's just go quickness. We got the major points. Let's just make him a better athlete. I was thinking that's very rare in instance. Football has changed their position in the past 18, even though the game should be more fluid. Yeah, I mean, well, if it does change, right, it'll be like, oh, you went from edge rusher to linebacker, vice versa, right? But then again, that, you know, those two positions have become a lot more intertwined anyway. So. But, you know, I mean, you do get the old, you know, college quarterback becoming a wide receiver at the NFL and at the NFL level and stuff like that all the time. So, maybe not all the time, but more frequently than you'd think. All right, Tevin. Definitely got to go on power there, Tevin. It's brutal. 3 points for hands. All right, any abilities not that we can afford now. Don't you have linemen going to safety? You don't have linemen going to safety. We used to. I used to play this game like a psychopath. I still kind of do. Sam Duck. Quickness is capped out, so let's go into power for Mr. Duck. And it's 4 points, but we can also do house call and robber. So 73 for Mr. Ducksworth. Marvin Hagg, who was picked up as a transfer. Has no base level of pass coverage. Has no base level of catching the ball. definitely go with some points into quickness. No abilities. 2 points there, 2 points there, 1 point here. Alright, let's work on that catching ability. Let's work on that zone coverage. Let's work on that catching ability again. We need some interceptions, my man. Any abilities? No abilities, so we just go to IQ. Okay. You turned a punter into our starting quarterback. I sure did. I sure did. Oh, man. Alright, Ben Suarez. Just not much else this guy can do. I do have Mega Leg, though. That's good. Benny's looking pretty damn good. Outside of the overall, but everything else is nice. And then punter, Trevor Buck. Power and accuracy's capped. Physicals. Nothing else we can do. So either IQ, quickness. Let's go quickness in case he needs to run down the field. There you go, Mr. Buck. And that is the team. At least for those who could be upgraded. And we have a fair amount of dudes, 80 plus now, including Ty at an 89. That shit is nuts. Yes, I wish to advance. Thank you very much, video game. Thank you very much. Very nice, very nice. Still showing up as an 82 for the moment. We are a 3-star program, of course, which is great. Encourage transfers. Ooh, we gotta get rid of 10 people? Fuck. Well, maybe that's where we leave it for now, then. Because I don't know what 10 we're gonna get rid of. So by NIL, this is what the roster looks like. I mean, relatively close. We are apparently paying someone like Bradley Townsell quite a bit of money, but to try and develop. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, our highest paid guys are also our best players. And then there's people that we're hoping to invest in to develop that might end up getting cut down the road. So, I mean, there's probably better ways to play it, maybe, but it's worked out for us so far. Yeah, certain cuts. I don't think it'll be all that tough to come up with 10 cuts. Famous last words. Looks like we got a lot of junior, like, centers, stuff like that. I think we'll be okay. Like, yeah, like Wayne Cave, like I said before, like, he is the easiest cut to make of all time. Lester Speaks. Max Garrison at edge. Honestly, maybe even Tyler Lincoln, who's just kind of been surpassed. Like, he's a good player. There's just other people better than him. Linebacker-wise, yeah, like David Keglar. Corners might be a little bit more tough. Safeties, I mean, maybe Beckham, but I think Beckham will stay. I think we'll be able to hit to 10. Get to 10, pretty much no problem. But, I mean, do I want to do it now, or do I want to wait until tomorrow? Only because I forgot last time. You know what, I'll write down who we cut. It's fine. Alright. So let's see. And, of course, we're not going to change conferences at all. So, who are the 10 people that we can get rid of? We already have some idea. So, again, quarterback, we're fine. Running back, if we really need to get rid of somebody, it can be Riggs or Fanau. If we really need to get rid of somebody. Wideout, same thing. Maybe. Yeah, someone like Caleb Moma, who's... I mean, he does have 88 speed now, but... Alright, who is the first obvious cut? Probably the center, Lorenzo Wilds, but specifically looking for seniors. So defensive end, Wayne Cave, who is shit. He can go. Defensive tackle, Lester Speaks, is gone. Another edge rusher, Max Garrison is going to go. I think that was it for, like, the most obvious, like, senior cuts. Yeah. Okay, so we're looking at juniors then. So running backs. Like I said, I think we're probably good to cut one of these guys. Either Paul Riggs or Finau. I'll write that down as a maybe. Wideouts. We could go after... I mean, Moma, Yusuf, and Weeks are our top 3 wideouts. I don't really want to get rid of anybody there. Any other low-level juniors that can go? Center. Lorenzo Wilds can go. Defensive tackle. Basley. I mean, he is kind of outmatched now. Basley might have to go. Then there's also Jacques Walker. Tyler Lincoln. If I go back and look at defensive tackles, Basley is normal dev. And even if we redshirt Dalton this year, we'll still have 3 guys ahead of him. And one of them's a sophomore. So yeah, honestly, defensive tackle Jeremy Basley is going to be out. And then we'll also say goodbye to defensive end Jacques Walker, who is on 90 NIL. So we'll be freeing that up. Or it just disappears into the ether for a little bit. We'll see. And based off of left edge, I mean, we'll have Fink, Dodge, and Fudge. Torrance, Lane. Yeah, Lincoln. Another defensive end. Tyler Lincoln can go. Sorry, Tyler. Little redshirt Gentry. 3 more. David Keglar. Keglar can go. 2 more. All these corners are impact dev. Except for Michaud, but he's a 75, so we should keep him. Safety, Beckham, we're going to want in a depth role. We're definitely going to want to keep Sam Duck. Okay, so it could be one of those running backs that we talked about. I think I want to keep those top 4 wideouts intact. Because Mangum and Tiffin will sit out. Tight end is fine. Those guys are all still pretty young. Darling as a backup still makes sense. Although, again, we're probably going to have to move him. But, like, man, he's not going to make sense at tight end or on defense. So, honestly, because he's capped out, I think left guard Tony Darling needs to go. Just because he's not going to get any better. And then we also have John Okoro, who could go. But I think I'd rather get rid of one of the running backs than one of the good offensive linemen. So an edge rusher. Fudge is normal dev. Again, that's 3 people there. 6 in total. Alright, so if it's not a running back, it could be left end Fudge who gets cut, seeing as he's worse than Dodge. Defensive tackle Charles Person could also go as well. He's probably more likely. And Gentry's an 80. We're not going to cut that guy. Linebacker, we don't necessarily have the depth. Okay, I think we got our 2. And I think I'm going to keep the running backs. So we are going to go with, hate to say it, but defensive end Trey Fudge is going to be out because of the better players that we brought in. And then defensive tackle Charles Person will be our final cut. I actually cut one more person than I even needed to. Whoops. I can't count. That's fine. They were going to go eventually anyway. We're on 84 people. Don't worry about it. It's not like it was that good anyway. Yeah, I literally did cut one extra person for no reason. Whoops. 86 overall, 91 offense, with a 79 defense. Criminy. We are a glass cannon of a team. A glass cannon. Holy shit. Alright, yeah, since we cut Basley too, we don't gotta do any of the remembers. So quarterbacks, no red shirts. Running backs. It does turn a number red. Well, at 85, not at 80. Okay, so fair. Then I was just fooled. Alright, we'll sit out Greg Bartow. Wideouts, we will sit out Keenan Mangum and Lorenzo Tiffin. Left tackle, nobody. Left guard, nobody. Centers, nobody. Right guard, nobody. Right tackle, nobody. Defensive end, we will sit out Jason Booty and Brendan Proctor. Right end, we will sit out Jeremy Gentry, which is kind of nuts, but we have the depth to do it. And then defensive tackle, kind of nuts, but we'll sit out Dalton. But we have the depth to do it. He, Culliver, and Coffee. Linebackers. How many do we have on the other side? We can sit out Shanoine. And so that's 2 there, 3 there. Honestly, we can get aggressive with the middle linebackers. So Bush, Hurt, Egbule, and Bass will all sit. I mean, that's Figure's spot anyway. The board game I backed on Kickstarter last year is Cleared Canadian Customs. Ayy. God, the weight. Top Hat, does this ever happen to you as a Canadian? As an American, anytime, or maybe like the last 2 times, Crash has sent me something. Which the most recent time was the Fleet jersey. You know, I'll find out that it clears customs. But then I'll get a spam text message that's a, why can't I think of the word? It's not even spam. It's a fucking scam text message being like, hey, there was a problem with your package. Like, how the fuck did somebody know I was being sent something? Does that ever happen in Canada where you're like, wait a minute, how the fuck would that even know that I got something and that's coming over the border to text me to try to scam me? Because it's not an official email. Does that ever happen to you Canadians? I'm very intrigued. Because it almost got me the first time, and I'm like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. So, I don't know, like, how the fuck that information comes over to where it's like my phone number's there, too, and shit, like, it's weird. Alright, we got plenty of corners. Okoye and Ike can sit out. Do we want Duck to play instead of Hag? I think we do. Because we do have all those extra corners that could also play safety if need be. We love Palantir and selling our data. You know? Yeah, that probably makes sense. As fucked up as it is, that does make sense. I do get them every so often. My brain's changing. Okay, I was just wondering if that was, like, exclusively an American thing. An American scam. I just get it's on its way notifications. Right, I get those, and then, hey, there was a problem. Click this link, please. And it's like, no. No, I don't think I will. You know? So, I mean, I don't know. Shit's crazy. Shit's crazy. Also, Manu Young. Okay, you are already a captain. Good. Oh, our beautiful Purdue Boilermakers. Who the hell should our backup quarterback be? Dot, silver, mobile resistance, gold, and bronze dot, and he has off-platform. Damn. I mean, regardless, we look pretty good. Yeah, no surprise the accuracy is a bit better. Probably just go with the highest rated dudes. Honeycutt is finally gone. Yeah, he graduated. interesting top hat, but I guess makes sense. Let's go with Ty as the number 1. Fullback would now be Coker instead of that gigantic defensive tackle. That makes sense. We'll make him the second choice, though. Wideouts. I mean, at least George Weeks, 91 speed as our number 1 wideout. We got somebody, finally. Is there anybody better than a 67 overall wideout at the bottom? Probably just the tight ends. Also, Dexter McCann. I guess we'll just stay with Volk in that spot. Volk or Coker, but again, Coker's a blocker and he's very slow. Yeah, we're fine. So tight ends, Lutz, Durbin, Coker, and Marcus. That's fine. It's a metal poster, so I had no problem paying import fees, but why was it sent at 2 a.m.? Fair. Very fair. Odd time I have to go into my junk folder looking for an email that went to the wrong box. Yeah, I'd say like once or twice a year. I'll get a message and it'll actually look convincing. And I will like message my parents and be like, if you get this, do not. Do not. Alright, so Kotu, Mylau, Morris, that's not bad. What if we got a right tackle? I think those are the only 2. Nope, Gammon is there. And then Fabian. And then Kotu can be the back. Kotu can actually be ahead of Fabian. So yeah, sorry to Morris, but you are not needed. And then our top guards are Isaacs and Torre. So we'll put Isaacs there. And a 79 and a 77 is the backup. Alright, so we'll do Torre on the other side with Ankra and McMorris. Where's Ankra at? There we go. Actually, Ankra's just about as good. Weird. Torre is much better on the left than he is on the right. Okay. Well, then let's put Torre as the number 1 there. Weird, you don't often see that drastic of a difference. And then we'll put Isaacs with Ankra and McMorris. So then center is, I mean, it's got to be G, because that's insane. And then Middlebrooks and Iwe. So left tackle, 80. And an 81 on the other side. Okay, so that's still the same. Actually, both are 81 on that side. So Gammon should be the starter over here. Okay, well, we'll just take care of that. So then Cantu, Fabian. And then make Mylau the guy over there. Not Morris and Fabian, Kotu. Fabian, there we go. Edge rusher, Torrance and Lane. 83 and an 81. Okay, those are still the same. So yeah, it'll be Torrance, Fink, and maybe Osgood. Is there somebody better than Osgood? No. So that'll be Lane, Fink, and Osgood on the other side. Works for me. And Torrance is an 83 on that side. Okay. Defensive tackle is Fogg, or Torre. Fogg has way more abilities, so that works for me. Although you could argue Torrance is the beast there, but we're okay. We have those 3 DTs, and then edge rusher in case of break glass emergency. There we go. Linebackers, we have Figures. Obviously, then Torrance. But Figures, Dwyer, and Small. So Small, the starter on the other side. Yes, he is. Good. So then the other backup linebackers, we have Nicholson and Lutman. Since Figures and Small, the other starters. Next best linebacker is a 67. So we're good. Then in the middle, Dwyer and Small. Looks good. So then Lutman and Nicholson again. Cool. Corners. Do we have anybody better than a 72? We have a fellow 72 in Lorenzo, so we'll leave that. Free safety is those two, and then if we needed strong safety, I mean, it would be Duck. You know what? Beckham does have the better abilities. He's got house call and robber. Let's put him in over Kempfert. And the other side is Duck. Let's get Kempfert in there. And then we need a corner. That can be a depth option. Might as well just be the best of the bunch. Make it McCann, if need be. So Kempfert's the depth there. Any corners where the rating is close, but the abilities aren't. Yazzie has robber. We'll put him as the 4th choice corner, since it's only a 1-point difference. Linebacker, Nicholson does have house call. It's a 2-point difference. Let's make that change, though. And then Small or Dwyer. Where's Small at? We'll stick with Dwyer. So Small and Lutman, that looks good. And then we want Small over Nicholson as the backup middle linebacker. That looks good. Defensive tackle is good. And then edge rusher. Quick jump and takedown. Left side, gold takedown. Looks good. Okay. And then just double checking the O-line. Inside shield, quick step. We'll stick with inside shield. I imagine we are good to go. It's looking like it. It's looking pretty good. Double check the wideouts. Double dip and cutter. Outside shield for DeVoe as a wideout's not going to do shit for us. It's kind of insane that he has that, but alright. And then running backs, just really quickly. Cool, we're good. Quarterbacks. Dot. Oh, just for the fact that there's a gold. I don't really think it's going to matter. Poor Stevens with only silver dot. But that works. Kicker's good. Punter's good. Kick return. Do we have anybody around an 85 or more? Just McCann. So yeah, Villarreal and Guy, that's fine. Cool. Kickoff's good. Long snapper's good. Third down back is good. Power back. So as good as it's going to be. Slot receiver will still be ties, so Villarreal will get plenty of opportunities if need be. And then we'll just see. Man, Figures might end up being a bit of a rushing threat here. Yeah, I mean, it's he and Torrance that are the best of the bunch. Damn. So we'll go Lane and Fink. Maybe I don't want the linebackers in the mix there, though. Yeah. So it'll be Lane. Where's the other edge rusher? It's Osgood. So then Lane, Osgood, and Dodge. Defensive tackle, pretty straightforward. Fogg's a bit weaker at it, but it's fine. Sub linebacker. We really can't afford to give up an extra safety. So Figures is that man too. Corner looks good. Nose tackle looks good. Gadgets looks good. Cool. Honestly, though, for nose tackle, let's get Fogg in there with those extra abilities. I lied. I lied. Alright. Yeah, we should still be okay. 5 overall point dividend. I just learned this is cheap. Yeah, Top Hat, I actually saw that yesterday. I saw a tweet about it. Which is very interesting that that exists. There we go. Thinking Osgood. We are set for next season, which will not begin tonight because I will not want to stop. So we are good. I do wonder what the schedule is looking like, though. NIU and North Carolina scheduled. Interesting. We'll see if we keep those. Also, there's FCS Southeast. And then, of course, we play so many good teams. I hate it. I hate it so much. Why must we play so many good teams? Why must we? Oh, man. All right. Let's see. Let's see. What do we have going on? Perhaps elsewhere. Perhaps elsewhere. Alright. So, with that, gotta keep NIU payback. It's not even payback. We don't dislike them. We don't dislike them. They gave us our start, you know? They gave us our start, man. I'm appreciative towards them, you know? I'm thankful. Because who would have thought they'd get us this job at Purdue, which has turned out to be absolutely insane, you know? Who would have thought? But anyways, everybody, that's 7.5 hours. I'm tired. I got some stuff to do before bed. But thank you all for hanging out tonight. As always, we will be right back here tomorrow for our next season with Purdue. And who knows where we are going to go from here. This turned into, hey, we'll bounce around to... We're apparently just never leaving Purdue. I don't know. But as always, you know, there's no Toogie like 7-hour college football Toogie. I'd keep streaming too if I wasn't married. I'd be here for another 5 hours minimum. But you know, you gotta balance a relationship, right? You know the deal. Like, subscribe, follow, prime sub, whatever the hell. I don't care. You do what you want to do. Good night, everybody. The sun's coming up. It's so much brighter over there.